Good morning, everyone. Today is February 11th, 2026. The news we have overnight. The stock futures tick higher. Dow futures rise 200 points after a much better expected January jobs report coming in at 130,000 versus 55,000 expected. The Dow Jones is in a bullish trendline channel right now. SPX, we have a gap above from yesterday. The market is filling at market open. Let's do a quick legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. I am not a financial advisor, and I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for information and educational purposes only, and I am not a financial advisor. Market is opening here in 4 minutes. All right, the SPX gap above. This is somewhere at the wedge, 10 a.m., 10:50 a.m. of yesterday. The market is somewhere above yesterday's high, so we are higher than yesterday's high. IWM is also higher than yesterday's high, trying to open as well here. Trying to open in the 3/3, but negated this whole move retracement. And the Qs. We're back at 616. Wow. Wow, it actually bear trapped everything on data back to 616 and reset it. Pretty nuts to see.
Yeah, I would agree. Obviously, the jobs report's going to be a big focus for today's session. And we usually do see a lot of volatility in the January report when it is released. We will also get an update when it comes to the annual revisions for last year. That will be a very key number as well. And that actually could have a little bit of volatility, add a little bit of volatility in the market, as we do have higher expectations for today. But we would not be surprised if we actually see the number coming in a lot lower than what the expectations are. It seems like the White House is also trying to get in front of that. We still also see a volatility index sitting at around 18. We did have a little bit of a rotation yesterday as well. So I think the market is kind of really kind of focused on this report. And if it does come in lighter than the street's expectations, what you do not want to see is Friday, the inflation report coming in higher than the street's expectations. It gives you a little bit of a sense that maybe we have a stagflationary environment that might be on our hands. I'm not saying that that's the case right now, but I think that's exactly what you are kind of seeing as far as the focus for this market. You can also see the move in the 10-year moving to the downside over the last 2 trading sessions as well. I think it's also indicating the fact that we might get a weak jobs report today, and a lot of those bond traders are trying to get ahead of that trend.
September 11th.
Okay, it's interesting that you mentioned stagflation, because one of the things that Cameron Dawson of New Edge Wealth has said that we may expect to see stagflation like this year. We'll hear from her tomorrow.
On the video showing
Let's dive into some of the earnings that you're across Cloudflare.
Passing yesterday's high, trying to get above 193.71, which is high of the day before.
15.5% right now. Revenue came in at $614.5 million. That's around a 33.6% increase on a year-over-year basis.
Got crushed too.
They did exceed the street's expectations. They also beat when it came to the adjusted earnings per share, coming in at 28 cents. Street was looking for around 27 cents. And you actually did see a little bit of margin compression, but it seems like the street is actually shrugging that off for right now because of the guidance moving forward. The company is looking between 620 million and 621 million for the Q1 revenue. Street was looking for around 613.9 million. And if you're looking at the fiscal year outlook, once again, exceed the street's expectations. They are seeing acceleration when it comes to their cloud adoption, as well as the security demand within their business as well, focusing on that agentic AI tools, especially the Claude bot, which has been renamed at this point in time, but they actually do utilize Cloudflare's security and routing technology, which has been a tailwind for this company. So it seems like they are continuing to see top line growth here. They are seeing some demand, and it seems like the market is obviously rewarding the shares this morning because of that. A lot of these software names, as well as the security names, have been sold off aggressively the last 2 or 3 weeks. So given the positive fundamental backdrop here, it probably is shifting the trend, or maybe shifting the tone for a lot of these names over the next couple of days.
And it will be interesting to see if you start to see a bid or this spread out elsewhere today. I'm curious to know your thoughts on what you see in terms of analyst commentary, KG.
Yeah, it's still a little bit early on when you're looking at the analyst commentary, but if you're kind of looking at the focus, once again, the concern has been artificial intelligence is going to take away a couple of these, their customers, as well as maybe even eliminate certain jobs, which obviously they would actually benefit from a cybersecurity standpoint. But we do actually have Barclays raising their price target to $250. That's up from $235. And we also have Wells Fargo raising their price target to $270, and that's up from $265. So the analyst moves, for the most part, actually has been positive. There's only one cut that I have seen. That's from Morgan Stanley, where they actually did cut their price target to $245, down from $258. But overall, you are seeing the totality of these analysts actually increasing their price targets because of the optimism that we have seen with the guidance.
Okay, and let's dive into Shopify's latest results. You got investors cheering the results right now in the pre-market, and this is clearly a win that Shopify needs, given how the shares have performed so far this year. Take us through the numbers.
Yeah, for Shopify, we actually did see an increase of revenue of around 31% on a year-over-year basis. That came in at $3.67 billion. Street was looking for around $3.6 billion. The adjusted earnings per share did miss. They came in at 49 cents. Street was looking for 50 cents, but they are starting to see strong merchant sales and payment processing volumes. This is a little bit more counter trend than what we've heard from this industry over the last
Everything
year
is opening super bullish.
It seems like
above 616. Anything above 616 looks super bullish.
This actually is more of an indication that maybe
this
small
crazy
and
ass
mid-sized
gap up.
businesses are actually maybe seeing a
They're going higher with the gap
when it
at
comes
6,980
to
for now.
and that's going to be directly translated
Insane
to
gap up
Shopify's
intraday.
Shopify was also one of the first companies to really put AI on the forefront in the front end of their platform as well. They have seen some tailwinds when it comes to that efficiency gain, as well as the innovation within their product offerings here. So a nice move to the upside. Once again, has seen a little bit of pressure, but counter trend when you're looking at the fundamentals here. And this, once again, could be a narrative shift for a lot of these names over the last week that have gotten beaten up. It seems like the trend right now fundamentally is a little bit more positive than what the market has led to believe.
Okay, I'm curious to know, I know it may be hard to pin it down. We always finish out with getting your levels for today, and this could change within the next 30 minutes, essentially.
I mean,
one of the things I've talked to different analysts about is that 7,000
level
seems tough to get over for the S&P 500. So what are the levels you're watching out for today on the S&P 500?
Yes, so if we're looking at just the options flow or the early options flow this morning, you are seeing a lot of calls at the being sold and transacted at the 7,000 level. So that would be the major area of resistance. Obviously, that's going to be a focus point for us today if we are able to see a little bit of a positive move in the market. But to the downside, what you are seeing on the put side is the 6,900 puts are gaining some traction here. They actually are the rank number one when you're looking at the put flows. If we do break below that level, you're looking at 6,880. So there's a put side skew that is taking place right now, which coincides with VIX being higher. But once again, we get better than expected results, or they come in line with the street's expectations, the market could rally. I just think that that might be a little bit of a high bar, given the fact that we know what the preliminary revisions have been for the BLS reports, and ADP has already made those adjustments, and that's why ADP's numbers obviously come in a lot lower than what we've seen in the past. So market's expecting that that should be the case here for the headline report here, a little bit more of a downside skew.
All right, we will see. Thank you, KG. That is Kevin Green, our senior markets correspondent.
Trying to go south. IW is the only thing that hasn't turned yet. Bears are pushing off of 930 into 935 with the 1 minute gap very close by. Okay, 1 minute gap filled. Bears in control into 935. What is this rejection coming in? Below 616, IWM turned southward. SPX is at the gap, 6,980. What a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, 2 at 355. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Insane work. On news. Insane work. Strong. Now we're at the previous day, 9:30 open AM range. I had this shit drawn on fucking purpose, extended now. Market doing the craziest of craziest cycles. Wind direction is south. Man. Wild. They went lower into 937, 940. Let's see if 940 creates a cycle bouncer here or not. Crazy. All right. I'm out at 22% on 190 NVIDIA puts. Expiration February 13th. Went in today. Keeping lotto. Keeping lotto. Beautiful. Beautiful start. Man, my entry was too fucking good on the video yesterday to be fucked with. The contracts, right? Average shows as 13.14 yesterday. Man, I got in at fucking 11.03 when that bitch opened. 11.45. Yar! Oh shit. Man, I just did fucking 2DT though, but I mean, yesterday I got in the video. Fucking nice entry. Not this week expiry, but fucking great. Oh my god. 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 Oh my, made me like, oh my god, so many. I got you finally. I want you do. Oh, 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 oh my god. Ah, shit. Just like yesterday. Love to see it. Love to see market cycles happen. Cycle could bounce here, but I mean for right now, 9:30. Time is 9:40. WM opened up higher than yesterday, so created a new third, 3/3, and then doing some sort of a cycle from up here again. So we gotta extend this bitch. Shit, we gotta extend this box to today's high. And then I don't know what's gonna happen from here now. QQQ. Oh, maybe like, oh my God, so hey, watch you. Man, wind direction is still south. Looks like wind direction is still south. All right, at least on the video. All right, SPY QQQ might cycle. Dow Jones still bullish. At least we SPX gap filled. There's a humongous gap today. Man, I'm too. Oh, maybe like, oh my God, so many. 1/3, 2/3, opened up 3/3. $9.30. The market's still bearish. The video trying to bounce off of 940. Do we find some support off that? Possibly. IWM looking weird in the video, trying to bounce. SPX looking mixed because of IWM. QQQ trying to bounce. QQQ trying to bounce here. SPY playing with 697, 695. I mean, like fucking nothing. Showing bullish as shit on the 30-minute, 15-minute. Just acting like fucking Tesla, but just the day after. Tesla did this shit yesterday. This is doing this on news. Epic V on the video. QQQ might have found some support on that. 616 IWM. Trying to dig lower. SPY mixed. I don't know what you're talking about. Just like that, got all-time high. I think all-time high is 7,000 still. Yeah. Popped up to all-time high. You're talking about? All right, bullish trap tried. All right, cycle confirmation is happening. Let's see what else is coming out on the news front. We have the Israeli Prime Minister meeting with President Trump around 11 today, but I don't know if they're going live. Probably not.
I think what we're seeing in the crypto market over the past few months means more than ever that the U.S., we need market structure, we need clarity, and we need to get this across the line this spring. We got a few
what a pre-market bullish open, but now it's like confusing.
It'd be better to have no legislation than the legislation we don't want. And I think both on the banks, the other crypto firms are united against them. So we need to get this across the line. The U.S., under President Trump's leadership, the U.S. is becoming the crypto capital of the world with our best practices, best regulation, and for crypto to remain a viable digital asset and move forward, we need to get this Clarity Act done.
So you think it will be? It'll come back fairly soon then?
I'm optimistic, and there's bipartisan support here.
That was U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent with me on Sunday Morning Futures Sunday, optimistic that Congress will bring back the Clarity Act for markup soon. U.S. crypto and banking executives, including J.P. Morgan and Bank of America, met at the White House yesterday for a second time to discuss stablecoin legislation. Both sides failing to reach a compromise on the language in the Clarity Act, specifically regarding crypto firms' ability to pay rewards on stablecoins. Banks are worried that there's going to be a flight of capital out of their deposit accounts into platforms that are crypto platforms because they're paying rewards to those customers. Joining me now is the CEO of Mara. Fred Thiel is joining us, leading one of the country's top Bitcoin mining firms. Fred, it's great to have you.
Great to be here.
Thanks so much for being here. So what is your reaction to this upset for the banks are having over the crypto platform's ability to pay rewards?
I think it's the traditional story of you had traditional finance who's very focused on protecting their business. And then you have the other side of the business, which is the disruptors, which are the crypto companies who want to come in and
NVIDIA trying to bounce, I guess. IW trying to rip
has
down.
to come into play. The banks have to support it somehow, but the banks are very afraid of losing their deposits.
Market is still
banks
bearish.
are paying 0.25%, 1%, where you could get 4 or 5% yield other places. Whether that's with crypto or whether that's with bonds, et cetera. So I think this is a battle of territory.
Did not break this low yet.
It's a great point, and I feel like
28 EMA is somewhere here. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 is growing.
A debate about bank margins. Okay, that's where we are. But I want to talk about your business because you just completed the 42 megawatt data center build in Nebraska. You've got mining all around the world. Talk to us about the business. You've got 16 facilities right now across the world.
Correct. We have 16 facilities on 4 continents, predominantly in the U.S., spanning from Texas to North Dakota, including large facilities in Nebraska. One of the interesting things in the marketplace today is in the U.S., there's a huge focus on converting Bitcoin mining facilities that have ample access to power and the right conditions for conversion to high-performance computing, HPC, so AI.
Bottom of the previous, say, 9:30 a.m.
Internationally, power companies are only just starting to look at Bitcoin mining as a tool to balance load. Countries like France, where there's a huge amount of excess energy, where they have a need to balance between nuclear and renewable, and in the Middle East, where they're building lots of energy. So we see our business transitioning in the U.S. more towards AI, HPC, and in the international markets continuing to build the Bitcoin mining.
I know that the international markets are a big opportunity for you. We're looking at Bitcoin prices right now. We're pretty much looking at a huge sell-off from the highs where Bitcoin was all the way up to $126,000. Any thoughts on what happened here and why prices have fallen the way they have? Are you expecting a bottoming anytime soon?
Well, I think we're hitting a temporary bottom, and we'll see how long it sticks and if it can build.
Real fast.
Essentially, what I think we're going to see is, if you look at pricing, mostly in the evenings, East Coast time, you're seeing selling, which tends to mean it's happening in Asia, and you're still seeing a deleveraging of Bitcoin. There's a huge derivative market that is very liquid around Bitcoin, even bigger than the spot market. And what that does is when people lever up, sometimes with 100 to 1 times leverage, and you get price moves, you get massive liquidations. We're still seeing some of that ending out. At the same time, you had gold as a momentum play all of a sudden. Gold, which has been sleepy, turned into a Momo.
Yeah.
And away it went, silver followed it, and you had money go from crypto into gold. You'd had money already going from crypto into AI, and as AI lost a little bit of its luster, it moved back to gold again.
Yeah.
So I think you have this triangular drama going on right now, and eventually things will come back. I think as the market stabilizes. But Bitcoin is very much driven by macro. It's driven by liquidity, and it's driven very much like the equities. It's a risk-on asset still.
Yeah, for sure. And we've been risk-on for a long time at this point. But gold, you're right, is up about 15%, by the way, year to date. Look, I know you're reporting earnings. You're reporting the fourth quarter numbers at the end of the month, so you'll be guarded here. But investors would like to see some clarity on the roadmap for HPC in the U.S. I understand the international markets is a huge growth story for the company, but what about the roadmap?
I think what I can say is that we're having lots of very interesting conversations, and we've waited purposefully to ensure that the people we're talking with and the opportunities are very solid, so there's very low risk of execution, and I think that'll become clear as we announce things in the near future.
When you look ahead to the coming, I don't know, 3 years, let's call it, where does the growth come from?
IWM is so bearish.
When you look at the growth story at Mara.
Hello, the divergence never cleared.
One is
there's going to be a cycle here.
You're also going to see
it in
international.
I said they may go lower below this line, but I expect a cycle or something
Saudi
here.
Arabia.
But we'll see,
We're also expanding in Europe. Again, two places where there's huge amounts of ample energy. Saudi Arabia, for example, they have built huge amounts of power in advance of trying to generate hydrogen, and the hydrogen market hasn't developed. And so you have all these stranded energy assets that essentially are idle because they don't have an offtake. And that means that energy companies are willing to do partnerships with Bitcoin miners, for example, where they can share in the profits, and you have a very low power cost. And at the end of the day, no matter what happens with the Bitcoin price, the people who are in the lowest quartile of cost in producing Bitcoin will always be able to operate profitably, and that's our focus.
Wow, and it's fascinating to me that we're sort of moving, when you see all this money moving into AI data centers, we're moving from a data center race
artificial
to a power
intelligence.
Energy is the critical asset.
Artificial.
We sit on 1.1 gigawatts of energized power today with control over about 1.8. We intend to continue expanding that very rapidly. We announced at the end of last year a deal that we are in the process of finalizing with MPLX around building up to 1.5 gigawatts of generation capacity in Texas directly on a gas pipeline, which will have a data center campus associated with it.
Amazing. Fred, it's a new world. We
Yes,
so appreciate you joining us this morning. Thank you. All right, Fred Thiel joining us from Mara.
I love artificial intelligence. Showing lower than the orange line, showing bearish on SPY. Low key. It's okay. Man, I'm thinking bigger than just intraday, but it's okay today still. What a news pop and then a drop a little bit, but still above yesterday's close level. Man, I was saying like the news is so crazy, like 130,000 compared to 55,000. Like they're cooking something with the news. Wow. All right, wind direction is south today. Time is 10. Wind direction is south. They're both trapping on this shit. Time is 10. There's a lot of puts expiring today on SPX. So, I don't know how they about to do this shit today, but they cooked it that morning, neutralized it, and then this is a 10 a.m. candle, looks like. Dow Jones looking still strong. What the fuck kind of market is this shit though? What kind of market? Push lower, pop up, fill the 1 minute gap. Oh my god. Bears are heavy. Bears are heavy. Insane bearishness candle coming on SPX and QQQ at the same time. Insane fucking bearishness. Almost fucking unreal. Man, I wanted to short into fucking next week on SPX huge at the top today, but I just didn't do it. But like, what the fuck? That's wild. It's whatever. No matter what happens today, I will not fucking feel FOMO about that because I don't really give a fuck, but I'm expecting them to cycle here and there, but I am wanting for NVIDIA to turn down because I'm still into I need NVIDIA done to me. Strong people.
Thanks live at the CBOE, our pre-bell playbook. So we saw way more jobs than expected. We saw unemployment rate come down. And we had the final revision, the big number that came in, but it could have been worse. Kevin Hanks, good to see you.
Good morning, Nicole. Yeah,
to come back up here to 695 at some point today, I would not be surprised.
130,000 non-farm payrolls, much better
right now,
than expected. The revisions to last month
pretty
minor,
oversold. They cleared
from
the divergence at the
to
floor
48,000. Unemployment rate, 4.3%. Remember, it was just 4.6%. We were surprised by last month's 4.4. Now it moves to 4.3%. And here's the nice surprise, Nicole. The unemployment rate is moving down despite the labor force participation rate ticking higher. So more people entering the labor force and a lower unemployment rate. That's like a double good for the overall economy. Private payrolls, 172,000. Manufacturing payrolls that have been down for a couple months in a row, up 5,000. Now, here's the one problem if you're worried about interest rates. The inflation data via wages.
That's the ultimate fucking gap.
Hourly average earnings month over month up 0.4. And hourly average earnings year over year 3.7%. That's a tenth lower than last month, but a tenth higher than expected.
Bear trap trying,
despite the revisions to last month that went from up 0.3 to up 0.1 in the month-over-month wages, that number's still higher. That's why you see bonds firming up here as it pushes back remember, the 10-year yield was coming down. The ideas of
1 minute and 23 seconds
rate
here.
cuts were moving closer into the summer. This pushes them back. The relief rally is ensuing here as this number. Remember, we had 4 different labor market data points last week that were all showed weaker. This one reverses that trend as strong jobs, lower unemployment.
Yeah, there were concerns about retail sales, for example. I think it was the employment cost index. Right now, we're seeing healthcare, construction, social assistance. Those were some areas that did see some strength. For those folks who were expecting a rate cut, maybe not so fast, right?
Look at this SPX 1 minute gap
exactly
they left
right.
from
And
yesterday.
so when you look at it, and now what comes in? Some of the discussions, even on the retail sales, that was weather related because of the horrible storms that we got during the month of January.
Isn't that fucking crazy?
Some of that is even being discounted because the overall, like the Bank of America numbers out this morning on the consumer side, they show good, solid numbers for year over year. So
SPX is melting lower right now.
We're starting to discount that. This is a solid number for jobs and unemployment. That's why you see that 10-year yield ticking up and those interest rate cuts sliding back. It doesn't look like Jerome Powell's going to be cutting rates in the next 2 meetings before he leaves the Fed chair.
Time is 10:05. 10:05 is going lower than 10.
You know, he's probably sitting back right now and saying, so far I'm happy I didn't do anything just yet. Let's talk about other things, including the mortgage apps. What did we see there?
10 bounce to 10, 10 rejection
mortgage applications, the 30-year mortgage stayed unchanged at 6.21%. So last week's big numbers on the downside softened a bit this week. Here it is. The composite only down 0.3.
Algo ranged at 10 and went lower to
2.4%, and the refinance is actually up 1.2%. Remember, the purchases last week were down 14%. Is that weather related? These numbers were much softer, but the overall housing is one part of the U.S. economy that is just not breaking out from the slump. Does it need lower interest rates? It probably does. We're down to 6.21, and it's still not showing any big jump in housing. So the Trump administration's full-out blitz on affordability and housing not kicking in just yet,
the morning cycle works.
All right. Well, we have a lot of names to watch. I'm sure you're paying attention all morning. Kevin Hanks, he's always all over it. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Good luck there.
It's like fucking Superman turbocharged. Lightning candles. Even faster because we're in the 3/3. Fucking lightning fucking candles. This shit is literally speed itself. Alright. Wow. This shit is literally speed fucking itself. Look at how NVIDIA bull trapped too at the fucking top today, man. Man, I was saying in the WhatsApp group, right? I think this is the bounce, or the bounce that we were maybe talking about, or we were thinking it might happen at some point yesterday. It's happening today. And the bounce is happening. Time is 10:05. Alright, most important levels to watch today. We said 192, 193, and 190. We're at 190. Q bull trapped. SPX bull trapped. Man, crazy. At some point, because there was a point where NVIDIA looked like it was gonna bear trap, but like even that shit fucking turned down. It said no, 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 no. I follow market. The market said, "Get your ass down here, boy." Down here.
Wall Street are gathering at Bank of America's Global Research Financial Services Conference in Miami, including executives of recently battered private credit companies. Leslie Picker joins us with some of the highlights. Leslie.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, it's been a busy few weeks for alternative asset managers, many of which got caught up in the software sell-off due to concerns about exposure among both private equity and private credit. And then over the last few days, of course, the publicly traded ones reported earnings where they disclosed somewhat minimal exposure to the software space, but most are still trading lower by double digits just over the last month. So today, as you mentioned, executives at the financial services conferences in Miami continue to try and explain their story. Overall, they made the case that their exposure to software is small, that they've been super selective in the space, and they're surprised by the market reaction and their role in that reaction. Here's Ares CEO Michael Arrighetti.
It is quite odd to us that the public markets have woken up to AI disruption as a theme. You know, if you've been investing over the last 5+ years and you haven't been thinking about opportunities and risks created from technology and AI implementation, you've probably been asleep at the switch.
Blackstone CFO Michael Chase said whenever you see such, quote, indiscriminate and very technical trading against a whole sector, as you have seen with software stocks, that almost definitely means it's being overdone. KKR CFO Rob Lewin said they have not gone and re-underwritten their software exposure and its impact on the portfolio because they've been, quote, doing that consistently for a long period of time. He said the big and unknown variable of AI could be negative for some software names in the portfolio, but it could also get the benefit of AI as well. It's just too quick to kind of make those underwriting decisions, I guess, over the course of a week, Mike.
For sure. I do wonder, I mean, you can't tell in the moment exactly what investors collectively are worried about here. Clearly, exposure to potentially weakening software credits is one thing, but there's also, you know, in everybody's mind, the fact that these players are having a large role in the financing of the data center build out, and they've really kind of ridden this kind of asset raising boom in private credit. And I just wonder if people are feeling as if just the tide might be shifting underneath these firms.
Yeah, I mean, they would say basically that's the hedge for them. Blue Owl co-CEO Doug Ostrover basically said he's super bullish on digital infrastructure, expressing some very certain sentiments about kind of their decisions and their exposure on that front. So they basically believe that, you know, you've got software on one hand, and then you've got digital infrastructure and their exposure to AI on the other. And in theory, if AI were to disintermediate software, they should balance each other out. Now, the unknown that's out there, and I think this is why you're seeing these stocks.
That's what I said. It looks. I said in the SPX, right?
Is yes, you've got kind of direct exposure with private equity, I said on SPX, private credit, which most of these executives have said is pretty minimal, just, you know, less than 10% across the board for each of those various products. But then you also have areas like GP stakes, which may mean indirect exposure. You've got other types of financing, which may mean indirect exposure. And then you may have exposure to places, you know, that may not be software in the kind of the software category, but still are at risk of being disintermediated by AI. So that's what the market is concerned about right now.
Super bears came off the kind of 130,000 to 55,000 jobs data.
They're concerned about what they don't know.
Right, no, exactly. Shoot first. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Leslie Pickard.
In fucking same day, 10-10. Wow, look at this shit. Oh my god. You know, I was saying this pre-market pop is literally yesterday's fucking entire move. And now we're doing the entire fucking anti-move. It's like opposite day. SPX 1 minute gap, opposite day, and then opposite day. And then candle trader is gonna look at this shit and be like, oh, what the fuck just happened? Oh, news is bullish. What the fuck happened? But man, market don't give no fucks. Market only cares about setup. And the setup is IWM is bearish, but they're showing bullish to fucking one last fucking bull trap again. Nvidia bull trap again too. QQQ 616 bull trap fucking again, but bear burns too. SPY bull trap again, but bear burn too. Overnight is a whole different fucking world. This shit intraday, overnight, a whole different fucking beast. Environment, setting, setup. Oh my god. Power. Jesus Christ. bearish control, full control. They're gap filled now. I'm up 50 fucking percent on my 190 Nvidia. 2 days out. I have so little. Insane. This fucking bull trap, fucking stupid crazy. I was thinking though, they cooking some shit on Nvidia and Tesla, but look at the market, man. They cooking even harder. They cooking this bitch even harder. Gap filled, folks. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, the entire fucking morning. 9:30. Time is 10:10. That is how it's fucking done. The market gives no fucking fucks. Nothing except setup, man. God did. God did! Ain't no way, bro. Look, SPX 1 minute gap. When it was bullish as shit, you know what I said in the WhatsApp group in pre-market? I said the SPX 1 minute gap in play, right? Shit, the SPX 1 minute gap was in play. And then it was the intraday gap. And then they're dumping. They're dumping. They're dumping. Fuck. Okay. This today's top. Oh my god. Oh my god. I was gonna fucking do huge into. Oh my god. Wow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Full bull trap. I don't even know if that's a fucking word. What the? Jesus Christ. We just ripped down $7. Alright, this thing could go more. There's insane fucking volatility, insane fucking momentum. The VIX got crushed and it is back at 20 or 18. I'm capping about 20, but like it's back at some crazy shit from morning open. Now look at the VIX. The VIX is at 18.35 rising. VIX is at 18.35 from 16.95 market open. This shit entire fucking day trap. Entire day trap. Look at the VIX yearly. Look at the VIX fucking 3 months. It's in a bullish fucking trend line. It's a bull trap, bull trap, bull trap, bull trap. VIX is bullish. VIX is bullish. Higher time frame. Higher time frame. VIX is bullish. Higher time frame. Insane work. Insane work. I was gonna send this shit last night, but like, bro, this fucking news. This fucking news, man. I was saying though, it's something stupid. 130,000 to 55,000 is something weird. I mean, super bullish, yeah. And I was like, this is either bullish or confusing at best. But like this, the jobs data I said is fucking weird. It's fucking weird, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my baby, like oh my god. So, all right, sorry. Shit. Time is 10:15. Like, shit. Might as well. Today, man. Shit. Cycle upon. Shit. Might as well. Shit. Lose 616 finally. Might as well. Man, look at tech. What do you see, guys? Man, I want to say the word. I see a cornucopia. Cornucopia. I see a cornucopia. Oh baby, like oh my god, so many eyes and want you finally. I want to do oh 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 my god. Oh, 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 oh my god. I don't give a fuck if people leave. I don't give a shit. What the fuck does that have to do with anything what's going on today, man? Nothing. I'll sing my ass off like I give a fucking rat's ass, man. I'll sing my ass off every fucking day today. Man, glorious. Glorious. Say the word. Alright, it's like that fucking time. Say the word. Cornucopia. I can't even say Cornua. Cornucopia. Cornucopia. Man. What's the word, folks? Cornucopia? What the fuck is that? Exactly. Cornucopia. Man, that's fucking disgusting. I see a cornucopia happening on SPY too. Or SPX, sorry. Cornucopia? What is a cornucopia? Fucking exactly, man. Exactly. Why the fuck do you think I learned this shit? Exactly. Cornucopia, baby. Technical trading, fundamental analysis, setup analysis, cyclical analysis, time confirmation analysis. Nothing more other than that. Right? God did setup fucking base too. So God did. But imagine, right? Imagine the confusion they created yesterday before the new shit on the SPX huge ass gap down, and there was like 3 fucking gaps and they filled 2 or some shit, and they popped up, filled it, and then fucking intraday gaps. So imagine the amount of confusion they created. Imagine the amount of volatility they created. And imagine the amount of fucking fake out they created. And you can tell because the VIX right now is completely faked out. You can tell. The VIX is completely faked out right now. Oh my god. IWM today was the leader though, market open. Oh baby, like, oh my god, so many eyes. I feel like Michael Jackson. Shit. I feel good. I feel like Michael Jackson, man. Oh. I'ma let that beat rock. Beat rock, beat rock. 1020 LOD breaking. That's the most sickest 7,000 hope I've ever seen. Man, this is the fucking sickest shit I've ever seen in my life, man. Every fucking time they do this shit, folks, I say it. And it's sick for me to say that, but every fucking time, dude, this is some sick shit. Every time they go to 7,000, every time they go to all-time highs, I see some crazy ass shit they do and never before seen shit, or like the biggest, I don't even know, like they do it in some fucking huger way or a different way or a bigger way, in some way that I've never seen before in my life. Never before seen in my fucking life, man. But I mean, that's how it is. You know what I mean? This is how fucking life works. But it's absolutely fucking crazy. That's all I can godly say. I'ma let the beat drop, beat drop, beat drop. Beat, 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 drop, beat, drop. Boom, 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 boom. Yo, this thing is non-stop. This thing is fucking non-stop. Is there some presidential news coming out? I don't know. Maybe there's a surprise White House live stream happening. It's possible. Man, QQQ non-stop. All right, bull trap. They gone. Time is 10:20. They gone. The 5-minute 10:20 extended. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 super extension. This is a fucking super fucking trap, and they're super fucking gun. Super fucking trap. Oh my god. Super fucking trap. Next support, 6904. There's no other support other than that at this point. 6904. Sick. They could come back here and find support, sure, but that's 50-50 now at this point. Now that it has gone lower, but yeah, I could find a little bit of bounce or not. But look at IWM. To be honest, I've never seen this shit in my life on IWM. I thought IWM was gonna go bearish yesterday, but I think everyone in the world did too. And then they fucking faked it out, and then IWM going lower. So I don't know. I've never seen this shit though in my life on IWM. IWM is doing some higher time frame, like big boy shit, because I've never seen shit like this on IWM. So IWM is definitely IWM, and that is for sure. I think this is the 0.5 fib almost going towards. Fucking nuts. I mean, this is nuts, but I've seen fucking nuts, so this is nuts, but I mean, only happening because it's in the possibility of the reality in the world and the setup. Cornucopia. Alright, we saw it happen intraday, if you guys remember. I believe a couple of days ago. But now this bitch is intraday happening multi-day. 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 Say the word proudly. Cornucopia. Cornucopia. And on that, I'm trying to leave the video on a huge fucking spike breaking yesterday's low. 190, man. Thank you so much. Someone said, please hit the like button, folks. Thank you so much, man. Sometimes market goes horrendously against and people just have a bad day and leave the live stream or never hit the like button or something. But thank you very much, those that hit the live stream, no matter what. That's something very cool. I think that's manly as fuck, and that's womanly as fuck, because they're basically, they're who they are and they know who they are. I like that in life. Life is all about knowing who you are. If you don't know who you are, man. Wow, 1025. We're at 689. We're now down $10. Alright, market is down $10 from open. Now we're $8 or $9. Someone said we're down into the oblivion. Bro. Stop. There was just so much damn liquidity and volatility built. Come on, stop it. Alright, stop it. Cohen is breaking down. Next support is 6904. If it does. Man, the volatility index. Alright, the VIX is at 19. Exactly. Look at the 1 month, right? Look at the 1 week. Look at the 3 month, right? Please look at the 3 month. Look at the yearly, year to date on the VIX. The thing was fucking at 17 that morning or some shit. It was at 16.76, way lower. It's at 19 right now, alright? While we were talking for the last 15 minutes, it went from 17.77 to 18.36 to 18.5 to 18.9, and now we're at 18.94. This is wild. Bitcoin is at 66,000. This is wild, man. Look at this fucking liquidation on the VDR. Wow. All right. I'm taking this shit 90%. Woo! Wow. God did today. God did today. Crazy fucking strength. God did. Fuck it. God did. I'm closing my eyes. Fuck it. God did. Let's go. Woo! All right. Friday expiry. I'm done. Woo! Let's go. All right. The fuck you mean I missed? I've been in the video. Fuck. Yer. Oh my god. You think I feel FOMO? Why the fuck would I feel FOMO when I have no fucking FOMO? I have my own shit going on for myself in life. Yer! Yer! I still have shit going on since yesterday fucking open. Crazy work on the video. Going crazy work on the video. Man, yesterday though I was saying, right? Yesterday night, right before this, I was saying the video may go lower, but I expect some sort of pop to show bullish hope at some point, even if not yesterday. And this was, I was like, oh, somewhere here. I was like, they're showing the hope now, in my opinion. And then look at this fucking wipeout. We're gonna go look at the S. We're gonna go look at the fucking Nvidia put to call ratio after this shit too, but man, look at this fucking wipeout. Dirty as fuck. 193, 194, 195, 196, 200, 190. Nvidia calls fucking wiped out again. Oh my god. The thing moves fucking crazy. It's so fucking nice. It moves $6 or $5 every fucking day. I can't believe it. It moves $6 or $5 every fucking day. Oh my god. I don't know how, dude. But I love to see it. I love to see it. Man, I love to see it. No cycle confirmation bounce yet. Bears are still here. However, it is detrimental to know that we are in the 3/3. What is detrimental? You need to go Google it if you don't know what detrimental means. What is detrimental? Detrimental. Well, that's not detrimental. I thought detrimental means like very, 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 very critical. Very, 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 very. Never mind. Maybe I'm thinking about a whole different word right now. All right, I'm a little bit distracted, so it's okay. Wow. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Look at the fucking bearish control right now. The VIX was crushed into morning open and the VIX fucking flew, right? That's the reason why these contracts are even fucking extended flying, because of the fucking VIX. The VIX was crushed at morning open. Man, though, this jobs report is it's something in quite a while. Right, it's been a complete fucking reversal overnight, but it also completely has been a complete fucking whack-a-mole used in setup, in cycle, like fucking nothing. So, in quite a while. I can't remember the last time this happened. The last time this happened maybe was, I don't even fucking remember, honestly. Like maybe more than 6 or 8 months ago. More than this, maybe a fucking year ago. Like this, how it happened today on fucking news and jobs data itself that hard. But I mean, who the fuck is in control of the jobs data? I don't know. I don't know. Who the fuck is in control of the jobs data? Because that jobs data was cooked.
Bank of America Securities head of U.S. equity and quantitative strategy, Savita Subramanian. She's here in a Fox Business exclusive. Well, yeah. Why is it? Listen, 7,100 is your S&P outlook.
Yeah, it's not much further from where we are now.
3% or so. Why aren't you throwing a ticker tape parade with what we just outlined?
Exactly. Everything sounds awesome. Why aren't we more bullish? Well, I mean, here's a little known fact.
Sorry, my Mac
Years where you have really strong earnings and really good economic growth are typically accompanied by pretty dismal equity returns. So if you go back over history, we've found that the market tends to anticipate these wonderful eras that we're living in right now. And maybe that's why we saw such a strong market rally last year and the year before. I also think that the direction of travel from here is getting less good. It's great right now. Maybe it's like kind of as good as it gets. But think about what's going to happen over the next 12 months. We've got more supply coming online, big IPOs in the wings in these AI companies. That means there's going to be more equity float, which kind of kills one of the bullish stories for the market, which is shrinkage. Remember shrinkage? It was the idea that companies were buying back stock. Stock equities were going private. There were just not enough equities to buy. Bearish. And that was actually bullish. And now we're starting to see more issuance, which is great for the issuers, but it's not necessarily great for investors. I think on top of that, you've got this air pocket in AI. And
not a bubble? You're calling it an air pocket?
I don't know if it's a bubble. I think where we are now, a lot of these companies that are, spending
no cycle
on
confirmation
CapEx,
long. They just bounce it for 5 minutes
as
from
rich
being
as they did
oversold.
back in 2000, but I think that we're not necessarily going to see that monetization and that free cash flow show up this year, maybe even not next year. I mean, power is the bottleneck, and it's going to take a while to get all that stuff on the ground.
With the job picture, as we said, let's call it a bit murky.
Look how bearish it went,
It's not where it was a year ago or 2 years ago. That said, when you look at what is expected, a gain of 70,000, if there is a disappointment, and it comes in a bit lighter than expected, does that change your path for equities?
No, I mean, I think that we're kind of expecting a little bit of a slowdown in demand for hiring. In fact, we've seen kind of a pause in hiring. It's interesting because unemployment has hung in there. It's not necessarily increasing, but hiring was much more vigorous a year ago, even 6 months ago, and now it's again in this sort of environment where we're wondering, okay, how much is AI going to really do for these companies? Should we hire that new slate if we're going to get that much more efficient and have to downsize later?
Are you depending at all on any rate cuts this year?
Well, I think we've got 2 cuts penciled in for the second half, but I think that the risk is they might happen slower rather than faster. So, expectations at the beginning of every year are like we're going to see tons of rate cuts and then those get dialed back a bit. That's another potential negative because if you think about liquidity, the Fed was cutting last year, profits were accelerating, everything was great. This year, we've got profits accelerating. The Fed is cutting still. They're on a cutting bias, but not as quickly as maybe we thought they would be.
Dallas Fed President Lori Logan said today that if we see further material sort of degradation in the jobs picture, that would basically warrant or justify cutting.
Look, let me tell you something,
absolutely.
Okay? All right, let me tell you something, guys. Life is not just just because I say I'm trying type of thing, right? Just because you come on chat one time and say good morning, or just because you do one thing in chat does not make you active in chat. People that are active in chat, you can clearly see who is active in chat, because those are the people that are active in chat. Why? Because they are probably choosing to be active in chat, right? But people that tell me, oh, but I'm active. Oh, but I'm here. Oh, but I care. Oh, but Jeff, you aren't seeing what, dude, everyone can see everything. It's just God knows and you know what you want. And you know, right, what you're doing. And there's no need to continuously ignore me when I'm like, hey, please not request to join the room, and they just request to join the room anyway, and they're like, oh, but I'm active. They never say anything in the WhatsApp group. They never even participate in the poll. Sure, you do watch the messages constantly, but I mean, truly, that is different. From being active, alert in your own mental life. 60 or 80 people that have what came and gone, man. Do you think, right? Every one of them fucking says they want to fucking try. Do you think they really have fucking put in the effort to be like, oh, I'm trying and doing, saying good morning one time in chat in the morning, every fucking time, does not really mean you are really trying. It just really means that you're trying to show that you are trying to say good morning one time in the morning and to show that you're active. That's good too, but I mean, at the end of the day, reality, the truth, nothing will change the truth and the reality. No matter how much I like it or not, and no matter whether someone else likes it or not, no matter how much anything, because I know this because my group was called Reality Market. Why the fuck would I be all about reality and reality? Because this is how I had to be to find the reality and to find the truth in myself and also in life and then also in the market. So, I mean, at the end of the day, people seek different things. Sure, some people seek reality. Some people seek the fucking easy way out. That's fine too. That's the majority of the world, right? Special people, the minority, wants to do the work to find it. So, yeah. But they understand. Everyone understands, man. But truly think about it. Am I really saying this to, come off in any way? Or am I really saying the truth? The truth is just the truth, right? So.
Hi, good morning, Kelly. Yes, it's Jobs Wednesday. Not necessarily a Friday, but every bit as important. Non-farm payrolls for January coming in twice expectations at 130,000. 130K. That would be the juiciest going back to April of last year when it was 158. Now, if we look at a couple of months worth of revision, they came in at minus 17,000. Now, let's look for average hourly earnings month over month, up 0.4. That's 1/10 higher than both looking back and looking forward. 0.4 would equal October last year. You are all the way back to the summer of 24 to find a higher month-over-month earnings number. Let's go year.
Belief leads behavior. Behavior leads to lifestyle, and lifestyle determines destiny, right? Let's read that again. It starts with action. Action leads to belief. Is there action? Then it doesn't lead to belief. If there's no action, there's no belief. If there's no belief, then it doesn't lead to behavior. If there's no behavior, the behavior doesn't lead to lifestyle. And if the lifestyle isn't there, it doesn't determine destiny because the mentality is not there, right? So everything does truly start with action. But I mean, that's the life, right? The majority don't want to do the action, but that's fine. I'll do the goddamn action for my fucking self, and I do the fucking minority action that nobody wants to fucking do.
Exactly.
David Goggins, 07, brother.
3.8 in the rearview mirror.
David Goggins,
how does
07,
that stack up? 3.7 would be the lightest since it was actually 3.6 Thanksgiving of last year. Now let's look at hours worked, shall we? 34.3. That increase, that's a good thing. That's up 0.1 from both than what we were expecting, and our last look, 34.3 would equal November. To find a higher one, you're all the way back to March of 24. Now the unemployment rate may be the most important number of all, and it moves down 1/10, 4.3%. All the naysayers out there, they're going to like this set of data points. 4.3 would be equal to where we were in August of last year. To find a lower number, you're looking at June of last year. Labor force participation moved up as well. More good news, 62.5. That would be the best since it was 62.6 in April of last year. And drumroll please, the final number I'm going to give you is U6, the underemployment rate, and it comes in at 8%. 8%. Last look was 8.4. 8% would be the best going all the way back to July when it was 7.9. Now, for the bad news, but expected bad news, we're looking at benchmark revisions from April of 24
Looks like
to
someone
March
had a
of
really good day. Someone said, I am so happy. Today, I got everything that I lost in the last week. Oh my God, that's crazy. Shit, I must feel like the angels pulling you from the depths and bringing you up to the heavens.
25.
I felt that last week.
The number that we were looking at was around minus 900,000.
It's a good feeling.
862,000. So the benchmark revisions are a little less than expected, but some were actually thinking it'll be in the 700,000 camp. So that comes into minus 862. What are yields doing? Zoom, zoom, zoom is what yields are doing. We move from 12, which was down 3 on a 10-year, to 419. That makes sense. A 2-year really screaming from 345 all the way up to 353. Why? Because these are solid, solid data points. And one more thing I'd like to point out. I am really on this kick. I think seasonal adjustments are dead on arrival on most numbers. Yesterday's retail sales looked flat. I brought it out at 8:30.
It's not a close dated cycles going on the video.
It was the strongest December on record at $818 billion.
Down there.
Kelly, Sully, back to you.
Kelly, Sully, back to you. How fast QQQ is today. Man, I want to keep watching the VIX here as well. There's a lot of things going on. I want the president to come on. That would just be a cherry on the top. And to finish off this confusion cycle. At around 11:30, if there is a surprise live stream or not.
Now I want to speak more broadly about what we're seeing in the markets this morning and this week, especially as we await some important data coming tomorrow and Friday. Helping us do that this morning, Eddie Gabor, owner at Key Advisors Wealth Management. Eddie, great to see you. We've got some green on the board again today, another positive day, but again, sort of sideways. Not a lot of movement and still seeing this heavy rotation trade here. What are your thoughts about the action we're seeing so far this week?
You know, this is falling right in line with our theme for 2026, as we've been pretty vocal about the fact that we think there's going to be new leadership this year. We've had a great run in technology for the last 3 years, but technology, in our opinion, is not going to lead the way this year. You want to be tilted towards economically sensitive areas and very underweight technology. I tweeted out the other day that you get any major bounce in software, which you've gotten the last 2 trading days. I would look at that as an opportunity to lighten up for those that are overweight tech, because I don't think that the rotational trade is even close to done yet. So we expect that to accelerate, because we think technology is going to really struggle even more in the second quarter. So this is a bet on the economy and going underweight an area that's just had a banner few years, and now it's time to just take profits, in our opinion, and rotate into other areas that are much stronger.
All right, so Eddie, I was just talking to Kevin Green about Datadog and the move we're seeing on their earnings right now, up about 15%. Are they a candidate for what you're saying right now to take this bounce and reallocate?
I think when you look at these names, it is not normal to see the volatility that we're seeing in these names. You know, it's very similar to what happened with Palantir post-earnings. They were up 12% that morning after and gave it all back plus more. So I think that's going to be the trend. Now, it's not going to happen to every single technology stock, but I think as a whole, when you look at the IGV being down 20% already to start the year, speaks volumes about the fact that the bar is set too high for earnings for technology, and it's really low for the economically sensitive areas. So I think these are going to continue to see this type of whipsawing with the trend more downward than upward for most technology names.
And you just mentioned Palantir. I know that you fully exited Palantir last week. You disclosed that to me before the show. You know, what's your concern with the stock at current levels? Because we also just got a note from Daiwa today upgrading the stock, and they're taking a more bullish stance.
Well, look, the market's speaking for us, so it's not a matter of opinion. It's the fact that they had an amazing earnings report, and they still broke under the 200-day moving average, so we're not going to try to catch a falling knife. And we don't really fall in love with a name.
Looks like
it's a
another
great
bearish
company.
cycle is trying.
We made a lot of money on and Palantir, as many investors have.
10:45,
But every stock has a time when a cycle ends short term, and then it corrects to get valuations down, and then you can go back into that position. So that's our opinion. We think that name could easily get to $100 in the next 6 to 8 months, and we'll buy it back. I hope I'm wrong, because I don't want to see investors lose a lot of money. But when you look at the technicals on that stock, I would be very hard-pressed to upgrade that after the fact that it couldn't deliver after amazing earnings. So I think the next quarter is going to be even rougher for names like Palantir.
So if that thesis proves true, and we are going to continue to see tech struggle the way that it has so far this year, you actually say the market you think is getting healthier more broadly. What signs of broadening are you seeing beneath the surface that lends itself to that thesis?
So when you look at what has been performing this year, which again, we keep talking about the economically sensitive areas, when you look at industrial ETF, you look at home builder ETF, you look at the small cap ETF, and you look at regional banks. These areas are up 9 to 12% already to start the year, while IGV's down 20, while the Qs are basically flat, and the S&P is up just less than 2%. This is a major outperformance, and I think this is indicative of what's going to happen this year.
Yeah, they're giving 200 hope on NVIDIA.
And the more this disparity in returns happens, the large institutions are going to be forced to sell the most concentrated trade in Wall Street, which is technology. They'll be forced to sell technology, and the money flows are going to continue to go in these areas, in our opinion. So it's a great market if you're in the right areas. And like I say, it's healthy because there's a lot more players in the game now versus just technology. And I think that's a real positive.
All right, so you like regional banks, and I know that you also like housing. You take me through your bullish view in housing right now, and if there are any specific names that you like there.
So we have been underbuilding for a while in housing, and one of the things this administration has really talked about is trying to get housing back going again. And whether you agree or disagree, whatever their policies are, the one thing with this administration is when they say they're going to go after something, generally they do. So, and the market is speaking to us. So we are in the ITB, which is the ETF for clients. If you want to look at individual names to be more aggressive, a name like Toll Brothers. And this is a real contrarian play. A lot of times going to places where most investors aren't can be profitable. And the last 2 years have been really bad for housing. So we think this is a year, at least for the first 6 months of this year, year where we're going to continue to get some major outperformance. So are they going to go up 12% a month like they did this past month? Of course not. But I think the outperformance relative to tech and the S&P will continue to broaden out.
And as far as housing goes, Eddie, how sensitive is this housing call to interest rates moving lower?
Well, interest rates obviously are going to be, we can't see interest rates go high, right? We can stay at these current levels in the 10-year and even go to 4.3, 4.4%. Now, if we start going to 4 or 5 because of inflation accelerating, that will be a headwind for housing. But we think the inflation data that we're going to get this week and next month is going to show a deceleration of inflation. And I think the bond market has already sniffed that out, as you've seen the 10 years back down to a level we haven't seen in a while. So we think we're going to stay range bound, and we're in an area where interest rates right now, I think, are low enough to get the economy going as well as get housing going again.
And Eddie, as far as your outlook for the data that we're getting this week, the delayed jobs report, also the inflation data on Friday, what are your expectations there? And also, how influential are they going to be in terms of potentially changing the path of the Fed? Because right now I'm just looking at it, and March is pretty much priced out at this point, a cut coming in March.
I think after this week's data, you're going to see the probability in the bond market of a rate cut in March go up substantially, because I think the labor market is going to show continued weakness, and I think inflation is going to show trending down. And so I think what will happen is you'll see the bond market, and maybe that's what the 10-year is telling us today with where it's at, that this inflation number that's going to come in is going to be very dovish numbers, as well as the data that we're going to get on jobs. So expect the probability of rate cuts to increase substantially after this week is how we're positioning.
All right, Eddie, we'll see. We'll get that data tomorrow, the first half of it, the rest on Friday. But we appreciate you being with us as always. Eddie Gabor, owner of Key Advisors Wealth Management.
Now, I've literally said this shit from day one. People only care about the greed, right? People have been using me like a fucking tissue, and they don't want to fucking learn for themselves. Those that only want to learn for themselves is the minority in this world. Right? I literally said it's not about the fucking green, it's about the education. But yeah, that's the only reason why they watch me, man. And now that, oh, something has changed. Oh yeah, nothing has fucking changed. Jack shit, except their fucking mentality. So nothing has changed in their mentality too. It was actually always like that. So yeah.
Good morning and welcome to Yahoo Finance's special coverage.
It's not even like I've never said
January
this shit though. I said this every single stream.
We are seeing futures push a little bit higher. Of course, everything could change after this report. Let me run you through the expectations here. In terms of non-farm payrolls and the change that we are looking for here, 65,000 is the average estimate on the part of economists. That would be a little bit of an uptick from the 50,000 that we saw in the increase in December. So that's his number we're going to be zeroing in on. We'll, of course, be zeroing in on the unemployment rate, which is predicted to remain steady at 4.4%. And as always, we take a look at the average hourly earnings as well, predicted to, again, remain steady with a gain of 0.3%.
Human beings, right?
This jobs report, it being the report for January,
right? We do things in life based on incentives.
The benchmark revisions. Now, every year we see the BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, come out and revise the numbers for not just the prior year, but sort of the prior year minus a little bit. So this benchmark revision will affect April 2024 to March of 2025, that entire period. Last September, BLS came out and said they had actually overcounted the amount of jobs in that period by 911,000. Now they'll come out with a revision to that revision today, and the consensus estimate is that it will actually have been an overcount by 825,000. In other words, the amount of jobs in that time was actually 825,000 lower than the initial estimates. Why does this happen? Is it some big conspiracy theory? No. It's just because there are different surveys that track this, and so they put all the surveys together and try to smooth out the numbers in various ways and try to get a more accurate read. So we're looking for that number, even as we are looking for non-farm payrolls as well, in what looks to be a weakening job market. So this number going to get a lot of attention. So we're waiting for those numbers to come up here. I'm starting to see some of that 130,000, so almost double the expectation. Much stronger job number coming out for the month of January, 130,000 versus the 65,000 that was estimated. The unemployment rate ticking down to 4.3% from 4.4% here. We do have a downward revision. It looks like in payrolls, so that's something to keep an eye on, a downward revision of 76,000 for the prior 2 months. We don't yet have that benchmark revision number, so I'm going to keep an eye on that to see what it looks like. And actually, average 862,000, there we have it. 862,000 was that benchmark revision. So I was just talking about this affects the overall jobs numbers from April 2024 through March of 2025. The initial read from BLS is that they had overcounted that by 911,000. Now they're saying they overcounted it by 862,000. So that's very backward looking, but just gives us an idea of how much the job market was already weakening going into, say, Liberation Day last year when we got those big tariff announcements. So again here, just to summarize what we have just learned, 130,000 jobs added to the U.S. economy in the month of January. That is almost double what had been estimated. That said, there was a downward revision in payrolls for the prior couple of months. The unemployment rate going down to 4.3% from 4.4%, and that benchmark revision to the prior period, 862,000 drop in jobs versus the initial read that we got there. Now we see futures extending their gains a little bit. There have been some expectation going to this report that if it was substantially weak, well, maybe that would force the hand of Jay Powell even before he steps down as chair of the Federal Reserve. This does not look like a report that is going to do that. But we are seeing futures up a little bit, but undoubtedly we'll see them bounce around a little bit as folks react to these numbers and parse through them. Let's get more interpretation and insight now. Joining me to break down the jobs report is Brian Jacobson, Annex Wealth Management Chief Economist and Strategist, Kathy Bostjancic, Nationwide Chief Economist and Senior Vice President, and Kelsey Barrows here with me in the studio, JP Morgan Asset Management Fixed Income Portfolio Manager. Kelsey,
all right, well, let's do one poll.
Now I want to speak more broadly about what we're seeing in the markets this morning and this week.
We're at the midpoint almost. So let's do one poll.
Market on close. I'm Sam Bartis on the floor of
Based on today's move so far, the market is bullish or bearish?
Precious metals is George Noble. There he is, managing partner, Noble Capital Advisors. George, it's so nice to have you around this. Thanks so much for your time.
Well, from here.
All right, well, we haven't touched much on it in the show, obviously, because there's a couple of other things going on. But I mean, these moves in the metal space have been notable. Obviously, we've got this weakness in the dollar. We're seeing gold, silver, copper, palladium, platinum all pulling back today. But just talk to us about that price action we've seen. Why is it so volatile to start 2026 after basically just going like that for 2025?
So the speculators, the degen crowd, they've migrated from Bitcoin. They adopted SLV and GLD as their meme stocks. And silver, as you know, is a much smaller market than gold. So that seems to be the object of choice. Easier to push around, easier to make money. So you've seen, a decline in volatility in Bitcoin, but conversely, the action, if you will, is now in the precious metals. And there's so much liquidity out there sloshing around, it's going to find a home. And so thank you for having me on the show. I've been on a couple times in the past with Nicole and with Diane. I remember I was here in April of last year, and it was a week when the metals had a big dirt nap. And so Diane saying, "Oh, so you think it's over?" And I said, "The only I think it's a bear market. The only bull market I see is a bull market, and those calling the end of the bull market for silver and gold." It's all a long way of saying people get so caught up in the daily volatility. Zoom out, though. Look at the bigger picture. Look at the trend. So I don't really pay attention to it on a daily basis. Avoid the hot takes is one of the things I firmly believe in.
We have 0 people that voted bullish into the end of the day from here. And we have 6 people that voted bearish into the end of the day from here.
To levels not seen since 3 weeks ago. But, I think gold and silver are still up like 18 or 19% this year. So look at the big picture. Look at the trend. Do not pay attention to the daily volatility. And by the way, you want to really blow your mind? I think there's a chance silver's going to go up so much more than anybody thinks. So it came out the other day, I don't know if you caught this, but I think it was midweek last week. Silver had that really bad dirt nap. I had the first big down, then it rebounded. I think it was one day it was down like $15 or something like that. Well, I'm sure you saw the story. There was a story out that one big Chinese speculator had come in a really loud fashion to push the price down deliberately. So here's the thing. It worked in the short run, but now we know there's a big short in the market.
Right.
And I was reminded in 22, I think it was.
We have
a similar thing happened to the
10 people voting bearish until the end of the day.
Chinese investor came in a very loud way, pushed the price down.
have
He wanted to be known he was short. And he pushed it down, it went down. You can't exactly
11
pick
people
the bottom, but say
voting
once upon
bearish until the end of the day. 12 voting me.
So
13
I think silver,
voting DST.
I mean, look,
no, we have 2 people
want to
voting.
go 100, 150.
We have
I don't
1
know. I just
person
think it's
voting
up,
bullish
and
until
I
the
think
end
people
of the
actually
day.
going to be
Conrad
surprised
Ballman.
by how much it goes up. And I think what you saw the other day was the Johnny come lately, the tourists jumping in, the macro tourists who don't know what they own, getting flushed out.
Conrad Ballman.
Interesting. Okay, I know you touched on the macro tourists. I've heard that before. But you know, getting back to China, obviously it's been a source of what we've seen on the way up with gold because of that aggressive central bank buying. I think the PBOC out on the weekend, like 15th month. We know that of course is coming from that very
the one person versus the world.
And
why?
we know the reasons behind
That's the only
that
reason
as well.
why.
But then of course on
Chicken
the silver,
Little.
As you mentioned, perhaps
the world is falling. Chicken Little said. The world is rising. Chicken Little said. The entire farm said. What you saying, Chicken Little?
But I want to touch on something you said. You believe that silver is going to keep going, and why? Because I'm fascinated.
I thought there would be at least one more vote bull, but maybe everybody is bearish looking at this cornucopia or whatever the hell this shit is right now.
So what you have to worry about
could be bearish, but it doesn't really say bearish, right? It could not break today's low, but it could chop low, or it could.
Get substitution. People stop using silver and use something else.
That's fucking.
Okay, so for instance,
why couldn't this shit do it fucking yesterday open? That's the fucking saddest part. Like, fucking used every fucking liquidity into data.
You're starting to see various companies that use the chips for things, saying, well, they're gonna have to raise prices a lot, or they'll have to find some other way of making the products. All right, so. The tricky thing about silver, it's got an industrial demand.
Farm animals
aside from
versus
the
Chicken Little.
Value, and
time is 11.
So, for instance, your point about China shifting over to solar as an example. Okay, they're going to keep doing that regardless. It's like a national imperative. So they're really price insensitive. And as you know, the Chinese are some of the great wealth redistributors of the world. So, as
Justin said, bull, cow steak. This is a rainbow bull. So you're bullish?
You say, where's silver going? To steal the line from my Bitcoin friends, number go up.
What are these polls, man? The Gator putting in a cow in chat, like, is that like an excuse to be bullish and bearish at the same fucking time? Like, what the fuck is a cow?
Into the picks and shovels.
Tanya says all-time high by end of the week. Today is Wednesday. Tomorrow is Thursday. So please vote on the poll. Poll says based on the move today, the market is to end the day. Nothing else.
With Japanese
other than
also with
end the day. So many things could happen.
International fund, a overseas fund.
But if you are thinking all-time highs by end of the week, so you must be bullish, right?
The Japanese market was a cat's meow. It was all the rage. The Nikkei, the Japanese stock market, got up to 2/3 of the non-U.S. market cap, IFA. And at that point, if you didn't own Japanese stocks,
there's no bull icon. There has to be a bull icon.
Was doing well.
You're lying. There has to be a bull icon.
The financial stocks, which were leadership,
on the phone too.
Look, times earnings. These are banks. 10 times.
You see that bull? Oh, you don't.
Kept going up. Right?
Shit, I'll draw the bull.
And so, but eventually the song changes. Japanese market
that might be a
39,000
bison.
In 1989.
That's a bull,
right?
The
next 25 years,
it's so cute.
Just sell your Japanese stocks and buy something.
Yeah,
else,
there's a bull in the
Gator.
Gator says there's a bull.
Is, I believe.
That might
I'm
be
not likening technology stocks to moribund Japanese would-be bankrupt banks. But what I am saying is the Mag 7 and the U.S. technology stocks have sucked all the air out of the room. You know, the 35% U.S. market cap. U.S. got up to what was it, 70%.
Justin says my emotions during the week be
like
the
greatest story in town, maybe the
up,
only story
down,
in town.
laughing, chattering, eye popping, shocking, jaw dropping.
You're starting to see growth pick up elsewhere. And so before it was
what
like,
are we even talking about right now, bro?
What
the fuck? All right, let's focus, man.
There was the Mag 7 and the 493. The 493 did nothing. The Mag 7 was the only game in town. Now I think what's happening on the global stage, money is going to migrate from tech into the 493. migrate from the U.S. into other markets.
Man, that kind of move is absolutely possible with calls. I don't know what you're talking about.
But I actually think this is
yesterday closed into open.
So easy to beat the index. Just
yesterday closed.
So easy to beat the
open was like 70 points up. So
what's already happened here today.
This shit was equally as strong going up as going down. This shit was equally as strong going up.
S&P's up 2.
And then choppy. So like it was strong here. 1/3, 2/3 was strong.
It's up over 10%.
Fucking sussy ass way.
20-30%, and mine are up 20-30%.
Right.
It's like, and so everyone's stuck because they bought this story. Look, these are great companies. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But the index funds have passed the whole thing. So I think run. And actually, if you want to talk about it, we all have to talk about it. I think the tech stock could be an absolute disaster. It's not just underweight. I think they could crash. If you want to talk about that,
George, we're going to have to get you back to talk about all of that again soon because we have completely run out of time.
This guy is saying something the market will not like. What the hell? What the hell? He said what?
The Shopify have turned lower this morning after some pre-market gains. The global commerce company missing expectations on earnings, but better than expected growth and a $2 billion stock buyback program. Joining us this morning exclusively is Shopify.
What the fuck is this? 4 a.m. pop into 8 a.m.
Shopify president Harley, welcome back. Good to have you.
Good to be here, Carl. Always love jumping on here right after I get off the earnings call.
Yeah. It's been an interesting sort of wrestling match where you're obviously growing GMV at 31, but these overriding fears about displacement of AI, I wonder, is that a hard thing to slip through?
Well, let me share what I shared on the call this morning, which I think will give you the best picture, which is 2025 with Shopify at full throttle. We drove compounding growth and we laid the rails for this new AI commerce era. We're building this generational business, Carl, and I think the 2025 results do the talking for us. GMV was up 29% to $378 billion. Revenue was up 30% to $11.5 billion. That's like a decade of growth over 20%, and we now power more than 14% of the entire U.S. e-commerce market.
No bueno, señor. New work or no good.
With discipline, with free cash flow exceeding $2 billion. In 2025 though, we also
Senor, new work or no good.
For the future.
Look at this shit.
1/3,
2/3,
and
3/3.
shopping,
The majority up there. The majority in the 3/3, dude. The minority in the 1/3, 2/3. That's for fucking shit. The minority in the 1/3, 2/3.
Storefronts, and I think it's clear that this AI shopping is a new frontier.
The minority in the 1/3, 2/3. The majority in the 3/3, 2. The minority in the 1/3, 2/3. The majority in the 3/3, 2.
15x.
Almost 15x. Now again, it is on a smaller base for sure, but we're already seeing that so many merchants on Shopify and off Shopify are coming to us to ask us how they can participate in this. And part of the reason that we've done so much around laying these rails, we co-developed the Universal Commerce Protocol with Google.
See, we all have different goals in life. Some people are trying to get a half a cow for their deep freezers. Some people.
We also built storefronts where merchants can instantly turn on AI shopping. And what it does do is it syndicates billions of products through our entire catalog to every major AI platform, Google AI Mode, Gemini, ChatGPT, Microsoft Copilot. And some of our brands like Monos and Gymshark, Skims, and Everlane, they're already
Let's see
doing
in
this
chat,
well.
folks.
We also built the
What are you going to go eat for lunch?
For brands that are not even on Shopify yet.
I want to see the best of the best.
That when commerce flows freely
across
agents, everyone wins. So we're really setting the standard here for how
what are you going to go eat for lunch?
With AI, and Shopify's at the center of it.
You guys are making me think of steak, but I don't want steak again. You know, not a lot of people know right now, but apparently the energy sector is doing better than the S&P 500 right now. It's kind of nuts.
Listen, I got this together because I wanted to have this conversation about first experiences in the industry, right? What you learned, what mistakes you made, and how we can educate people today. So I have a question from a listener, Karen from New York, who says to me, if I could go back and give my younger self one trading rule to
Golden
live
Nuggets.
by, what would it be and why?
Is that like a
so, John,
buffet?
why don't you start us off?
Golden Corral?
Biggest mistake I made investing
Isn't
when
that
I
a
was
casino?
young was
Golden
being
Nugget?
too heavily weighted in bonds. Believe it or not,
Taqueria,
65%
Chick-fil-A.
of my portfolio was in bonds. That was absolutely stupid. Well, how in old were you when you retrospect. did that? How old? I was in about, 25, 26. And nobody told you otherwise? Nobody. In fact, the recommendation was to keep a lot of money in bonds. This was going to be for my retirement, okay? Wow.
At age 25.
Right.
Yeah, if you're
that
worried
was
about your
for-
retirement at 25.
Well,
Wait,
but what
something.
year this was is, that?
Yeah, this
company.
shit is
about
scary
what
looking
year was
bullish
that?
now.
That would be
Wow, I
about
don't even know. One single candle
1980,
coming, pop up, trying to
1979,
pull
1980,
bear
which was,
trap.
by the way, in 1979, what did business week
ultimate
tell
cycles.
us? Equities were dead. Equities, Really? yeah, they were in a lot of trouble at that point in time. That's because of persistently high inflation, very high interest rates, and not to be forgotten, shortly thereafter, we had what? Corporate bond yields were at 16 or 17%. Right. So actually, So in
bro.
retrospect,
If you could,
because Fed funds were 21%, Yeah, I think,
so
in
it's a trap
1980,
cycle.
81, right? When
Yeah.
inflation
So
had gone through the roof.
Yeah.
And Paul Volcker, Fed
Get out that cash flow. And so
so that later, and that will change eventually. Yeah.
By the way,
Smart.
so Delta, this is brilliant. So Delta was taking delivery of one of the Airbus airplanes. But the problem is, if they brought it in as an import, right, it's tariffed at whatever. At the time, it was like 30%. So what they did is they chartered the Airbus, the brand new Airbus, on a special flight from Toulouse, France to Tokyo, and then Tokyo to San Francisco. By the time it got to San Francisco, it had already done one flight. It was a used aircraft. No
I don't know
tariffs.
what the fuck we're listening to be honest. Just stupid ass stories.
Yes, Google's parent company Alphabet is just tapping the bond market with a 100-year time frame. No joke, this bond is not going to mature until the year 2126. And the wild part is investors could not get enough of it. On today's Stocks in Translation, we're breaking down what this so-called century bond actually is and why a company that's drowning in cash, why they would want to borrow in the first place. So Alphabet is raising about $32 billion across multiple bond deals in multiple currencies, and only a smallish part, 1 billion British pounds, is for 100 years. But let's back up a minute and add some context about the difference between stocks and bonds. So stocks are ownership, bonds are a loan. With a stock, you own a slice of the company. You buy it with the hope that the stock price goes up, and maybe the company pays you a dividend. With a bond, you're lending to the company money, and they pay you interest until the maturity date is reached, and then they pay you back the original amount, and you get to keep all the interest. Now let's talk about who buys something like this. Some buyers, like pension funds and insurers, want steady payments for a very long time. Their promises to pay people last decades. So guess what? They like investments that last decades. Other buyers are just making a big clean bet on interest rates, hoping to buy low and sell high, or vice versa. And why would Google's parent company want to go into debt when they're neck deep in cash anyway? Because AI is turning tech into a hugely expensive infrastructure build out, and even cash-rich companies like to have cheap, flexible funding while rates are historically low. Okay, so quick history break right now, because century bonds, they are not anything new. Way back in 1993, Coca-Cola did a 100-year bond. And so did Motorola in 1997, which was the last time a tech company played the century
went to
game.
608 and recovered to 612.
They also sold one in 2017.
Equally
and
as
if you
bear
really
trap
want to
as
melt your
equally as
brain,
bull
the
trap
UK
in the morning.
issued perpetual
Bull
bonds
trap
called
all the way at
consols
617,
starting in 1751 with no maturity date ever. So here's the thing to really wrap your head around. It might not come right away, but if you can get this straight, you can talk bonds all day with the best of them. And what I'm talking about is how a bond's price and its yield always move opposite each other.
Don't care about no cornucopia. There's an extreme 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, and then burning inside the cornucopia.
We've got the bond price in white and the interest rate in green. So notice the mirror image. In fact, that's the only thing that you really need to concentrate on. When the price line goes up, the yield goes down. And when the price goes down, the yield goes up. This is a seesaw. And here's why this happens like clockwork. Let's say a new bond is issued at a certain interest rate, maybe 5%, and with a maturity of 10 years. Then let's say other 10-year bonds are issued with higher rates, like all the way up to 10%. Well, our original bond that's only paying 5%, while these others are paying 10%, they don't look that attractive. So the price of the bond starts getting cut until buyers feel like they're getting a good deal. A rough rule of thumb is if yields double, then the price of the bond can actually get roughly cut
fried
in half.
bologna sandwich.
It's not perfectly like
What's
that,
a fried
but that's a very
bologna
good starting
sandwich?
point. Okay, what do we look out for next when it comes to big tech and big bond offerings? First, we want to watch demand on similar long-term tech bond offers. Are these deals getting upsized or are they getting cut?
I want a sub. I'm
Is
so
the extra
hungry
yield
now.
that investors are demanding beyond safe government bonds, is that shrinking or is it growing? And then there's a narrative. Does AI stay in build-out mode, or do we start seeing AI turn into real revenue? That answer can determine who wins in both the stock and bond markets. And remember that the pick and shovels trade of the dot-com boom, which was a huge build-out of fiber optics, those cash-rich giants didn't get the huge upside, but they did share in the long, deep downside. Something to think about with Alphabet. And tune into the Stocks in Translation podcast for more jargon-busting deep dives. New episodes can be found Tuesdays and Thursdays on Yahoo Finance's website or wherever you find your podcast.
Thank you, Yahoo.
So there's the setup as we, of course, are now looking at this jobs data that's come through. And let's get to Kevin Green to unpack some of this. Obviously, we've had around 90 minutes to digest these numbers. We've seen the initial market reaction, strong on the headline, 130K versus 55 expected. So unemployment at 4.3, but a lot of conversations this morning as far as the reaction, KG, have been around the seasonality, whether we should take this as a grain of salt, and also around the methodology update here. I was looking at some of the talk going into this around the birth-death model, whether the revisions would actually point to the strength last year we saw being a lighting trick. Just talk us through what you're seeing there. It's a bit more nuanced than we're seeing on the surface.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, the jobs numbers were better than the street's expectations, especially when you're looking at the headline. Now, January is usually a very volatile month when it comes to the jobs report, and that's exactly what we saw today compared to the street's expectations. So keep in mind, January and July is where we actually do see a lot of volatility. We did see non-farm payrolls coming in at 130,000. Street was looking for around 66,000. We had a small revision to the downside for last month's print, and we did see that unemployment rate coming down to 4.3% compared to the street's expectations of 4.4%. Now, you're talking about the seasonality and the update to the birth-death model. We have actually seen a pretty aggressive adjustment here. Obviously, the immigration policy has been a very big focus for this administration, and we are now starting to see that reflected in a lot of the non-seasonal adjusted data. And in fact,
my mic was muted. I was like, dude, what are we supposed to think on this non-farm payrolls and jobs data? They're making everybody think super bullish on it because the news is 130,000 versus 65,000 or something, and they're making everybody feel bearish on it. Like, look at what KG's saying. Brace for market fade after non-farm payrolls. Like, are they about to fucking chop somehow, burn everything, or what the fuck? Like, they have to fucking burn one side, right? But like, dude, this news is absolutely fucking insane because it makes everything looks bullish and it makes everything looks bearish even more than it was before the fucking news. And the news is extra bullish, so it's doing the job.
For January was around 2.6 million.
What do you guys think? Is this non-farm payrolls being super bullish, right?
Basically just talks
is this a bullish news or is this a bearish news? Or do you think that it's fucking weird, absolutely weird, how super bullish it is that you want to be so cautious? Like, yo, oh my, today is Wednesday. All major blue chip stocks have options expiring today.
But if you're looking at the adjusted numbers, the headline looks actually pretty fine. But when you kind of look into the weeds,
even
you
harder
could maybe make a case that there is some significant weakness in certain parts of this market.
That's what I'm kind of seeing on NVIDIA. It's like cooking calls and puts at the same time.
We did see yields move to the upside, maybe backing out rate cut expectations. Now I look at, I'm seeing July being kind of being
I left close dated NVIDIA at the bottom, somewhere here. I left 9 or something. I left my last one here at 90 or 80%.
Obviously, it's been moving to the upside at least early on.
This shit was literally Friday expiring.
After we digest this for a little bit, and that might be the case here, where he actually did pull back around 30
I still have next week
35
expiring
since
on
the
the
opening
video,
rotation for the
but
S&P 500.
it's playing with
I just wanted to ask you what that meant for the markets, because obviously we've seen that initial spike in the yield.
A lot of calls at 190, 191, 190, somewhere on the video, so it could easily come back whenever it wants to.
Where does this leave the rate cutting expectations? I know you mentioned that now perhaps the market penciling in something around July, but particularly in light of the fact that we're going to be hearing from more Fed speakers today.
Someone said, I smelled bullshit as soon as I saw the numbers. Someone said, I'm very cautious.
I'm just wondering, where that sort of lies, where that leaves the market reaction, and as far as the rate cutting bets are concerned, as we look ahead to what's going to be that CPI print on Friday.
Yeah, you're going to probably see a little bit more of a split when it comes to the vote for rate cuts moving forward. Not only him, but Logan also had maybe some less than dovish comments yesterday. Really, a lot of these Fed members are looking at the jobs market, and some of them think that it's in dire straits, and others say that they're not as concerned compared to inflation. Now, when you're looking at the 10-year Treasury yield, we have seen it move to the downside over the last couple of trading sessions. It did hit that area of resistance, very key area of resistance of 4.3%, and then we started seeing it move back to the downside, because the biggest fear for this print was not so much that we were going to have more jobs being printed than the analyst expectations. It was the concern that we would actually see fewer jobs being priced into this market. Even half is kind of that whisper number that we were looking at this morning, and that just was not the case. So you are seeing individuals selling out of treasuries, maybe also getting into the equity markets. You did see the dollar kind of firm up here a tad bit. It's kind of actually reversed a little bit throughout the day as well. So I think the market's pricing in maybe rate cuts are going to be delayed here, at least for now. We'll see what actually happens on Friday. I think the inflationary print is also going to put a little bit of a unique dynamic within this market as well, because the inflation numbers in January are also very volatile, and so we could actually see a hotter than expected print than the street's expectations, which could once again kind of lead to this concern that we have maybe a stagflationary light type of environment taking place. But for today, jobs report, if you're looking at the adjusted numbers, were a lot better than the street's expectations, and that's why we saw initially green on the screen for the S&P.
Yeah, and the unemployment rate at 4.3. I mean, certainly encouraging. Look, let's just switch gears to what else is on the move. You're looking at oil this morning. Obviously, yesterday we were talking about these headlines around President Trump.
What do you mean?
Talking about
slight green at open.
Second carrier group to the Middle East. If
they popped up 70 points from yesterday close. That's not a slight pop.
What is driving it?
That's a complete 180.
Okay, so we have some geopolitical risk that you just kind of talked about with Iran. Obviously, it's going to play in the background, but a couple of key items that are going overlooked. EIA actually made a statement yesterday stating that they do not believe that OPEC's actually going to raise production.
What's that you wake up? The year is 2043. SPY is trading at 695.
Production is going to increase.
Yo, it's only been here for 3 days, all right? Chill.
You are also seeing maybe a technical, potential breakout here. Some buyers have been stepping in at this 50-day moving average, which is sitting at around $62.80. We did see some buyers step in that level yesterday, and that key neckline is $66. And I think if you get a break above that $66 level, you probably will see a little bit of a short squeeze taking place in this market. And I would not be surprised. It probably won't be next week, probably won't be the week after, but I would not be surprised if we do try to test this the $75-ish area over the next couple of months. The seasonal period is really ripe for a bullish move, not only in oil, but also in gasoline. We are seeing a lot of the refiners selling out their winter gasoline stocks, getting ready for the summer season. That usually leads to higher prices, and then the market's also pricing in maybe demand being a little bit better than the street's expectations as well. So this looks a little bit more bullish than bearish, especially if you're looking at the weekly and the technical setup.
Man, KG said it best.
So much for unpacking some of the movers and the data.
They're showing a little bit more bullish here than not. But since our poll, we went up about 65.80 cents above the 0.5 fib. Would anyone would have guessed this kind of cycle was coming from the floor, though? Oh my. True bottom of the cornucopia. 10:20, 10:30. 10:30 to 11:30, 1 hour. Oh my. Now this shit is the actual test of a human capacity to understand cycle and basically temptation. Right. From the fucking, hypothetically speaking, fucking the devil himself, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. These cycles are huge. Cycles are actually huge. Like $4 up from the bottom too. Roy said a cup of noodles, 90-cent cupcakes. Shit. That is sad, man. Don't say that.
Away. We are awaiting the delayed January jobs report due out at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. That is 4.5 minutes away. Economists are expecting 70,000 jobs created for the month of January, with the unemployment rate declining to a level of 4.4%. We are bringing in an all-star jobs panel right now. Fox Business' Cheryl Casoni is here. Slate's own wealth partner and chief market strategist Kenny Polcari is here.
Man, you know what I want? I want President Trump to come on live on YouTube and say, look at all the jobs data, blah, blah, blah. No, that's what I want.
Entrepreneur Shares CEO Joel Schulman is here, and Job Creators Network CEO Alfredo Ortiz is here. Great to see everybody. Thank you so much for being here. And Louis, I want to start things off with you because you have long been a growth investor and have predicted a strong backdrop. What are you expecting in terms of the backdrop for jobs and economic growth this year?
Well, Wall Street's rooting for a weak number, so we get more rate cuts faster and more furious. So let's hope we get it. Now, there's a lot of seasonal adjustments in January, and we'll have to dig in the details a bit.
Yeah, Steve Moore, your thoughts on where we are? It feels like we've got a good growth story, economic growth, but jobs are more questionable, partly because of the impact of AI.
This is a high-flying economy. It's hard to find anything not to like about what's going on with the U.S. economy.
Someone just sent
a few
a
minutes
picture
how good this jobs report is.
But of a build-your-own combo. You get grilled stuff, curry, rice, and a drink for $12.99.
Last year has really been a problem of a shortage of workers,
people out there in the central,
we still have about 7
West
million
Coast,
job
man,
openings in this
living
country. And as we've talked about so many times on this show, Maria, the problem is employers. Over one-third of businesses are
good.
hiring.
Wow, three-third bearish,
three-third bearish. They just can't find the workers with the skills they need to fill those jobs.
Yeah, Cheryl Casoni, what are you going to be focused on when you actually get these numbers, the most important metrics from your standpoint?
Revisions. We're going to be looking for revisions not just for December, but that gives us an overall 2025
This shit could trap the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, or it could cycle here for 40 minutes, right?
The 1/3, of a girthy report
2/3,
than
3/3.
other reports that we've had in the past. I was looking at the estimates from Goldman. You know, they're kind of calling for about 45,000. You got Citi looking for 135,000. The range is all over the place for this one. The lowest I saw, -10 for this morning.
Bullish cycle is
so
in danger.
Look, economists are all over the place. No offense,
We're going to
Steve
see
Moore.
what happens.
Yeah,
but we shall see.
That's great info, Cheryl. Thanks for that. Now, Kenny Polcari, part of the growth story of this economy has been AI and how so much money is moving into AI.
Artificial
but
intelligence,
we saw a bit
folks.
of a shock reaction to all that AI spending. And yesterday, it actually also took down the wealth managers. Your reaction?
Listen, I think at some point you have to recognize that AI is going to continue to disrupt every industry. So I'm not necessarily surprised that yesterday it attacked the wealth managers. They came out with that new tax feature. One of those companies came out with this new tax feature that was threatening or attempting to threaten, or at least that was the sense, the market reaction was that it was threatening wealth advisors. I'm not sure that that's exactly true. I think it'll help and assist, and I think
$17 where I'm at for just for like
I don't
know even if
take away.
I don't even know if they
yesterday's
give
reaction
me
for the big money managers was overdone.
Alfredo Ortiz, President Trump has prioritized getting supply chains and manufacturing back to the United States. We've seen job creation there. Where are the jobs?
Not gonna lie, I had butter chicken yesterday and I kind of got sick. I ate at like 1 a.m., 12 p.m. and I went to sleep.
It's a 2026
I
economy
woke up at
continues
5
to
and I was like,
we're going to see disposable incomes continue to grow,
like 6
and
hours
we're
earlier,
actually
so
wage
I
growth as
digest
well.
and sleep.
And
Yeah.
401ks and savings
not
accounts
the
and
best.
interest rates start to drop.
It was not the best.
I think people are going to start spending more money, and so
Time
we're
is
going to start seeing
11:30,
hospitality
2/3,
numbers go
3/3
up.
bullish cycle
AI is an
trend
interesting
off
story, and I'll come
one
back to that
single
as well. But for
5-minute
small
cycle.
businesses, I think there's a story there as well.
11:25
And Joe Schulman, your thoughts on what to focus on in this report as well? Also,
A little
moves
McDonald's
in the
arch
market.
is
Do
formed.
you see money coming out of those types of ETFs that
I
Kenny
don't know
just
what
talked about?
IWM is doing, to be honest. There's
Well,
not much.
to Cheryl's point, we're going to be looking at the revisions. I mean, clearly this is a market where not all sectors are rising equally. I mean, we see it within AI. AI is having an effect on certain publicly traded companies. We're seeing private companies like Anthropic, OpenAI, XAI really performing strongly. So this is an interesting market. This is a question of where the money is shifting. So in fact, we're going to continue to see jobs growing in healthcare and social services. We're going to see jobs disappearing in tech and AI and finance and entry-level jobs.
Market is on fire. The Dow Industrial's moving up right now, up 152. Let's get the jobs numbers right now from Cheryl.
130,000 jobs created for the month of January.
Wow.
The estimate was 70,000. Wow, I was right, Maria. 4.3% is the unemployment rate. The street was looking for 4.4%. This is not the kind of report we expected to see, guys. Let me give you the government jobs picture. That is negative 42,000
Follow
on the
the
government
leaker said,
side.
when are you going to do the alert room? It's
We
already
saw that
started,
in
man.
the reports
We already
previously.
have one person in the
We also
alert
saw
room.
labor force participation
We have
rate,
4 more spots left if they want to
Average
join.
Hourly earnings, 0.41%.
But nobody is interested too
That is
much.
actually
We have
higher
2 or 3
than the
people that have messaged me
expectations.
that
Average
want some
hourly
time
earnings
for
month to month
themselves,
a little
which
bit
is okay.
higher
right?
than expected.
But,
Private payrolls, 172,000. I had to do a double take. 172,000 private jobs. Guys, that's 100,000 above the estimate. We were looking for 70,000. The average work week, 34.3 hours. Let me get into the report here and give you a sense of what the government is saying about where the jobs are. We've seen healthcare, we've seen retail, but basically, where is this? Let's see here. Healthcare, social assistance.
You can message me in the WhatsApp group.
Those were where they saw the buildup in jobs. The decreases they saw, as I mentioned, federal government and also financial activities. They're mentioning a job loss in those 2 sectors. So that's actually very interesting as well. But again, a very different story, Maria. I am seeing the U.S. dollar right now strengthening on my screen, and I'm seeing the Treasury yields really jump after this report.
The market is
into
volatile
the specifics
these
and
days,
we'll
be back to you
personally
shortly, Cheryl. Thanks for that.
taking it slow on SPX, QQQ2,
in the past
and I'm trying to go up
That's what I was
slowly
expecting.
and steadily and safely.
That's what I was
That's what I'm focused on these days and yesterday and every day
if
now.
I'm reading this right,
So,
then Cheryl May, it looks like 800,000 jobs
That's
revised
what Zero Hedge
Market's
reported,
too
that it was going to be close
volatile
to 1 million.
with the earnings,
So it's
with the
800,000 revisions.
860.
You're saying for the
every
month of
day, every
December.
weekend.
That's right. And I'm looking
every
now.
Week. It's like doing some
Go ahead,
weird
Cheryl.
ass shit
What's
into
the number?
I'm sorry, the revision for December,
setting up, and
the
it's
number
up and
was
down
revised
too
to
much.
48,000. November was
Except
revised
certain
higher,
things in certain
41,000.
setups.
So we did get November and December revisions. So I wanted to give you the specific numbers.
And the revision was sharply lower for the
What
month
is this,
of
like,
December,
bounce
Cheryl.
coming up at 12:32?
The original number for
12:30
December
or
was
11:30
50.
into
So this is
11:35.
actually a little bit lower. Not by a lot, just to be clear, but yes, it was a little bit lower.
All right, Louis, what's your take on these numbers? Much better than expected job creation in the month of January.
Well, we just have to look at the bond market
Not
reaction.
trying to show bearish
if bond yields
as
go
they're
up a
going
little, then
bearish.
That means the Fed can postpone
That's
the
rough.
rate cuts. But, you know, the yield curve is the
The
steepest
MACD
in
and
4 years.
RSI is in
and
neutral
they're gonna be
territory
cutting,
trying to go bearish. It's a
probably
little bit
when
risky.
Walsh gets in.
Now,
Cycling.
the confirmation hearings for Kevin Warsh are expected to begin in March, widely expected to be confirmed and be our next chairman of the Fed. You're expecting 3 rate cuts, Louis.
That's right. And Kevin's a big proponent of not doing quantitative easing. So we expect he'll shrink the Fed's balance sheet. But he's going to be working with Scott Bessent. Those two know each other very well.
In fact, I spoke with Scott Bessent specifically about the balance sheet. Let's roll that because you're looking at the 10-year yield right now up 6 basis points, up to 4.2%. I want to get Kenny Polcari's thoughts on this. First, here's Scott Bessent with me Sunday. Now that we've got growth as a priority and you've got the economy where you want it as you rein in inflation, is it fair to say that the Federal Reserve's adoption of these large-scale asset purchases should be wound down?
Again, that'll be up to the Fed in terms of what they want to do with the balance sheet. I wouldn't expect them to do anything quickly. They've moved to an ample regime policy, and that does require a larger balance sheet. So, I would think that they'll probably sit back, take at least a year to decide what they want to do. It's pretty clear to me. I wrote a 7,000-word essay in the International Economy magazine. I called it gain-of-function monetary policy.
That's right.
It's like we're getting some sort of a 0.5 Fibonacci rejection on QQQ and NVIDIA.
Out of control, and I think that Kevin Warsh is going to be very independent, but mindful that the Fed is accountable to the American people.
Almost.
Kenny Polcari, big moving stocks right now. Dow Industrial's up 227.
President Trump is meeting the Prime Minister of Israel right now.
I think that number was a complete surprise considering everyone was talking about disaster, disaster. Oh my God! I think it speaks to the strength of the economy. It speaks to how robust it is, and it doesn't, it doesn't speak to we need a rate cut tomorrow. We're not going to get one, but it only speaks to a rate cut if they in fact start to shrink the balance sheet. That's the only way that I see them cutting rates. So if they cut them 3 times this year, as Louis wants, I think they have to then, in unison, shrink the balance sheet to make that work.
Now, most analysts are expecting 2 rate cuts from the Fed
NVIDIA
this
looks
year.
like it's about to roll. That's what I said.
Expecting 3, and a handful of others are expecting 3. But for the most part, I think most are expecting 2.
But NVIDIA looks bearish here, but SPY is holding with IWM for some
much
reason.
better than expected at 130,000 jobs created for the month of January.
Or maybe not. They're going together.
This is an excellent report. I mean, we continue to see the private payroll sector continue to grow, government payroll go down, which is exactly what the Trump administration has wanted to.
Piece of crap.
We are now again a consumer-centric economy, not necessarily funded by the government and taxpayers, and so we love seeing that. We love seeing the real wage growth. I think that's critically important. And as I mentioned on the AI front, over the past few years, I think there's been a little bit of kind of a cycle here that's gone from what is AI to basically which AI to now how do we use AI from a productivity standpoint. And whereas I think it used to be a big company tool, I think small businesses now are looking at AI and saying, what can we do with that to increase our productivity? And I think there's a big opportunity there for continued small business growth.
Into 3/3 cycle. IWM is in a more bullishly 3/3, but 3/3 indeed trying downward cycle. Yeet.
Well, and I'll say the benchmark revision that goes to last March was almost 900,000 down. There are other revisions from the birth-death model that come in the months after that.
We come up with reasons to justify high valuations at the point where the fundamentals don't necessarily suggest it. Meaning you start grasping for straws as to why valuations should trade at ever higher multiples. So when we think about today's environment, we're at 22 times forward earnings, 38 times forward on a CAPE ratio. These are historically very high multiples. And the justification that people have been using for those multiples
EMEX Station, who are you in the WhatsApp group?
The market is now. Look at these software stocks with their strong recurring revenue and tech stocks with high free cash flow and high return on invested capital. And what's fascinating is those are the exact things that we've been questioning the most as a market over the course of the last few weeks. So it's good to remember that those famous last words tend to bite.
So starting in late October, maybe early November, we've had what a lot of folks will say is a rotational shift, maybe out of some of those growth names, maybe into some more value, more small mid cap. Is it a rotation, which is one thing, or is it a risk-off call, which is another thing? And that's, I know you've been thinking about that.
Yeah, I would call it even more than a shift. It's been practically a tsunami, and and that's been because if you go back to October, you were at max long, large cap, mega cap growth, and you were max short these cyclical areas. So a lot of this move has been effectively a pain trade out of past
Volume was
winners
bearish
into
on the
the
video, but
past
it's not trying to
losers.
curl.
I think the question is, do we
people
take
could argue
any
there's no volume with
economic
SPY,
message from
but
this rotation? Part of the things that have been doing really well have been the very
Earlier
cyclical
there was
risk
no
on
SPY,
parts of the
there
market,
was no
industrials,
volume, and they
materials,
just
energy.
went on RSI.
But don't
Now
also
the
forget
RSI
that we've been
is
seeing really strong rallies in consumer staples. So
curling
you
up,
have to raise
trying.
a little bit of an eyebrow of, is this equity market telling us we should be more concerned about the consumer?
So if I got Kraft Heinz today with some huge announcements like it's not working,
This is a small cycle, 5 minute down, and bear trap, and everybody showing that too on
Cameron
QQQ.
puts down the up in the food court.
Yep.
The way she chows down the Kool-Aid in the food court.
My favorite food group is ketchup.
Yo, whatever they're doing is kind of nasty.
Do you buy the fancy snobby one at Whole Foods?
I buy
all 57.
The organic Heinz.
See,
Kraft
organic
Heinz.
Oh, they have that. I didn't know
Oh,
they had
yeah,
that.
Now
they do.
using this
And my
bear
second favorite food
to
group is
grind it
macaroni
higher
and
to
cheese.
3/3 or
So-
something.
And I like the spirals.
And don't
Insane.
give me this Annie stuff.
volume
If it
just
isn't Kraft
stopped.
macaroni, it's not the
Absolutely
real
not.
thing. Thank you. We digress. David Rosenberg publishing moments ago up in Toronto. The Grinch showed up at Christmas time. Santa was a no-show. How do you filter the gloomy news if you're gung-ho high
That's what they're
tech?
saying right now.
I think
Yeah,
the
people are
big
thinking this is the
question
Grinch.
of what has been driving this market higher has been really strong corporate profits.
People are thinking
Margins
shit's the
surprising to
fucking
the
Grinch.
upside over the course of all of 2025, despite the tariffs. And I think the reason is because companies have been pulling back on hiring. They continue to grow sales, but they have not added to labor. And that has resulted in a weaker labor economy. The question is, do we have a tragedy of the commons type moment? Meaning that if everybody's cutting back on hiring in order to be able to boost their margins and insulate higher costs in other places, do we eventually see that trickle down into a much weaker consumer, which we know the U.S. economy is 2/3 consumer spending, and then we end up effectively cutting off our nose to spite our face?
We'll get a little reading today at 8:30 on the jobs. That's a big part of it. I tell you what, something you don't see very often is the equal-weighted S&P up 5-6% versus the XPX, which really factors in the tech. That's only up 1% this year. How often do we see that?
So the
Whether
last
this turns
time
into
we
an
saw
extension
it in a
cycle and they
sustainable
really
way
trap,
was back
or
in 2022, because the majority of the
bullish.
market weakness was driven by those large weights that were tech names. And if you look at
Right,
the
this
Russell
little
1000
2/3,
growth
3/3 that I
index,
draw
it's
right
down
here.
about 1%
We're talking about
for
with
the
this
year.
cycle, we're about
So
to see
this
what
is really
happens.
capturing that. Again, it gets back to the past winners are starting to come under significant pressure. The losers are bidding up, and the end result is that it's effectively a last shall be first kind of market. The question is, do the fundamentals support that kind of rotation to suggest that it can continue?
And the video
Some of the
option's
earnings
so
trends
volatile.
actually do suggest that.
Okay, this is where AI just.
This shit is
works.
truly
Can we
moving like
digress
zero
for a
DT
moment?
fucking every day.
She comes in here all fancy Alexis, and she's trotting out phrases from the 1830s in Malthusian theory, tragedy of the commons, like everybody's out in the Garden State Parkway knowing what she's talking about. A wise one brief us on William Forster in 1830.
Well, so the idea of the tragedy of the commons is that when each person acts in their own self-interest, it can actually hurt the whole. So usually it's in the idea of farming. If you have a bunch of people sharing a piece of land, they over-farm it, and it ends up resulting in a much weaker output in total. The same could be thought of when we think of the labor economy. If everybody's pulling back on hiring, do you end up hurting the overall consumption capability of the economy?
Then bring William Forster Lloyd, 1833, and Garrett
This is
Hardin,
50-50 bullish or
1968,
bearish.
over to AI. What's the
Bears
tragedy
are
of the commons
getting
it's
burnt right now,
running
and the
for
bulls are in
with
getting
AI?
in danger of getting
biggest
burnt
question is,
because
do
of
we
the
have
extension
a
cycle
structural
that could
shift
be
lower
happening.
in overall labor demand, and that structural shift lower hitting services, meaning that if you have an economy that is predominantly driven by services, as the U.S. is, and predominantly
This extension
driven
cycle
by
could
overall
like
consumption
hover
from,
too, if
from
that makes sense.
households,
Like it does not
do you
mean
have
now,
something
but
where
extension
AI,
cycle
instead
does
of
mean
being
they were
something
going
that
bearish
drives
and they
incremental
stopped and the
growth,
volume
ends up
came in
hurting
bullish
kind of
since
the
about
old way that the
1140.
economy was structured.
1140,
One
1130
of these,
somewhere
actually,
reverted.
the
So
first
this shit
lesson I
is an
learned trading
extension
stocks
cycle
at
off the
Weber in the
330
80s
trying to
was the
create a new
falling
330 on top of it.
And if I love a stock at 30, it goes to 22. Now I gotta love it here. And boy, that was the first first big lesson I learned. I bet you a lot of software investors are thinking about that now, because here's a
Magazine
business
volume
that's
looks like it's
forever
bullish.
been a great business, been great
But
stocks, recurring
the
revenue, the whole
environment
thing.
today,
You get some of these names down 10%, 15%.
we are at the
20%,
0.5
I gotta be
fib, so
all
this would
over
be the
that.
critical junction,
I don't know.
almost like a
Well,
crossroads.
Chris
for the market
Barone over at
to decide.
Strategos always say mistakes happen when you're underneath the 200-day moving average, which is
good
meaning
point.
when
More than
you're
that, right?
starting to go
0.5
and see
fib would make
trends
sense.
start to
QQQ probably
deteriorate,
same.
that's when you have this potential of lower
Of the
highs
intraday
and
move
lower
at least.
lows, where you just get this selling pressure.
0.5
I think
fib,
for
exactly.
software, you have seen
Intraday move for
indiscriminate
now.
selling. You've seen headlines of just get me out.
Except
You've seen
IWF.
effectively people dumping things, shooting first, asking questions later. You got to oversold levels. You got down to support. That's supportive of some kind of bounce, but that's not necessarily supportive of these names reasserting leadership, which is two very different things. Could be that you play in software where you say, I'm here for a good time, not for a long time.
Okay, but again, getting back to, we can do this, folks, on the Bloomberg Professional service right now. Our worst on a weekly chart, at New Edge Capital, we use weekly charts because we're responsible. On a weekly chart, I have a Standard & Poor's 500 drawdown of 3.22%. The market's absolutely crushed.
Market
what
very
are we gonna do when
volatile.
there's a 10% correction?
Roy, I thought you were having a
it
bad
would be
day.
very-
You said cup noodles earlier. Roy is happy. Man. Like gourmet noodles or cup noodles? Because you were saying cup noodles earlier. I wanted to see some good food in chat, man. U.S. jobs data. Someone said every time I have a dentist appointment, something happens.
Now, Mike Belshey, the CEO and co-founder of BitGo. Mike, it's great to speak with you. Welcome. I think I have to start with what we've seen across cryptocurrencies. I think I have to start with what we've seen across cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin, for example, it's been a big plunge, fast, furious, and fierce, but also perhaps for folks that have been in this market long enough, familiar. How do you see it?
Well, these things don't bother me too much. Bitcoin's been around since 2013. This is like our fifth, crypto crash, so to speak. Every time there's a real downturn like this, there's a lot of people out there saying negative things. But, over the long haul, it always kind of comes back. If you believe and understand the thesis of what's behind Bitcoin, I think you got to believe that this is actually a good thing. There's a lot of deleveraging that's happening, so then the market can continue to grow.
Yeah.
I see.
I was speaking to Joe Visser on my show, and one of the points he made was that he wasn't
11:50.
surprised necessarily to see cryptos caught up in the SaaS sell-off because they're
We
built
are
on code
above
and
the
everything
VWAP.
that seems to
We
be
are above
built
the
on code or
0.5
tied to
fib. We
code
are
for better or
hovering
worse, right or
inside the
wrong right now
3/3
seems to be
bullish
swept
box.
up, in the selling.
Market
That
is
being
deciding
said, when we talk about that intersection between cryptocurrencies
what
and
to do
blockchain technologies
inside the
and
3/3 bullish
AI,
box.
what does that look like and how does it evolve?
An extension cycle would be an actual breakout, but I mean, it doesn't have to break out, I guess. I guess it could not break the roof and then reject, but
a great way to do payments. They're one-to-one backed. They're easily
the
understood.
extension cycle would be a breakout,
days a
I
year.
would say.
So
This is
when
still
you
an
think about
extension
how
cycle.
AI is going to
Either it breaks
interface
out or it
with us
doesn't.
when
This
it
is
comes
still
to
an
money,
extension
of
cycle.
course it's going to be digital. At
fine.
BitGo, we're building infrastructure to make it easier for robots to use wallets, have wallets.
Is
and that is, of course,
this?
controlled by the folks that are behind those.
What is
AI
this
bots
little?
as
What is
well.
this
So,
fish hook they're drawing on
this is just
IWM?
emerging now, and it's going to grow.
Yeah. I've heard a number of executives refer to this as the year of utility. Do you think that's how
A little
2026
whale hook
shapes
coming
up,
on
especially when we start
IWM?
talking about all the applications associated with tokenization?
Well,
Man, the craziest thing to see today was IWM just going off market open. Low key, like, I didn't think IWM would do that because IWM went down yesterday, and I didn't think it was going to be able to have the power to fucking just pop up off that, but I mean, it absolutely 180 and then 180 and 180, like what? Yesterday it just cooked it up until 3, and then it 180 into 4, so that's the first 180, and then 180 at 4 p.m. into Monday up, or today up, that's the second 180, and then they 180 from the top down, so that's the third 180. They did a Tony Hawk 370, if someone can believe it, right? Say you believe it in chat, if you really believe IWM did a 370 Tony Hawk fucking motherfucking sky rip fucking, okay, extension cycle bear bull trap. Man, you know what I'm saying though? Like, they did a fucking 183 times. If you really think about it, like,
instead of trying to fight them or tear it
man,
down. Innovation is good for the economy. It's good for consumers.
how the fuck?
It's good for
This is what the market does with so much confusion
digital
and
asset
cycle.
market as it grows. You're also a chartered bank, a regulated entity. So what does that enable?
That's right. Look, we're an OCC chartered reserve bank, national bank. It's the same as the status of many of the traditional players that you've been using for literally centuries now. We're doing
There's no confirmation until 11:30 breaks. This is the extension cycle, deciding what to do with the extension cycle, technically speaking. With the pivot point 2 off of 11:25, so that's pivot point trading VWAP, so its cycle is building, technically speaking. But if 11:30 ever breaks down, that's a huge cycle confirmation that this is an extension cycle. If 11:25 ever breaks out, this is a huge cycle confirmation saying that it's still an extension cycle.
But you also have these growing revenue streams, token trading, staking, subscriptions. I realize you're in a quiet period now ahead of earnings, but how do you see these different opportunities growing over the long term?
Yeah, sometimes people call us a custodian. Look, I mean, if you're going to build financial infrastructure, which is what we've been doing now, pretty much longer than anybody, 12 years, you have to start with a really rock-solid foundation. And if you go and
1150 rejected, and they're trying to bounce on 1151, so 1152.
Each of which is centuries-year organizations. So, look, we had to spend time building that low-level wallet custody infrastructure,
right,
so the services on top. And so because of that, some people think we're just a custodian, but of course we're not. We're building infrastructure which takes you all the way up into staking, into trading, into borrow and lend, into collateral management, settlement services, stablecoins, and beyond. Overall, the goal is accelerate the transition from the traditional world.
What is this one directional, just market rip up, down, rip down, and then just this cycle since nothing else? Oh my god, that's crazy. That's crazy. Maybe you can get more bearish with the video.
Is making sure that people can see everything transparent about BitGo. So if you wanted to put one word on digital assets,
that's crazy.
It's a blockchain that creates transparency so that everyone can see exactly what's happening, where are the assets, you can prove it mathematically.
Huge risk cycle happening here. This is honestly 50-50 shit success.
So for BitGo ourselves, we also need to be very transparent for our clients. Being a public company allows us to do that better.
Yeah, and finally, there's been a lot of focus on the Clarity Act and the fact that that has stalled out here. How important is it to see that make it across the finish line and perhaps other legislation behind it?
Look, I think it's super important. Clarity Act is a complicated bill. It's about market structure. Most people don't understand exactly how markets work, how they piece together to create fault tolerance, to create protections for retail and for institutions alike. But it's super important. There's a lot of folks waiting for clarity to be passed so that they can come into the market still. So while there's been tons of good news, we mentioned BlackRock, we mentioned Franklin Templeton already, there's even more to come if we can get clarity done. And then remember, what clarity does is really, it authorizes CFTC primarily, but SEC also, as the regulators to go define exactly what it means for digital assets. So we have definitions for every other asset class. We've got the largest asset managers in the world recognizing that digital assets are a huge part of the way forward. And so, of course, we need to have market structure defined for how we're going to do these things safely.
Yeah. Do you have thoughts on?
Big ass drop and building liquidity. Oh, God.
Valero's refinery in Northern California expected to close in April, raising concerns about surging gasoline prices in California. Prices are already the highest gas prices in the country. Fox Business's Jeff Flock is live from a Valero gas station right now in New Jersey. Jeff.
Maria, good morning to you.
267. Look at that cheap ass gas. Representing America. Woo! Representing America. Who the fuck has that cheap gas right now?
All across the country, but it's this refinery that is particularly
Yo,
important to
I'm
California.
filling my bitch up tonight.
Environmentalists are cheering the shutdown because
I'm
of the
filling my
decline of
bitch up
pollution, but
tonight.
the question is, where is California going to get its gas? The
And
refinery in question is
270.
in the town
Who the
of
fuck has that cheap
Benicia,
gas?
California. And by the way, fun fact, that used to be the capital of California, believe it or not, before it was Sacramento. They got a heavy fine for toxic emissions this year and from California, and they decided to shut it down. 400 jobs lost, as well as a lot of tax revenue. That leaves just 6 refineries left in the state of California after the shutdown of a Phillips 66 refinery there earlier this year. The state, by the way, is the largest consumer of fuel except for Texas. The legislators, the Republicans in the state, say they need a special session to address this. Writing to the governor, they say decades of state policies targeting oil and gas have created a cost and supply crisis with serious consequences, and it's going to get worse without swift action. We talked to a California legislator about it. Listen.
California is truly at a breaking point. Refineries are closing, supply is diminishing, and my constituents are paying more at the pump every single day. And it isn't theoretical. This is happening right now. And the longer we wait to address this issue, the more instability and volatility we'll see here in California.
And Maria, as you report, while the national average for gas right now is well below $3, in California it's $4.52, up 14 cents in the last week and up 30 cents in the last month. They say it's going to get worse.
All right, Jeff, we'll be watching that. Thank you. Jeff Flock, thank you. And Caroline Downey, this is a major issue for the agenda.
Yeah, oh, absolutely is. And, you know, when it comes to gas prices, I think Trump has done an amazing job of bringing those down. We remember about how high they were under Biden. So definitely
We had a question asked, what are your gas prices across the country?
Let's focus on cybersecurity stocks this morning. Here are where some of the major names in that space are trading after Cloudflare's impressive earnings report.
Wow. 280. Oh.
Picture. We've got Cloudflare that's
I got
up
the same prices.
10.6% right now, but the rest
Cheap
of them you
gas
can't say
everywhere.
much for those. CrowdStrike down over 1%, Palo Alto down almost 1%, Zscaler down 3.5%.
Extension
currently.
cycle is
Cloudflare
cycle
really
confirming
taking the cake today.
to be bearish or
Off the back
not.
of course, it's earnings. We've got a couple
Or
of
bullish,
price
but it
target
looks
boosts
more
as well. So we're gonna go
volume
across
coming down.
those. This is the focus.
If
of the
11:30 breaks
trade.
down,
Good
might be
morning
a
to
cycle
you. So
confirmation.
we're going to dive into Cloudflare. I said it. It's earnings, and obviously we've had Baird upgrading the stock as well. I've seen a couple of other price target boosts. Just talk us through what we got from that report and what's been the reaction.
Sure, Sam, and I feel very similarly about the name, and the ticker net doesn't help for Cloudflare. But let's talk about the numbers first before we get to some of the price target changes and upgrades that we saw in the wake of this report. Like you highlighted, up about 10%. Following fourth quarter revenue that topped expectations, they also gave some upbeat guidance. So
$2.50 premium gas.
That was up 47% from the year ago period. Revenue climbed
$2.46.
to $614.5 million. For the coming quarter, they guided for revenue of $620 to $621 million,
Up
which
91
was ahead of
premium,
the estimate
480.
for $614 million.
480. Do you live in
EPS
California?
Missed by 2
480.
cents on the estimate, though the street not seeing
Yo.
much because their fiscal year 26 earnings
280,
came in ahead.
320.
They're projecting
One
them
day I
to be
look,
about
it's
$1.11 per
284,
share
and next day it's
on revenue of
310.
2.79
That's fair. I mean, some
billion
places
at
in
the
my state,
midpoint.
I look around, it's
Analysts
like
were looking for
$3
revenue
too,
of
and I was like, why is this place $3?
2.731. So
And this place is like
significantly
270
better
something. But
number
yeah,
there that they're looking
I
for.
guess different
Shares were
locational places,
down
some
about
even
7%
states.
so far this year going into the report, but they
It's
did
so
gain
weird
about
because the
83%
location difference
in
isn't even
25.
that big,
So
to
let's
be
talk about
honest.
some of the commentary
But
now that we have these numbers. We are seeing
it
this move
varies
to the
so
upside.
much.
TD Cowen putting out a report saying that AI has become
Some
the biggest
places like
tailwind for
$3.05,
Cloudflare's
some places like
network and workers
$2.70
developer
for me too. It
program.
actually makes
They
no fucking
highlighted
sense.
that platform exited 2025 with more than 4.5 million developers active on it. Cloudflare also noted that during just January of this year, the number of
Robinhood
weekly
keeps
requests
putting a
generated
disclaimer
by
out
AI
saying we
agents
are
more
not
than
calling you.
doubled
If the
across
caller
its
says they're from
network. So a lot
Robinhood,
of
they are
AI
not from
improvements. But let's talk
Robinhood.
about that bears note that you also mentioned.
What
They
is going on
upgraded
right now on
Cloudflare to
Robinhood, man?
outperform from neutral. New price target of $260. Right now we're just about $200. They said that their Q4 report, quote,
someone said
marked the
Texas,
strongest confirmation yet
$2.30.
that its growth vectors are now compounding simultaneously. They said they think their 2026 outlook
Where
is
is
what they
DFW?
call prudent,
Is that
and
Dallas,
that
Fort
investor
Worth,
sentiment
Texas,
is
or something
moderated
like
with
that?
accelerating fundamentals. They think the risk
DFW.
reward has turned decisively favorable, so
Dallas,
very
Fort
bullish
Worth,
there.
Texas.
BTIG also raising their price target to 243, keeping a buy rating. They say they see elevated demand stemming from
Dallas,
AI
Fort
adoption
Worth,
across
right.
all major acts and product categories.
See, I know my
Jefferies raising their price target to
geological
225
locations.
from
I've been to
185.
Texas.
They have a
I've been
hold
to
rating
California.
on what they called the highest beat
My
in 4
life.
years.
I've
They
driven
see
in those
Cloudflare
states.
as, quote, a clear
Those are
AI
great
winner
states.
amidst souring software sentiment. There
I
were
love
a few
the
more
South
bearish
too.
notes, Sam,
Those are
but
great
those are the bull
states.
highlights.
America is a great country,
Okay, so a
dude.
bit of a mixed
I don't know.
reaction there.
Have you guys ever been on a
Alex,
cross country
fascinated
before?
by the lava
Let me ask
lights
this
in
shit.
that B-roll.
Have
I
you guys
haven't
ever
seen
been on a
lava
cross
lights in
country
like
before,
15
whether it's your
years,
family or
but,
your loved ones, or
fascinating
you're
stuff.
by
All right,
yourself or
thanks so
something
much
with your
for that,
friend?
Marley.
Like
Let's take it
flying
now.
or
It's Scott
driving?
Bauer, CEO of
There are a
Prosper
lot of
Trading
people in this
Academy. Very good
country
morning to you,
have not
Scott.
really,
What's your example
or
trade
I mean, have been to a
Cloudflare
lot of,
today?
you know, different places.
Sam,
I
am
low-key want
allowed
to
to show you
travel
my lava
America
lamp that
too.
I have
Like,
back here?
I want to go to Washington.
That's a
Not
great
Washington
one.
D.C., but
No,
Washington.
in
I go to
Cloudflare,
Washington
yes,
D.C.
it
a
looked
couple of
great.
times in my life,
Guidance
but
was great, which
I
I
want to go
think
to
is
Washington
really
one time
important.
too.
But
Like,
in this
check out those
landscape
places,
that
man.
we are in right now, I think it's hard
California.
not to favor
I didn't spend
this
that much
news,
time in
meaning that
California, but I've
it's
been
hard
there
just
for a
not
couple of
to
days,
say,
couple of
okay,
nights.
the stock is up, we're looking, 11, 12% right
California.
now. It's enough.
It's
So
time to
what I'm looking
party.
for is for the stock to just settle in,
Da-na-na-na.
to kind of grind its way back lower, not retrace everything, but grind its way back lower.
So I
So
drove
what
across
I'm
country
doing is I'm
twice,
selling
Cali to North
next
Carolina,
week's
then Cali to Florida.
expiration, what's called an iron condor. I'm selling both a call spread and a put spread. So I'm selling the
There's our heavy
200
bearish
210 call
cycle
spread,
confirmation,
which
big
right
time.
now it's kind of right at the money. The stock has rallied right up to 200ish right now. I'm also selling on the downside the 185 175 put spread. I can collect about $5, maybe even a little bit more for that.
This is
So
extension
at the end of
cycle,
next week,
big time
end of
extension
next
cycle bull trap,
Friday,
extension
my
cycle bull trap,
break-evens on that,
extension
down
cycle.
on the downside 180, on the upside 205. So I'm looking for that range. I'm looking for
That's a fucking.
really
Look at the volume
get
right now. Look at the
Cloudflare
fucking
to
volume right now. They're
really
burning
just
the
kinda
fucking
calm
3/3.
down,
This is the
trade in
extension
this
cycle I
range,
think
and
happening right now.
ultimately
1/3,
grind
2/3, 3/3.
lower just a bit.
I think. Look at this shit.
Yeah, I mean, you can't say much more.
California knows how to party.
So it's certainly a bright spot
in the city. Time is 12:05 in
following
10
the
seconds.
jobs report, which looks strong.
In the
I don't know if it's a
city.
case of what was good news for the economy was then good news for the markets. Now it's bad
Party
news
of
for the
angels.
markets. Whether they're looking into
All right,
more
this
of
is
the
not
nuanced
12:05. This
factors
is
within
12.
that
It
jobs
could
report,
bounce
whether
here,
it's
but it
more
did
technical
break
in nature
11:30.
because of what we're
If it
seeing,
somehow breaks
with
this
some of
and
these
volume
tech
comes
names,
and
I see a
cycle
Palantir
comes
is
and
down,
momentum
Oracle is down,
comes
as
and
I mentioned,
cycle
software is
candles
lower.
consecutive,
I would
I I think it's bearish, but
I think the big
it's
concern with
right
the job
here at
number was, sure,
11:30. The
headline number
candles
looked
are
great,
not
over
consecutively
100,000,
stacking. The
way better
volume
than
is
expected.
trying to
Dig
pull
down
back
deeper and look
off
at
of
the
12.
revisions, the massive
Sadly,
amount of revisions
could
over
go,
the last year. And I
but
think
this is the
that
really
actually
testing the 3/3
confirms that the labor
of
market
the smaller
is,
cycle to
I don't want to say in trouble, but
create a
is
bigger cycle.
softening. We are
Oh
not
my god.
creating jobs.
Oh
So
my,
I think the market finally,
oh
got a
my
handle on
god,
that.
oh
In
many
terms
eyes,
of what
I
that
like
does to
you
the Fed and interest
finally. It
rates
likes the
and
bears
the
are
bond
here.
market, I think there's really conflicting stories there. But the bond market, especially looking at the 10-year
my
here,
god.
sure, rates have rallied a little bit here, but this rate the equity markets.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, even that bond sell-off that we saw this morning has backed off a bit. We've got the 10-year now at 417. It did hit 420 earlier. So, yeah, you make an interesting point. Hey, Scott, really appreciate it. Thanks for your thoughts today. Scott
This is
Bauer,
the fucking
CEO
test.
of Prosper Trading Academy. You're welcome.
All right, if this breaks, if the 190 breaks, this just going LOD on NVIDIA, I think. But this is not a test. Oh my God. All right, what did KG say? Market is testing whether it wants to fade off the move, right? And it's right now. That's happening right now. It's testing. Bigger picture. Oh shit.
Trade live. It's time now for the big
Oh shit, look at this. We're the first ones. No views. I don't give a fuck. I'm the first one. Rebalancing, non-farm payroll, strengths and weaknesses, Japan, growth headwinds. Alright, Takaichi, Saichi, Takaichi, Saichi, Takaichi. Bears are in control, 3/3. Takaichi, Saichi, 3/3. Takaichi, Saichi, 3/3. 3/3, 3/3, 3/3, 3/3, 3/3. Takaichi, Taichi.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's strong beat pretty much across the board. I think it was hard to pick anything in January in particular. If you were just looking at that in isolation, to be negative about. I mean, of course the blemish with the report this morning is the annual benchmark revisions to 2025, but you know, they weren't that far off from where consensus was
probably the
in terms of
0.5
that
fib exactly.
860,000 and change downward revision that you had for 2025. So, you know, most importantly, the Fed was expecting something in that range, as were most economists.
I mean, the RSI is going here,
necessarily something
but the
that we need
candle
to be
is not.
terribly
That's the
concerned
crazy
about,
part. The
especially
volume
because,
looks like it's trying to go,
most
but
of the
the
story
candle
for
is like
economic
hesitant.
strength over the past year has been a productivity story, and the downward revision to payrolls actually just does more to strengthen that narrative. So I think to the extent that the market reaction is flipped a little bit negative, I wouldn't read too much into that.
Extension
I think
cycle.
That maybe there's some consternation about pricing out.
Bulls are in danger now, but they can bear trap at any moment here because it's
But at the same time, you don't want to extrapolate,
or they go lower
you know, the strength in January alone to the rest of the year.
Already went lower than SPY. SPY did not go more for some reason. IWM did not drop too much for some reason.
More of a stabilization
NVIDIA is
in labor
bouncing
by the
and
middle of the year.
SPX
But you know, I think across the board, the fact that we beat in basically every major category for January is definitely an outright positive sign for the economy.
Yeah, it certainly is. But I mean, it just goes to show, I suppose, how sensitive these markets are. Because, I mean, we sort of priced out
better to
rate
close
cuts
my
off
eyes,
the back of the ISM
turn my back and look out the
priced
window,
them back in
chirp
yesterday
at the
off
birds
the
and
back
come
of
back in
retail
5
sales.
minutes.
So, you know, the difference today makes it's really interesting. Michelle, just switching gears to you, a lot of the conversation this year has been dominated by this diversification, the outperformance in international markets. I know that you've been actually looking at the MSCI EAFE ETF, which does track those large to mid caps in developed markets. Just talk us through what you're seeing out there. What stands out to you right now?
Yeah, we are seeing international stocks outperform again this year. Already by 700 basis points.
1205 algo range.
A weak dollar
maybe
is part of the story. It's added just over 200 of the 700
small
basis
ass cycles happening now all of a sudden.
But you know, developed international market international stocks are really benefiting from higher weights in those cyclical sectors that do better when growth is
inside of 1205 algo range.
And those are areas such as industrials and financials. It's about half of the EFA index, and
95
it
degrees.
also has less in tech than in the U.S. and that's also benefiting returns.
And Kevin, just getting back to you, obviously with this market, we've spoken a lot about you know, technology.
If this shit broken through and it was like there, it would be completely bearish. But like this is like
the lack of to start 2026 as we've seen this rotation. Obviously, we've seen these pockets of weakness off the back of some of the fears around the AI disruption. We've seen selective strength in
they could cycle
areas,
here, honestly.
Particularly
like,
when you look across staples,
you can cycle anywhere,
right? Across transports and industrials. How are you thinking about this right now with respect
look at the
to
MACD RSI just fucking going down without the candles? It makes no fucking sense. It feels so cooked. It feels so cooked.
I would put the rally and the leadership profile into maybe two buckets. I think that the cyclical strength that you're seeing in areas like energy and materials and industrials, that certainly I think fits with, you know, what you mentioned earlier, with some of the strength in things like ISM manufacturing. There are, you know, certain hints of an upturn in cyclicality for the U.S. economy, I think bolstered by the jobs numbers that we had this morning. The second bucket, though, is, to your point, the sort of defensive nature of some of these moves in terms of something like staples. I'm not sure that I take that as a sort of economic signal, given a lot of the data that we have. To me, that's a little bit just of a catch-up trade, and staples just sort of having been, one of those forgotten sectors like healthcare was for a good chunk of last year. I think it would be a little bit of a different story if it was just staples, utilities, healthcare that were really leading the rally and everything else was, falling behind. But I think given the stronger and sort of improving breadth profile of the market over the past several months, which has been the case, even though the cap-weighted S&P 500 has definitely struggled, I think that's been more of a definitive and I think positive story.
I almost want to say, like,
of this market.
I have
to
to say
Michelle's
50-50.
point about
I don't
sector
want to give anyone
composition,
side, like,
even though the breadth for something like the S&P 500, that profile has looked relatively strong, your gains are just not going to be as strong and not as impressive if you don't have tech or communication services leading. So the fact that there is this cyclical upswing, that does accrue to the benefit of markets outside of the U.S., especially Europe, which tends to be more dominated by
this
some
shit
of those more
is
cyclical
like, I feel
sectors.
like on purpose as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, one of my guests was
why
pointing
did
out
it
that
not
perhaps
just
the
go
ISM
right there?
manufacturing and sentiment at the factory level is perhaps catching up to what
Before,
we're seeing
too.
as far as equities are concerned. But your namesake, the other KG, actually pointed out that what we're seeing in consumer staples may be a bit of a catch-up trade as well. So, Michelle, just sort of finishing things up with you, with keeping our eye on the international space. Obviously, Japan closed for a holiday today, but I mean, what moves we've seen this week? I mean, they're calling it the
Japan
half
closed.
Takaichi trade because obviously that is usually characterized
big
by
news.
yen weakness, but we've seen the opposite. Just talk us through what you're thinking here as far as the market reaction, which I suppose partly has been quite surprising this week, and how long can it last?
Yeah, in the past, we've had really sharp rallies in Japanese stocks after decisive elections. And, there's some hope that Japan's economic growth could increase.
What's
via
stronger,
fiscal
all these
spending.
two-third,
But as you
three-third bulls
mentioned,
hoping,
the
or the
thinking going into the
3/3
election
bears
was
trapped?
that increase in fiscal spending would cause the yen to weaken, but instead we've seen the yen strengthen. And also, kind of unusually, we've seen the yen
NVIDIA
strengthen
showing the
and
same
Japanese
thing.
stocks rise, and that's different than the typical negative correlation. Now, there's the potential that capital flows into Japan on these better growth prospects and boost the yen. In that case, Japanese stocks will have to balance the headwind of a stronger yen on earnings with the tailwind
What
of
is
a
there
potential
more of
increase
right now?
in capital
That's
flows.
the fucking
Now, as
ultimate
long
question.
as those capitals
More
flows
bulls in the 3/3
move
or more bears
gradually,
stuck in
the
the
markets can
3/3?
adjust, but a swift
More
change in
bulls stuck in the
allocation,
3/3 or more
you know,
bears
might
stuck in
cause
the
an
3/3?
unwind of those yen
More
carry
bulls stuck
trades.
in the
Now,
3/3, more bears
speculators
stuck in
can
the
move
3/3.
quickly, but it would
More
be
bulls stuck in
a
the 3/3 at a
surprising
0.5 fib, or
turn of
more bears
events to
stuck
see a
somewhere in the
repeat
middle of
of
buttfuck
the
nowhere.
magnitude that we saw in
I'm pretty
August
sure I'm
2024,
pretty sure more
given that
bulls are
the
stuck at the
net
0.5
short
fib.
position published by the
But
CFTC is
zero
actually
DT
only
cycling
1/10 the
means
size it was then.
I have no
So
fucking idea how the
I
fuck
think
they're
it's also
cycling.
telling
Like,
that
it's
the
just so
yen really
fucking
didn't move
changing.
much
It
during
literally looked
the
like it
recent
was gonna
sell-off
go
in
right here and then it stopped. So that
Bitcoin
means a
and
new
software.
cycle,
So
and then
the concerns about that might be overdone.
Yeah, and I suppose it was those sort of crucial words, responsible and proactive fiscal policy that the Prime Minister was talking about that may have, I suppose, switched the thinking here that maybe it's going to be okay. I don't know, but we'll wait and see. Guys, really appreciate it. Thanks so much for joining us today. Kevin Gordon there, Head of Macro Research and Strategy, Schwab Center for Financial Research, and Michelle Gibley, the Director of International Equity Research and Strategy.
Five, 10 minutes. How fast things change in 5, 10 minutes. So shit. Emo.
For more on the jobs report, let's bring in Joe Lavorgna, counselor to the U.S. Treasury Secretary. It's good to have you, Joe. I mean, clearly this was a good number. What do you think it indicates as far as where we go from
second
here?
poll today, guys.
Thank you, Sarah. It was a very good number. You talked
We are
about
at the
the
same
goods part
level
of the economy.
Of the first poll of the day.
What might be getting lost on people is when you look at GDP,
The
which
question
has
of
been
the
growing
day
about 4%
is the
in
same
full
question
3 quarters President
from
Trump's
earlier
been in
today.
office. It's actually been led by the goods sector. For example, the
All right.
last 2 official quarters,
The
real
fucking
goods
question
output
of the day
is
is the
running over
same
9%
as the question
annualized
earlier
rate,
in the day.
which is a real boom. It's the biggest in over a decade. Fast forward to today's report, you mentioned construction, very good.
Based on today's move,
manufacturing
fucking closing.
Basically reversing a
Bullish or
decline that
bearish,
began
man?
under the prior administration. But what's also interesting, Sarah, is we had a huge increase in manufacturing overtime. That is a leading indicator of the economy. We've had now 3 months in a row, temporary employment clearly has turned positive. That's a measure of future labor demand. So when you talk about building something for the future, our argument, and I think is very, very valid with these data, is that President Trump has laid the groundwork for a boom, an industrial boom, where we're starting to produce more things that people want.
Yeah, because going into the report, I mean, even from the White House, what we were hearing, Joe, is that labor supply is down because of the immigration policies. There's not as many workers, which is why we're seeing smaller numbers in terms of hiring. That, and combined with the AI productivity story, we're just not going to see the kind of job growth that we're used to.
I want to push back. Well, first of all, labor participation went up, unemployment went down. The consensus got that wrong as well. This notion that the job market is weak because of less illegal immigration, to me, doesn't make any sense. It doesn't.
We have one person voting bullish.
What we've seen, Sarah, over the last couple of years, it began under the prior administration, late in the fourth quarter of 23. We've seen significant and ongoing downward revisions to jobs. So the job market was not particularly good when the new administration came in. We've had roughly 2 million downward revisions to employment. A lot of illegal workers are not going to be showing up in those data points. Certainly in the household survey, when we look at participation, if you're here illegally, you're not going to be responding to a government survey. So this notion somehow that the job market is weak is due to that, I think, is
nobody
fallacious.
voting bullish in WhatsApp group. This shit is fucked. Our group is fucked. Our WhatsApp group polls are fucked, man. Nobody voting bullish in the WhatsApp group, and 7 people voting bearish. Our WhatsApp group is fucked.
Which pushed the economy in a sugar high, led to much higher inflation.
There's 2 people voting bullish.
As the economy is growing,
there's
we're going to see
9
more
people
people come
bearish.
back into the workforce.
At the end of the day,
you're going to see American wages rise. The index of aggregate weekly payrolls is up 1% year on year. That's a huge gain and speaks of significantly higher paychecks, which the president's clearly proud of. Overlay that, Sarah, with the no tax on tips
voting bullish.
and overtime.
1, 2, 3.
After-tax take-home pay is going to boom this year.
1, 2, 3, 4 people voting bullish now versus 1, 2. Sorry, just 1. So 9 people voting bearish.
Brokerages are the latest victims of AI disruption fears, underperforming
AI disruption
fears,
rattlesnake.
But this new warning going viral on X suggests that some still may be underestimating the scale of the upheaval that's coming our way. Our Deirdre Bosa is talking about that in today's Tech Check. Hey, Dee.
Hey, Carl. So that post was viral, and we should add it was divisive. It comes from Matt Schumer, an AI startup CEO. It's his honest version of what's happening in AI. He says he just describes what he wants built, walks away for hours, and comes back to find it done, concluding that he's no longer needed for the technical work of his own job, and we should be thinking about the same. So investors like Sequoia's Pat Grady, they're sharing it, while critics are calling it a 5,000-word ad from a guy whose startup Hyperwrite depends on you believing the hype. But love it or hate it, it sums up the thesis that has been driving the software sell-off. The market is essentially backing this guy up, saying if AI can do the work, you don't need the software or the people who run it. Now, as you guys mentioned, startup Altruist launched an AI tax planning tool yesterday, and it took billions off wealth management stocks. That's how
what a fucking
today.
complete
This
V
is
they're
evidence
doing.
of exactly
Dude,
what
the fuck
that
is
post
this
is
cycle
arguing.
man?
The gap
Complete
between
V from
possible
1150.
and here is collapsing
0
faster
DT.
than anyone
Complete
outside of
opposite.
AI understands, and the market isn't waiting to find out who's right. Now, the tools themselves are backing up the thesis, too. We have gone from chatbots to autonomous agents that write code, test it, fix it, even ship it without a single human in the loop. And the race among top AI companies that is only accelerating. OpenAI and Anthropic, they drop models on the same day. In China, its own 2 hottest AI labs, Jipu and DeepSeek, they're battling for breakthroughs ahead of Lunar New Year, which, by the way, are benchmarking directly against the American top models. So beyond stock moves, guys, the jobs story is what this post gets at, and it may be next. Salesforce just cut 1,000 jobs. Workday cut 2% of its workforce. These are software companies being disrupted, and they're already shrinking headcount, while the AI companies that are replacing them, they run with just a fraction of the people. Anthropic has about 4,000 employees, and they have caused, billions and billions in disruption in the public stock markets over the last few weeks. Yeah, Jan Hatzius, chief economist at Goldman, told us he saw some of the weakness in the tech sectors in today's report. Thank you, Deirdre. Deirdre Bosa.
What the beep?
Well, and I'll say the benchmark revision that goes to last March was almost 900,000 down. There are other revisions from the birth death model that come in the months after that. By December of last year, the downward revision was over 1 million jobs.
Yeah.
So now we got the best possible outcome today. We knew these revisions were coming, and again, we can talk about what's behind them, but to see the most recent readings, we've got some lift in the payrolls in January. It's just 1 month, but we got some lift.
4,
and
5
the
people that
unemployment
voted.
rate ticked down. So we want to get a labor market that's stabilizing and coming out of this, but these are huge revisions.
We have
Dr.
1,
Sam, I'm sitting in the back of the class at Michigan
11,
hiding.
12.
You and the smart people are up front. Okay, my fancy math is 1 million jobs lost for whatever Claudia Sam, Diane Swank reason, divided by 12 is 83,333 jobs evaporated every 30 days out of our belief, our fabric of the American labor
Sean, he said
economy.
125,000 of those 130,000
So the revisions
purely in
actually go back
healthcare jobs.
further. The first month
Is that
we
really?
revised down
Are you
the
sure?
benchmark
Hold on,
was
Johnny, is that true what you're saying, or are you just saying that? Is it really like that? Because I have a friend that is going into the healthcare industry, but like, what the fuck does that mean? Are you just saying that like because it's real data, or are you just saying that because it's just whatever you think it is? We did that because we left the World Health Organization, so we gotta up our medical and healthcare team. Wow. Huh. That is crazy.
April of 2024. Right, they take the annual benchmark revision is wedged in over the prior 12 months. So we're that million down.
It says it's literally on SPY headlines on Robinhood.
But if you look at the monthly changes last year, the new estimates, there's a lot of red. I mean, there's a lot of months where we were dipping, into the not, destroying jobs.
So God, the employment gains were narrowly focused on the industry basis. Healthcare accounted for a whopping 123,000 or 95% of the net
happening with job creation, and how comforted should we be by the
So it's the last sentence at the end of the day.
Have we turned the corner, or is that just an aberration and we're going to get back into these really low numbers?
How do you think the Fed is going to react to these numbers, Claudia? Again, the change in non-farm payrolls coming in for the month of January, much better than expected.
Yeah, so the Fed knew about this.
Thank you for that. That's crazy.
The Bureau of Statistics published its preliminary estimate.
Guys, go look at that news yourself. He's not lying. Go look at the fucking article and read all the way at the bottom, the last fucking sentence.
And this is certainly, what the fuck? Fed Governor Waller mentioned this.
95%
also, Fed Chair Powell talked about revision. So these numbers aren't surprising. I mean, really, the news today, maybe the most recent months. The January, again, not to overplay it, but it's good news to see that kind of number and the unemployment rate ticking down. So this is not a surprise to the Fed.
Right,
we knew this was going to be in the data.
But you published a chart last night, folks. It was in English, unlike anything I would do.
He's not lying. He's actually true. If you read the article at the last sentence, it literally says exactly what he said.
That the dearth of immigration
nobody notices because you don't read that shit
until
the fucking shit happens.
Are we at 4.3% because of immigration?
No, it made no sense. 130,000. I was like, what?
Percent.
Yeah. Now that makes sense.
So I think the immigration dynamics, and we've seen a big swing, a lot more immigration than had been typical, and then a big slowdown in immigration. That certainly is important in understanding what is up with these jobs numbers that just really hit a wall. So
yeah, thank you for that,
but
Johnny.
it is
That
not
does
the only factor behind it. Like we
huge
have
difference.
still seen the unemployment rate drift up.
The majority of the people in the world probably don't know this.
Labor
You know what I mean?
demand for
now that we're
workers is
knowing
not
now,
keeping up with the supply of workers, right? But so the
literally
unemployment
go on
is a much
Robinhood,
better picture of
click
this
on
kind
SPY.
of gradual
It says
problem
breaking
that's
news
building.
underneath
The
SPY.
payrolls,
And it
because
says
it
job
has
growth crushes
the
estimates in
supply of
January.
workers has
Unemployment
just
rates
shifted so abruptly.
unexpectedly dips
The
to
message from the
4.3%.
payrolls
And then if you
looks a
just
lot
scroll to the bottom of it,
scarier than it
it's
is,
the
but I
last
don't want to
paragraph
write
or
it
the last
off,
sentence.
right? Like we still see wage growth slowing, unemployment rate drifting up, and certainly for groups like, people new to the labor market, this is a very tough job market.
Tough job market. Just real quickly, that 862,000 final benchmark revision, just put that into context for us.
It's big.
Yeah.
It should be about 6/10 of total payroll employment, something like that, 5/6.
This shit is
And a typical, before last year, a typical had been more like 1/10 of the level. Last year's was pretty big too. So, the average over the last 10 years has been about 2/10. So this is like 3 times larger. And we've had 2 of these in a row. And again, I want to stress, this is not a sign the Bureau of Labor Statistics is asleep at the wheel. This is just, we have some major dynamics happening in the economy, and it's really tough to measure them in real time. And so we're kind of catching up, and it should help then with, people trying to understand the labor market. Still a lot of puzzles, but we've got better data today. And that is a really good starting point for understanding where we're going and what policymakers might want to do.
So Claudia, help me here. Folks, Diane Swan coming up and Eric Winograd here in a moment with Alliance Bernstein. So Eric Winograd's up at Dartmouth, freezing, unlike the cushy Ann Arbor weather. Claudia Sami's taking the 7s. He's taking labor economics. Is this your brilliance, Claudia, out on Twitter last night? The academics right now of our labor economics.
This shit is evil.
Is this in the textbooks Eric Winograd studied?
Look at how fucking long.
I mean, every recession has its own dynamics, but ever since the pandemic showed up, the labor market has been doing things that are just unusual.
One candle breaking out of the 3/3. This is.
We've just had some really abrupt
extension cycle rejected, and then fucking another extension
and
cycle
so,
and ripping this bitch up in the 3/3.
This business cycle really does stand out.
Right.
And but it may stand out in good ways. Maybe that gradual rise.
And these moves are like $2 too. Like what the? It's like $2.60.
Like we don't ever get those. So this doesn't have to be a bad news story. But there's certainly tensions. And
it's like
I just
fucking
want
$2.
people to remember, just because we avoid a recession doesn't mean it's good enough.
And the video playing with 190 all day long, but like Jesus Christ. Oh my God. There's a fucking QQQ 1 minute gap. Just abnormal fucking cycle shit happening now to burn off whatever the fuck happened earlier. Dude, this shit is actually nastiest shit I've ever seen. Midday. Just one fucking complete move and then. It's wild. I mean, I did say here in the alert room before it fucking even went that if they break down and if the MACD volume and the candle stack, it's bearish. But like when it was here, even I was like, oh, this is 3/3 bearish. But like when it started not, I was like, yo, it's the candles aren't stacking. The volume isn't going yet. RSI, we were talking about how weird that shit was too. But like, that's the cookest of all cookest I've fucking seen so far, with the most minuscule fucking differences on the volume and RSI. Looking saucy as shit. They went higher in the 3/3, so cycle extended higher. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Bro. Is this the true 3/3? I have no idea, but they clearly just extended the fuck out of it later on in time. Not here, but here. 1 minute gap. So at some point they're gonna pull back and fill this shit too. But what do they really pull back off this 3/3 now? Ooh. So this is when things get risky as shit because it stacks and stacks and stacks, and then it becomes another cycle on top of a cycle, and this is risky as fuck shit going on. Volume and MACD RSI is bullish, but there's a 1 minute gap on QQQ. It could be a hope for bulls and bears. It's gonna do one or the other at some point. It's just right now. Nvidia is so bullish too. 192. Market showing super bullish now from the floor. So this is Nvidia's 192 yesterday's open to level. I think there's some sort of range, to be honest. 930 open range. So I'm gonna draw that. Bro. QQQ looking like they want to go gap fill maybe, but gap fill is right down there, so it might not happen right now. But what the fuck is this cycle now? 30 minutes straight rocket. Midday cycle is being nasty hard. Cycles on top of cycles building on top of each other to trap the data burn what happened in the early morning time. So
you, if you can, to take us behind the scenes. When you see your stock falling 5, 6, 7%, and you're sitting there looking at the Bloomberg terminal, Bloomberg.com, wherever you look, I hope you go there, and you say to your team, why are the stocks falling?
AI will
What's
help
happening
wealth
to our
managers.
How did you respond just
wealth
yesterday with the
management
management
stocks
team?
plunge on AI disruption.
Well, I did look on my Bloomberg terminal. I've been a user for a long time, and so trying to understand what was happening. You know, for us, AI is a real accelerant. So it was puzzling to see our stock sell off related to AI because we're benefiting from it in multiple ways and bringing it to our clients to help them in their financial lives. And we think we're best positioned in the financial services industry to help clients with AI because of our size, our scale, the depth of our relationships, and all the data we have, which is a key ingredient to winning in AI. And I'll share an example. You know, last week, we brought the best of people and technology to our clients. We had a family come in that had a complex trust. They wanted to have a discussion with their children about what that trust meant, how it was going to help them in the future. But it was a 400-page document and hard for the kids to understand. And using wealth.com, which is a tool that we have available for our clients, they were able to create a 2-page visual summary of their trust and estate document that led to a conversation with their advisors and their trust experts. that brought a lot of light to what was in that plan and put the whole family on the same page. And that power of people and technology, I think, is what will win in the wealth space. And we think we're the winner on both fronts, which is why we were disappointed and surprised to see our stock sell off yesterday.
So, Rick, let's talk about the people selling and ultimately why they sold, because in their minds, you've got this company, this small startup that's going to automate personalized tax strategies and make it much cheaper and threaten your pricing power and the pricing power of wealth managers more broadly. What are they getting wrong?
Well, I think that AI tools like tax planning, which we have available today, is something that's going to make advisors more effective, more consistent, able to serve more clients, but it's not going to make them less useful. Ultimately, what the client is looking for is convenience and expertise. And the advisors are going to continue to play a critical role in bringing together all the AI tools, all the right information to have that discussion with the client. They're going to lean into relationships. They're going to lean into judgment. Ultimately, these are complicated decisions, very emotional decisions that often involve family dynamics. And that role of the advisor as a critical sounding board to the individual and to the families, we don't think that's going away, but we think AI will make those conversations more impactful and more powerful.
So, Rick, I don't think market participants think it's going away wholesale either. I think what they think is going to lead to
that part
fee
was
compression
so weird.
and a shift in market share.
Blue line.
And ultimately, Rick, that's the difficulty that you've got now. It's the difficulty proving the negative, that won't happen. How do you go about doing that?
It's just kind of nasty things happening.
You know, this is the same story from 10 years ago when
robo-advice
was going to displace the advisor community and pressure fees. And if you look at what's happened, first of all, I think we're the biggest robo-advisor in the industry. We have $100 billion of assets. And we've provided that technology to our advisors who have used it to be more efficient in delivering for their clients. But you haven't seen it displace the growth of the advisor community. In fact, it's grown and fees haven't come down. And that, again, that was a new technology 10 years ago. It's been additive to the advisor community, just as I think AI will be. And so I don't see fee pressure. I actually see this accelerating the importance of the role of the advisor, who's going to have to work and bring all these AI tools together and all the different insights and make them impactful for the client.
Rick, there's a larger question here, especially on payrolls Wednesday, which is, I guess, where we're at, which is in order to justify the fees and the business model, do you need to hire higher caliber people, but many fewer of them? In other words, a lot of these other smaller tasks can be done by artificial intelligence, by some of the robo-advisory programs that you already have in place. Have you already seen that come to your business model?
We're seeing AI help our clients in multiple ways. One, it's bringing new tools and capabilities like the tax, trust, and estate capabilities that we're using wealth.com that I described earlier. It's allowing us to reach new clients. And I think that's why you won't see the population of advisors shrink, is that AI will be useful in reaching new clients that we couldn't before. I watched a client interaction in our agentic AI capability pilot that we're using with clients that we built in partnership with a leading AI firm just this week. And what that tool is able to do is have a direct dialogue with the client digitally that understood what the client wanted and needed.
Sad as fuck.
And then after having a tactical conversation, asked the client, this agentic AI said, can I call you and have a broader discussion about your financial goals and plans? And this agentic capability was able to have a conversation about his desire to put his 2 kids through college, to be able to travel in retirement, and ultimately to leave a legacy to his family. And then that led to a conversation about a concentrated position he had, and maybe the need for him to talk to one of our experts about using a tax loss harvesting strategy to diversify that position. Those are conversations that at the scale of 46 million clients we couldn't have before, but now with the power of AI,
difference is like
not only are we reaching
$3 or $4
those clients that we have a relationship with, we're able to help a whole new group of clients that we couldn't before. So AI is going to be powerful for our industry. We're going to be the natural winner because of the depth of our relationship, our client base, our technology, and the data. And we're leaning into this trend in a significant way because we do think it's going to be big.
It sounds like a lot of what Brian Moynihan of Bank of America said, which is that the entire business size would grow tremendously and the size of the employees might not change, but the ability to capture a larger share of the market does increase. How much do you find, Rick, that you have to invest in some of the technology, that you have to do different CapEx plans in order to keep up and make sure you're not left behind?
Well, we're investing a lot, but Lisa, I'll come back to the benefits. We look over the last 5 years in which when we have been investing heavily in our efficiency and leveraging AI to do so, our cost to serve an account has come down 21%. On an inflation-adjusted basis, that's 40%. Our headcount isn't any lower, but we've grown and we've used technology and AI to be more efficient, to serve clients in different ways, to answer their questions more efficiently, to do more digitally. All of that is leading to cost efficiency.
This is what the fuck I mean by it's now harder because of the
lower headcount.
Rick, if you could point to one thing, what do you think is your biggest moat right now?
I think the size and scale of our firm and the fact that we keep the clients at the very forefront of everything that we do. For 51 years, we've been about client choice and innovation and technology. If a client wants to work completely with a robo-advisor or an AI advisor in the future, we're going to have those capabilities and we're going to make it available to the advisors on our platform. But I think most are going to work with a combination of people and technology because these are emotional decisions where that combination is going to be really powerful, and we're going to make that available to our advisors and to our clients. So I think our biggest moat is that we always put the client first. We innovate, we adapt, and we move forward to make them as best off in their financial life as they can be.
And Rick, just as a final question, just to speak to you as a human being, you wanted to make this appearance happen today, and we certainly welcomed it. I always enjoy catching up with you. Was there something about yesterday that just kind of pissed you off as a man, as a leader of a company, that made you want to engage a little bit more?
Well, I think there's two things. Number one, I think the market's missing that we are a natural winner in the AI space because of all the advantages we have, because of our size, our scale, our data. And so I think it's important for the market to understand that and see us as an AI company. Number two, we've seen what's happened in some of the other spaces like software, and we wanted to be able to come on and tell our story about why we're so much different and why AI is a beneficial to our business, not a hindrance, and it's going to help us flourish and grow and serve clients in new ways and ultimately lead to the growth of the company.
We saw this with software names last week, and what I didn't hear much of was insider buying. Now, Lisa and I were just talking about this, Rick, and we're wondering whether you saw the move and you stepped in.
Well, I own a lot of the stock. I love the stock. If I'm allowed to, I'd tell anyone to buy it where it is today. I think we've got tremendous upside. If you look at our earnings last year and our revenue, we hit all-time highs. In our winter business update this year, we guided to or presented a scenario that would lead to earnings of $5.70 to $5.80. 2027 looks very bright. We've got so much going for us, and AI is only going to accelerate our ability to deliver for clients and grow our firm. So I couldn't be more bullish about where we are and where the stock is.
I couldn't fucking be more believing that this is some crazy ass bullshit consolidation than it is, because every fucking minute is like mentally fucking mentally draining candles. Is that a good word? Mentally draining candles.
Trump turning up the pressure on Canada. Is it really Canada? It's really Carney warning that he president could block the opening of the Gordie Howe International Bridge, which connects Michigan and Ontario, until the United States is fairly compensated for that project.
The fact that Canada will control what crosses the Gordie Howe Bridge and owns the land on both sides is unacceptable to the president. It's also unacceptable that more of this bridge isn't being built with more American-made materials. He also believes that the U.S. should own at least half of the bridge, have shared authority over what passes across it, and participate in the economic benefits generated by its use.
The president's battle over the bridge, the latest in a long spat with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, who Trump is accusing of dragging his feet on trade amid Trump's push to renegotiate the USMCA trade agreement. U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer addressing this morning with our own Maria Bartiromo.
And we baked this into the USMCA because for a long time, under NAFTA, there was no review scheduled. There was never any opportunity to take a look at the agreement and adjust it if necessary, which makes no sense. It makes no business sense. It makes no economic sense. The Mexicans are being quite pragmatic right now. We've had a lot of discussions with them. With the Canadians, it's more challenging. The thing to keep in mind with Canada, this is a country that's 75% dependent on the United States for its gross domestic product. We're always going to have some kind of a trading relationship with Canada. We have to make sure that it's fair. We have to make sure that it's equal.
Did we really go back to the fucking 9:30 open range?
Joining us now on set is the Heritage Foundation Chief Economist and Unleash Prosperity Senior Fellow, E.J. Antoni. E.J., always good to see you.
There's no way we do this in
All right,
one
so let's
fucking
talk
day.
Canada and bridges. I like Gordie Howe, so I kind of
There's no
want to
way.
see. I like a bridge named after
Oh my
Gordie
God.
Howe. The president,
this shit is
that's right. I mean, he's awesome.
Oh my
okay,
God,
but
it's
so
sick.
maybe the bridge is a big deal. But let's talk about Canada, right? That we just
How
don't
the
seem
fuck
any
are we at
closer to a
695 again?
good
690.
trade agreement with Canada. Is that a big deal in terms of the president's
694?
agenda, economic agenda in 2026?
This is sick.
I think it's a big deal for them, Brian. It's not necessarily a big deal for us. You can look at what's happening with their manufacturing sector, for example. Since this whole trade spat began, it has really been hurting them, and for good reason. Look at the numbers. Canada, what is it, 80 or 90% of their exports just come here to the United States. For us, it's single digits. It's, I think, less than 10% of our exports are going to Canada. In short, they need us more than we need them. If you stop that international trade, sure, it hurts us economically, no doubt about it. Sure,
Only
it's going to
reason
cause
why I'm
prices
safe
to
on
go up,
NVIDIA is
etc.,
because I got a
but
good
it
fucking
kills
entry yesterday at
them,
market
and
open.
I think that's the
but
big
this is
difference
still
here.
sick.
So in short, Trump has all the leverage.
Spy.
Personally, I just think it's hilarious. He basically has, at this point, tricked the Canadians into potentially building a bridge to nowhere. That's just funny to me.
Regained $5.70.
Let me phrase this properly. So the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Canada's Carney
is why I'm scared of the
trying
3/3
to actively
This is
resolve
absolutely
this
3/3.
dispute over
Melted
the
down to
Gordie
morning
Howe
1/3,
Bridge.
2/3, 3/3
And that
for 1 hour,
it's
and then
already
just all
that
fucking
Canada
day long.
paid
Like
for the
time is
bridge's
literally
construction.
12:45.
It's Michigan already
1
holds
hour
an
it has
ownership
been.
stake.
They
U.S.
did at
materials and
market
labor
open,
were
and then
used in the
since
bridge.
then,
But
2
could
hours
this
more,
bridge
right? So
then
3 hours.
be
2
the
hours out of the
bridge,
fucking 3 hours has
yes,
been
pun intended,
just
to an
consolidation
actual
up
trade
since
deal,
the downward
like a
fucking
full
first hour
trade
down.
deal. Like, could this be the opening for conversations?
Quite possibly, Dagan. It's a really good point. I mean, again, at the end of the day, I think what's important for the Canadians to realize is Trump just holds all the cards, whether it's this bridge in particular, whether it's trade between the two countries, generally speaking. I mean, he really does have all the leverage here. That can't be understated. And I think the longer the Canadians wait to make some kind of deal with the president, the longer they wait to come to the table and negotiate in good faith, the worse off it's going to be for them in the long run.
Just really quickly, I get we hold the cards leverage-wise, economic leverage-wise, but does it, we talk about consumer sentiment and the narrative, does it create the sense like that we're not moving forward? Does the American public look at this and say, oh man, another fight with Canada? Gosh, shouldn't we be teaming up with people to fight China instead of fighting our neighbors? Is that a risk for the president? He's been at this for a year. Are people getting tired of that? I don't know. I'm asking you.
I don't think so, Brian. When we break out things like the Consumer Sentiment Survey, when we break it out by political affiliation, Republicans think things are pretty much fine. Their inflation expectations are darn near zero. Meanwhile, Democrats think we're going to have the worst inflation in our nation's history. So it really is just, I think, Trump derangement syndrome clouding some of those respondents' actual thinking. That being said, I think what people are most concerned about is not the headlines, not what they see on the Wall Street Journal front page. What they're really concerned about is things like, can I afford a home? How much does my weekly paycheck actually buy me? And as long as that is less than it was 4, 5, 6 years ago, I think people are going to be unhappy. Even if things are heading in the right direction, because we haven't yet fully recovered all of our lost ground, that's what I think people are most upset about.
The soon-to-be head of the Federal Reserve, President Trump's pick, Kevin Warsh, there's much, he's talked about for a long time about how the blowout of the Federal Reserve's balance sheet, which he was against, starting with the financial crisis in 2008, and then it was done again up to almost $9 trillion during COVID, how that was a reverse Robin Hood, that it made the rich so much richer. The closer you are to the spigot, the more wealthy you become, and it hurts working men and women. So his goal, and he talked about Larry Kudlow last year, is to reduce the size of the balance sheet, and then actually cut rates, which helps working folks. But will he run into problems trying to reduce this balance sheet, which is only now about $6 trillion, because our markets, even our short-term funding markets for banks, can't handle it.
Right, Dagan, it's a great point. And I think this is where somebody like Warsh has a much better understanding of monetary policy than somebody like Powell does. And actually, I think Warsh better understands what Powell has built than even Powell does. Powell has created a very unique monetary framework that we never had before March of 2020. And you can't simply do things like we're going to draw down the Fed's balance sheet or bank reserves and not undo everything else, because you're going to run into the problem we had just at the end of last year, where reserves fell too low and the repo market was blowing up.
Sounds like he's going to have to put the puck in the net, kind of like Gordie Howe. Maybe it's going to take a little finesse to get that done. Dagan's still thinking about it, though.
No, I'm just thinking about hockey. And what position on the ice is Scott Bessent at the Treasury? Because they're going to have to, because you heard it from President Trump. They've got to work together in managing our debt and the borrowing and rolling it over and ballooning interest on our debt. So.
E.J. Antoni, great hockey player, good economist. Thanks very much.
How much did 696 fucking put go at open 0 DT, and how much did it go fucking back? Let's see. They closed this bitch at $4 yesterday. Opened it at $1.10. Brought it back up to $6.50, and it's now at $2.40. So half of 4 p.m. close yesterday's level. What a way to fucking cook. Let's look at calls. 690 call. The fuck happened to 690 call? They fucking destroyed it today. So what a fucking way to eat everything. Bigger picture. Jesus Christ. That thing fucking 6 times don't. SPY put 6 times 696 to 689, so a fucking huge ass cycle, and they are inside.
After a volatile week for stocks and crypto, all eyes are on what comes next. Joining us now to preview the week ahead is Jay Woods, Chief Market Strategist at Freedom Capital Markets. Jay, great to have you here at the desk.
Great to be back.
All right, so before we take a look at the week ahead, let's talk about the week that was. We saw total tech wreck, software meltdown. We saw Bitcoin down to 60K. It has since rebounded. We had the Dow hitting 50,000, an all-time high. Is that healthy market rotation, or is it maybe the start of something bigger breaking here?
Yeah, we're getting some mixed signals, so you have to kind of break it down. You have 17% of the S&P 500 making new highs, 3% making new lows, but in that 3% are those big software names, some of those tech names that have a lot of weight on the market. Then you have all those crypto-related assets and those crypto-related stocks that, you know, really took it on the chin. So the market breadth overall, very healthy, but when you have those big headline stocks getting hit and not allowing that market to rally, the S&P was down 0.01% last week, but the Dow made new highs. You have to look under the hood, and where's the leadership? And that's staples, industrials, energy, and small caps. Not a bad thing, but the tide is not lifting all boats. It's rotating, and it's rotating into names that are late cycle bull market leaders. And the concern is this late cycle bull market, or it's just a quick change, and then we'll refresh the tech side in the coming weeks or months.
Well, what's your call? Is it late cycle, or is tech going to play catch-up?
I think tech will play catch-up. We'll have some relief rallies. As we tape this, we're getting a relief rally in some of those software names that have been beaten down. But we've seen cycles like this over time. Over the last 25 years, it's happened twice, around 2004 and then 2013-14. After 2-3 big years of double-digit gains in the index, we had a year where we were only up marginally, less than 5%, 1 to 5% in 05, and again in 14 to 15. So to me, what we're doing is digesting gains, rotating into sectors that won't have that power to really give us big gains as an index. But if you're a good manager of your assets, you're rotating into staples right now, you're capitalizing on good gains while technology gets its legs under it again before we go hopefully higher.
So we should level set our expectations and expect 1 to 5% gains this year?
Well, that's what I said in the beginning, you know, when we did our
the
little
end of last
20,
year.
20,
you said boring is best. You were expecting this rotation. We're seeing it.
Well, the playbook is still in play 5-6 weeks into the year. Let's see how it continues to go. But right now, we're seeing good growth on the earnings front. Look at stocks like Meta. Great earnings, didn't really go much higher than you know, up 10%, faded it back. We're seeing Google, great earnings, didn't make new highs. Microsoft wasn't too bad. They focused on the spend. Amazon the same. So those big cap names that have led us have been growing, but people are focused on other things, and they think AI is going to capitalize AI, and a lot of those software names, they're in the penalty box right now, and you're going to see winners and losers, and I think we're sifting through that right now to find out where those winners may be. But in the meantime, we're going to materials, very boring. We're going to some REITs, Simon Property Group, great name, good dividend, making new highs, but it's not going to make headlines here or make waves when you're looking at the overall market.
Okay, so let's talk about the week ahead. We have quite a few names on tap for earnings. Mag 7 obviously mostly out of the way. We still have NVIDIA to come back to. But this week we have names like Cisco, Legacy Tech. We have staples like Coca-Cola. We have Robinhood, software stocks like Datadog. How could earnings impact the narrative this week? What's going to move markets most?
Yeah, I think you have to break it down sector to sector. You mentioned Cisco, the old giant in the Dow still. If it breaks above 85, it's just on the precipice. We're talking all-time highs, a full reversal back to when? The dot-com peak, when that was the darling stock. That was the magnificent stock before we had an acronym for those. So Cisco has been that silent assassin, just keeps going higher and slowly trogging along. It could get momentum with a positive earnings as people realize, oh,
it looks like they're faking
I
out,
missed
breaking
this
out
one.
1150.
It's still not too late to get into it. So you have Cisco on the technology
almost the last
front.
hope for the bears.
As far as software stocks, you have 3 in that IGV. That IGV is a software ETF that has been crushed, down 30% over the last 6 to 8 weeks. Getting a little bit of a relief rally. Well, that relief could get a little stronger when you have Unity Software down over 50% from its recent peaks. Datadog and AppLovin, 2 names that have been really beaten down. If they report and we get some guidance that says, okay, maybe the software sell-off has been a little overdone, they could help lift the rest of the sector. The 2 that have been really hurting them, Oracle and Salesforce. Salesforce, 52-week low, the only Dow stock that made a new low last week. And then you look at Oracle, it's just been getting destroyed, getting a relief rally as we tape this. I still need to see a little more out of Oracle, get us back to that 50-day moving average, 200-day moving average would be really nice. Before I believe that the all clear is there, I still think they have some issues going forward.
I'm curious, at what point does the tech weakness stop being rotation into other sectors and start becoming a bigger problem?
Yeah, well, if we can see, like, I think Microsoft is the bellwether when you look at that. Microsoft took it on the chin. They filled gaps going back to last April. Not at a 52-week low, 395, a very key level I'm watching there, but it's held and it's starting to rally. What you need to see is some consolidation. The one stock that hasn't reported, NVIDIA, that stock has gone sideways now for the better part of 6 months. It's going around this 175 to 190 level, and it's been holding. Can earnings break it out and we take another leg higher? We saw Palantir, similar, had great earnings. And guess what? Like Meta, it gapped up after earnings and then faded. And both of those stocks broke the 200-day moving average. So I use the 200-day moving average as a barometer of health. And right now, that sector is not healthy. So what we need to do is see stabilization from a price action standpoint. Another good quarter with a good guide where we can say, all right, this AI narrative that it's eating itself and cannibalizing us is a little overdone. And then we get back to maybe a quick bounce and then slow and steady growth. And that will take time.
Okay. We also have CPI and a delayed jobs report this week, a little bit later this week. How could that impact the rotation trade? And does this market want good news, or does this market want bad news?
That's a great question. I don't know what we want. We always want good news, but does it mean the market's going to react that way? Let's break it down. We talked jobs. That was supposed to be released last week. Because of the slight delay passing the budget, it was delayed until Wednesday. Jobs, unemployment, 4.4%. Let's see if that holds steady. When we talk about jobs, we also then talk about the other part of the dual mandate, inflation. No better indication of inflation than that CPI. That's the one number that causes more volatility than any other down here. They're looking for it to decrease from 2.7 to 2.5%. I found that a little surprising, but we've avoided and navigated the tariffs. Inflation looks like it could be coming down. If we get that 2.5 estimated number, I think that would bode well for the market, but then it throws us into the conundrum. Well, why would the Fed have to cut rates again? Everything is going well, and then we talk about the new Fed leader and how that goes. So there's a lot of drama from the economic front, and it will start to kick off once we get that jobs and CPI, because we don't care what Powell has to say. We want to care, well, will Warsh get, put into office, and how can he justify cutting rates if things are running at a very cool level on both sides of the dual mandate?
So if you had to calm nervous investors with just a sentence or two right now, what would you say?
Let's focus on earnings in those stocks that have not participated over the last few years. That rotational trade is real, so you look for something a little safer. Stocks in the healthcare sector, Merck, Amgen, Pfizer. Yes, Pfizer. I've hated this stock for years, but they're safer. They pay a nice dividend, and we're starting to see people rotate into those names. You said boring is back. I agree. Some of the REITs that have beaten down, Simon Property, doing all right, coming back. And then if you want to get a little more aggressive, some of the biotech names, Biogen had a great quarter last quarter. When you buy these biotech stocks, you have to worry about that next drug, and they have something brewing on the Alzheimer's front. If you get approval for that, then the stock could take off another 25–30% quickly. But if we're still in that trial phase, it's still growing in the right direction. So I like Biogen as far as biotech goes.
And also want to quickly ask you about Bitcoin, because in your note a few weeks ago, you said if Bitcoin breaks below 77,000, the next leg lower is 60,000, which it did hit. You were spot on there.
Yeah.
Is Bitcoin out of the danger zone? After years of mega cap dominance, the tech trade has run into some turbulence, and investors are widening the lens. Small and mid cap stocks are starting to draw fresh attention. Joining us now for an ETF Spotlight to discuss is Randy Gwertzman, portfolio manager at Barron Capital. Randy, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for doing this, Caroline.
I really appreciate you being here. So, Randy, there's been a lot of talk about the rotation that we've been seeing out of mega cap tech. We're seeing money go into other sectors like energy and materials and staples, but also into small and mid-sized companies. What's driving that shift?
It's really interesting. There's, I would say, three factors that are kind of driving this right now. The first is there's an underallocation to small and mid-cap stocks right now. As my analytics group kind of pulled up, if you look at the overall allocation of SMID to the overall Russell 3000, it's about 3% allocated now to that total equity group. Typically, it's 7.5%, so clearly underallocated. The second is, the valuations are pretty reasonable on a forward basis. Small and mid-cap stocks, that index, the Russell 2500 growth is trading at about 21.5 times,
close level,
which is about a half turn below the S&P 500. And, the S&P 500 typically trades in kind of a 15 to 17 multiple range over the last 20 years. Now, we know we have some fast growers within that segment, but it's above its range. Whereas for the 21.5 for the SMID group, typically that's more of a 20 to 22 range. So we're kind of right in range on an absolute basis. And then the last thing I would say is people are realizing that you're getting better growth maybe from smaller stocks than you are from the larger stocks. So as concerns of overall growth across the entire large cap universe kind of fade into the market a little bit, you're seeing kind of interesting situations. So like the SMID cap index on a forward sales basis is growing about 16%. For the S&P 500, it's about 11% for next year's sales. And we're at 20% for the Barron SMID ETF, which is BCSM. So, we're faster growth. We've got good valuation, and the
it's getting feisty out here, folks. I gotta zip up my jacket.
And all this stuff with a good economic environment where we're kind of seeing inflation go below, or kind of at and heading down the 3% level, and potential, exponential growth in GDP. We're kind of moving up to 5% by some forecasts. It's a pretty good environment for small cap stocks.
Does the economic environment need to remain strong or resilient for this shift to continue?
And
I guess even broader than that, do you think this signals a broader shift, or is it a short-term reset after years of large cap dominance and maybe some value hunting now?
Yeah, I think other than some cross currents, which we can get to in terms of technology and things like that, I think it's a pretty typical economic situation to see smaller caps outperform as the rate cycle moves from higher rates towards lower rates, particularly in an economy where we're seeing good growth with low inflation. Now, there's a lot of underlying factors behind that, but we're seeing increased productivity kind of keep labor wage push inflation down, and the tariffs really haven't had too much of an impact, which is good. So I think it's a pretty good environment, and it will continue that way, barring some external macro shock.
Do you expect it to continue at the expense of mega cap tech, though? Because it seems like the money is coming out of tech and going into some of these other areas. At what point do you think that stabilizes, or will it continue to be at the expense?
Yeah, you're seeing much more particular investment in parts of IT. And it's the hardware and the semiconductor side of the ledger that is benefiting at the expense of the software side of the ledger. So data center build out, particularly for AI, has gone up enormously. We had a $200 billion capex spend roughly in 2024. That went to $400 billion for AI data centers in 2025. This year they're expecting $650 billion or even more. You're seeing companies spend 150 to 200 billion each for these mega cap providers.
About the outlook tomorrow?
So that's benefited semi-cap companies like Coherent,
Today matters.
in BCSM, which provides optical networking. On the other side, software is really getting hurt. You're seeing software down 20% on average.
Look at what they did today.
Over the last year.
Look at what they did yesterday into today.
Software is down 40%.
Guys, look at the fucking. Just think about what they did yesterday and today.
Guys, you're seeing, you saw it in Microsoft's earnings. The software side of the business is a big concern because people believe that AI can displace enterprise software and seat-based business models.
Anything is a hair trigger pin at this point. Overnight is what I'm trying to say. Any single news is a hair trigger pin to do anything at this point.
Lower growth companies under 15% are trading at 3.5 times forward sales.
We have 70 people that have hit the like. Thank you so much for hitting the like. Thank you for saying that, David G. Let's hit the like.
6 times sales.
Right, if you are here watching the live stream,
very low for that group.
We have a lot of people that watch the live stream that never hit the like and go. I don't know why.
Companies that do.
Might as well hit it while we are here.
Like
thank you very much for those that constantly do.
This monitors network traffic and application performance. So large airlines use it to make sure that their systems are online and not
that's what I mean, crazy.
Losing reservations
I'm just so fucking tired of overnight at this point.
Automated
I'm
basis.
barely gonna
These companies
ever
actually
really
use their own AI, and they're not going to get displaced because they're so embedded into the network infrastructure of these enterprises, which is very complicated. Dynatrace is trading at only 13 times free cash flow, and it's growing free cash flow in high teens. So
Mid
there's
data was
some real
momentum,
bargains
but
out there. The baby's kind of being
it's like
thrown out with
short
the bathwater
momentum.
right
It's like
now.
20 minutes.
But we're pretty
Momentum's
excited
like 20 minutes
to own the companies
down,
that we
and
think
then
will be the
fucking bounce for
winners
5,
at
10,
bargain
15,
prices.
20, and then 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's funny.
then
Datadog
20
up
minutes.
big today after earnings.
So
you
we'll see
mentioned
if it
that one
goes
in
past
particular. I
here,
see
but
that's a holding
1250 to
as well.
105.
So in terms
Maybe
of
it's 110
themes
right
or
now,
particular
actually.
areas poised to outperform in the small and mid cap space,
Algo ranging,
it
so it
sounds
could
like
be different
AI
here,
is still
but
really the common thread here.
it would
Yeah,
really need
I
a
mean,
break
so
somewhere
AI,
here,
I mentioned
confidently.
the hardware side of it and the
But then
software
it's
side
getting
of it.
oversold slowly.
There's
So
also
too.
AI that's being applied to,
I don't
kind
know
of
how,
companies that use
psycho or
atoms
what,
and
if
electrons.
not
And,
trap,
this is
but
kind of a phrase I heard that
psycho and
I really
then do
liked.
it or not.
But companies like Axon, so Axon makes
They're cooking on
tasers
things like
and
NVIDIA, though,
body
for sure.
cams that are
0
used by law
DTE,
enforcement.
2 DTE2
They also have
still.
software that backs it all up. So all that video gets backed up into their cloud-based software,
Showing down and
and then
going back up
AI
on
can
NVIDIA
analyze
to
that
where all the
software and
calls
help
are
law enforcement
still. So
officers write up reports
they are
and
cooking somehow.
maintain a chain of evidence for prosecutors and defense attorneys. That can't be replicated by agentic-based AI models. Because you need the physical atoms, right? The sensors themselves that generate the data. So we really like that one. So that's some of what's going on in AI. But we don't believe that, for the most part, agentic AI is going to take over every software company. But there will be software companies that are disintermediated, particularly companies that have high seat-based models in areas where the AI itself can do some of the tasks of people who used to be the workers, like
Go take a
code
walk,
generation.
dude.
If you have a software company that is seat-based on code generation, that's going to be pretty tough because existing software engineers can do the work maybe of 2 or 3 engineers now. Legal software could be at risk. We're kind of seeing that in the market as well.
3/3 cycle
So we're
in
picking our spots, but
trapping,
we are
trying.
getting really excited about some of the things going on in
I
AI.
think everything's looking bearish now.
Are there
actually.
other areas where you get exposure outside of tech through the Barron's Midcap ETF?
Absolutely. So healthcare is a big area that we're invested in.
This is bearish.
AI is used in healthcare as well. So we own a company called Tempus AI.
Bearishness happening
Tempus
right now.
is a cancer diagnostics company.
Bullseye.
So they take blood samples and tissue samples, and they run high-end DNA sequencing on them
Time is
and look
110.
for
This
genetic
is 2/3 going
abnormalities.
into 3/3.
They then give test results, obviously, to oncologists who are testing patients on that. But on top of that, they take all that data that's generated. They have a huge database of data, and they use their own AI
Candles
to
are
analyze
humongous.
the data
Candles are
and
huge red in the
find
3/3.
kind of interesting patterns.
Out.
But they're also connected.
Small
And
ass
this is part of
cycle.
the
Scalp I didn't even say.
competitive differentiation of the company. They're connected to oncologists and academic medical centers all around the country, who can go back and forth with them and see patient outcomes and relay their own cancer findings
This is in the
of
2/3.
patients who
Right,
have
let's see what
similar
happens
genetic
They are burning the
abnormalities.
1/3,
And in
2/3
that
after
way,
all
they
this
can then
time
see
after
that
burning the
which
puts,
data
after
is
burning
most
the bears,
important for
because there
drug
were, I guess,
development.
so
And then
many
they
bears.
take all that
I
and then they
guess.
sell it to the largest drug companies in the
I
world
wasn't
because they have
really.
this sort of unique
I wasn't in
database, not only with
0DT, to
the
be honest. I
genetic data,
haven't
but
looked
also
at
with the
0DT
outcomes-based
today.
data
I wasn't
on the
really looking
drugs
at
that were
0DT
used to
today.
treat the
I was looking
patients.
at weekly
So
out on
really
SPY
exciting
and on
stuff.
a bunch
We're
of
also
other things,
invested
but yeah.
in other companies
I
that
guess
are kind of riding the
cycle
biologics
is
trend.
happening
So
right 1/3,
GLP-1s,
2/3.
obviously, the weight loss
Now
drugs
this is the
are really
3/3.
huge.
The
We own
3/3 and
a
the
company called
2/3 is in
Repligen, which
danger,
makes
right?
equipment that
It's about
manufactures
somewhere here.
biologic
Everything
drugs.
is getting fucking burnt.
And we also own a company
Just
called
like how everything down
Stevanato,
there is getting
which
burnt too.
makes glass
To be
tubing,
fair.
which is used for vials, but more importantly for the cartridges that go inside the auto injectors that a lot of people
Bouncing,
use
trying at
for their
110.
drugs, whether
Let's
it's
see what
the
happens here.
GLP-1s or
NVIDIA is trying to go lower
PCSK9s,
again.
which are
There's
used
some
for
0DT shit going on, closer
lowering
dated
cholesterol
options
and that
things
sort of
going
thing.
on, but also
So there's
they're
a lot of
hurting
other areas
200
that are
calls
really interesting to invest in right
on
now.
NVIDIA.
Yeah, very
Expiring
interesting picks
February
there
20th
and
somehow.
ways to play some of the broader themes that we've been talking about every day that aren't necessarily just the big names that we've been talking
That's what
about.
I
But
see.
it seems like it could be harder to stock pick through all of these companies that investors might not be as familiar with. So obviously they can get exposure through your ETF, but what
Yep.
should investors be
At
careful
some
about
point,
or
NVIDIA gonna pull
avoid
back.
when it comes
I
to
think
small and
clearly,
mid-cap
as
companies?
everyone fucking thinks, but
Yeah,
still.
I mean, listen,
At some
I tell my
fucking
friends,
point.
and I kind kind of selling myself a little bit here, but we do a lot of work. So Baron Capital is fundamentally based, and we have a long-term horizon that we're focused on. it's
Time
really
is
hard to
110.
guess what's going to
110 is
happen
bounce
day to
trying.
day in the market, or even over a 1 year time frame. We think we add value by kind of looking over a 3 to 5 year time frame. We're trying to find stocks that will double over that 3 to 5 year time frame. And so the stocks that I've mentioned have free cash flow that we think will double or even triple over that time frame. And if you get it at a similar multiple to what it's trading now, obviously the stock would double over that time. With some of these software stocks, you can get
Bears
a
are
double
in
in free cash
control
flow
here,
growth
and
on top of multiple
today
expansion,
is
and
like
that's how you make
fucking like
really big money.
higher, you know, like
But
bigger
again,
bigger
it's all
chips,
about deep
zero
fundamental
DT
research,
fucking day, and not even SPX.
understanding the companies, interviewing management teams,
That's what I'm
experts in the
feeling, because
industry,
I'm fucking
competitors,
feeling it right now on Nvidia.
putting that all
Look at
together and
Tesla right now
understanding
too. Tesla is
strategically
the
where these
fucking
companies can
epic
go
broken
over
out,
time,
like broken
and what
out
their
and then
competitive
broken down
advantages
bear
are, and how
flag.
good the
So
management teams are.
Tesla fucking
And
acting
that's
up
really what we
crazy.
do day to
Palantir in
day and
a
what we're
fucking
focused
popped
on.
up bull trap at pre-market
Okay, so
bear flag.
because
So
you
fucking
said
crazy
it's hard
too.
to
133
predict where the market's going to go,
yesterday's
even
low
over the
broken.
next year, of course I'm going to ask you, but we have to make this one quick. If small and mid caps
Wow,
continue to be
they're
where the money
bearish.
flows, what does that mean
It's
for
just
the
they don't
direction
want
of
to
the
show
overall
it.
market?
It's interesting. I think it's healthy to have a more
That's what I
broadening of the
feel. They're
market
bearish,
as
but they don't want
opposed
to show it.
such extreme concentration.
It might not
in a
even go down
handful of
today.
large cap
I don't know.
stocks. So I think
LOD
overall
might break off
that
today.
bodes well for
One
the overall
direction is
economy.
south.
Kind of
Nothing
hoping the
changed.
consumer
They
can
just
benefit
created
from
a
some of the
cycle from
tax
the floor,
rebates
1/3,
that they
2/3,
should be getting
3/3,
over the next
but
month.
they
And
just
us
could not.
2/3 of the
They
economy
might.
obviously
They don't
is
have to
consumer
do it
based.
today.
So
But I
we have
mean, by
consumer stocks as
bouncing
well in the
$6,
fund.
$6.50
And we
from
think
the
that the
floor, it'd be
broadening
burnt
out
to every fucking
of
put. So they
economic
could do it
benefit
today. That's true.
really should
Puts
be good
could fucking
for
spike
the
up
stock
again. That's
market
true.
as a
Could be
whole,
like they could be like,
all
oh,
the way
wind
through the
direction
caps. But
south today.
again,
Oh, it's just an easy
again,
day.
talking my own
Oh,
book,
back
but
at
we do
where we
favor the
were.
smaller
That's
stocks.
true.
They've
They do
been
the same
really
shit
on
going
alert
up.
over the
They do the
past
same
few
shit when
years.
we're at the going down. So I would not
We've
doubt if we
had
doubt.
sort of
I
extreme
would not doubt
valuation
if we fucking
disconnects
break and bust down the
historically
LOD at some
between
point,
this
or
cohort of
test the
stocks and
LOD
larger
at some
cap
point.
stocks.
All right, well,
689.8
we
at the
appreciate you
fucking
shedding some
minimum.
light on the
I don't do
mid cap
price target
space.
at
Randy
all, but I mean,
Gritzman,
this is what I'm
portfolio
feeling
manager at Baron Capital.
based on
Thank
the
you so
cycle
much.
that I'm seeing. Right, they
Thank you
could
very
even
much for the
bounce
time.
here. They could cycle here, but at the minimum, I think we're gonna go lower from where we are right here, 110, somewhere here, and then decide what to do near the floor at the fucking ultimate floor test and floor trap and whatever the hell people think and people don't want to think. That's what I think. I'll watch. I'm in other things, but I'm watching SPY and SPX here. Cool things are happening, but I already did my shit in the 1/3, 2/3. They're in the 3/3. I don't give a rat's ass if they break LOD. I mean, I care, but I mean, today's already good. This week's good. Last week's good. I'm fine. All right, today is a historical day.
President Trump is set to
saying
repeal
regulation
the
repeal will be the
2009
largest red tape
endangerment
rollback
finding,
ever.
which will end the regulation of greenhouse gases virtually. Interior Secretary Doug
Right,
Burgum
bears are in
rejoins us this
control.
morning. Mr.
Nvidia is
Secretary,
bull burning everybody.
is this the last
Bull
nail in
burning
the
everybody.
coffin for the
Tesla is
Democrats'
bull
Green
burning
New Deal?
everybody. The VIX is going back up.
Stuart, this is fantastic
IWM
news
going down.
under President
QQQ
Trump's
going
leadership
down.
and our great
Dow Jones
EPA
probably going
Administrator
down.
Lee
Let's go
Zeldin.
look at Tesla.
This is historic. This is going to be the largest cutting of red tape
Dow
ever,
Jones even going
by
down.
an
Right, look at this.
administration.
Look at
gonna-
this trend line being
this
broken down on Dow
endangerment
Jones.
finding,
This is
was
not bullish.
On top
This
of it
is
was
bearish.
a house of cards. This knocks
This is
over the
not
whole
bullish.
thing.
This is
This has
bearish.
been since the
Let's see.
Obama administration forward. There's been 20 years
Look at
of
Tesla
cost
today.
placed on the American consumer.
We're gonna bear flag
But it wasn't like they
for
had a chance to vote on it. It wasn't like Congress had a chance to have a say. I mean, the
Love it.
cost of whether it was your automobile that you were driving or the gas heater that you were putting
Even
in
Dow
your
Jones
home,
making a wedge.
any of these things just raise the cost on American consumers without their choice. And then some states following suit and then banning consumer choice and saying it must be a certain type of product, like it has to be electric, it can't be natural gas. All of these things driven by the endangerment finding. This is a huge, huge break for every
Like I
American.
said,
This is
50,000
part of
tests in the
President
morning.
Trump making things affordable
the
again in
morning
this
push
country,
lower.
and a policy of energy abundance and energy dominance. I mean, this is just a massive change. Kudos to all the team team that worked on this thing to put this together. It really exciting. Every American should get up tomorrow and hold a celebration.
Yeah. Mr. Secretary, your department expects to boost oil
Smack the
production
like
in
button,
the Gulf
folks.
of
Thank you
America
so much. Make
by
sure we hit the
10%.
like
That
button.
would produce
If you're here for the
more
first
than
time, make sure you hit the
100,000
subscribe
more
button, too.
barrels per day over the next decade. So with all this new supply coming onto the market, I mean, we're pumping like crazy. You're going to get some oil from Venezuela. Can you get the price of oil down to, say, $50 a barrel?
Well, what we want to do is make sure that we've got affordable energy for all of our consumers, and we want to be able to sell energy to our friends and allies so they can stop buying from our adversaries. Certainly, with the actions being taken in Venezuela, the great investments that are going on in the U.S., and I think we're going to look, Stuart, at the spread. I mean, Brent maybe inches a little higher because people may be concerned about what might be happening in Iran, but Iran doesn't affect American consumers. You know, we're producing all the energy we need right here in America for America.
Well, you are being personal because you're asking things that you want, but you don't want to take any answer other than what you want as an answer. So you are being personal.
We do have your individual results may vary because if you're a place like California or
It's
New
pretty
York where you
distracting,
block pipelines
no
to
offense.
get affordable, reliable, and clean American energy to your state, you're going to have higher energy prices. But the places that have embraced President Trump's energy dominance approach, that's where the capital is going to flow. That's where the manufacturing is going to get built. It's going to get built in places that have low energy prices, low electric prices. And that is happening all across many places of America. But states that also embrace this endangerment finding approach, climate extremism, put it into their own policies, they're going to miss out on the whole next wave of capital. But yeah, we will see continuing low, and inflation adjusted, these are the lowest energy prices almost ever. And we're certainly at the price at the pump for gasoline. You know, that in many states now is at $2 or below.
Got it. Now, later today, President Trump's going to announce a new executive order directing the Department of War to purchase electricity from coal-fired plants. Do you expect a significant increase in coal production in this country in the immediate future?
Well, we've seen an increase during 2025, and thank goodness we did, because during these major storms we had in the Northeast, I mean, coal was the hero of that extended cold weather.
Market bouncing.
In this cold,
115 into 120 and 120 is trying to reject. If it breaks 115, then this may turn into a
coming from coal, 70%
reload
coming from
cycle
hydrocarbons.
to
You know,
possibly
and
test
again, in
LOD,
the New England
LOD
area where we
maybe.
had. You know, we spent a ton of money on subsidizing as a country under the Biden administration the building out of wind and solar through these massive tax subsidies. That was producing less than 2% of the electricity during the cold snaps. We were getting more electricity in New England from burning wood and trash than we were from the wind and solar industries. And of course, again, the hero of that was hydrocarbons, you know, keeping the lights on.
Man, I wish the Amish market was open today.
It's essential to what we're
so
doing.
I can go get an Amish burger.
You know, coal,
but I really don't know.
Beautiful, clean coal. If there's a coal plant running in America, it's clean because the only thing left would be the CO2. But CO2 was never a pollutant. When we breathe, we emit CO2. Plants need CO2 to survive and grow. They thrive with more CO2. So the whole endangerment thing opens up the opportunity for the revival of clean, beautiful
Tomorrow
American coal.
I can go, though.
Mr. Secretary, always
Tomorrow
a pleasure.
I can
Thank
go.
you very much for being with us today.
Pennsylvania
See you
Dutch
later.
Amish market, man. Get a homemade hamburger. Oh. What am I gonna go eat today, though? Damn. Man, I hope I don't come off as mean, but you have to understand, right? 60% or 40% of the people from my old WhatsApp group left or won't move into the new WhatsApp group because they think things changed once I said what I said 2-3 days ago, which, you know, I guess that's their life, right? 40% of the people channel hop and they say they're active in the WhatsApp group by saying good morning once, and they're not active at all, right? There's only like 10 or 15 people that are truly active in the YouTube chat every single day that I really see on a day-to-day basis, and I know their name by heart. And you know, there's only the minority that this is how the world is. I mean, I'm not even trying to say this is how the world is. This is literally how the world is. So, you know, at the end of the day, I wish love upon everybody, man, and all I can say is, you know, it's what it is. I think it's fine, but you have to understand that some people just want what they want, and why the fuck does that have to do with what I need to do? Like, I'm busy as shit. I can't get distracted when I need to get distracted. And like, just because I reply or I see people what they say, doesn't mean I have to do and understand and explain and do everything what people want to do constantly 24/7. That's my business. Like, it's my life. But some people can't take no for an answer once they, determined to do something in their life because they have what incentives in their own lives and they have their own thoughts to do. Oh, this is a step. This guy's a step. Oh, and they do what they do. I have no control over that. But like I said, I don't care about that because I'm onto something deeper in my life, and I'm clearly I'm deeper than that. So, life ain't about that. Life is actually about fucking learning like motherfucking Yoda every day, all day, getting better and becoming a Jedi, Jedi Yoda master, and fucking mastering the Force and literally using Force lightning upon my enemy and having God upon my back, man. D-man, amen. That's about it. Hey, I'm trying to be an elite master Yoda. That's about it. Shit. Some people focus on other shit though. They're trying to be negative. They're trying to use whatever. They're trying to, this and that. But life is none of that. Only if life was that fucking easy and only if life was that fucking simple. Is why I send the videos I send, man. I don't care what age someone is. I don't care if they're 40, 50, 20. Like, it's literally, they either wake up or they don't. And they either learn to man up or they don't. Because this thing is fucking deeper than just candles. This is literally life. This shit is deeper and stronger than what most think it is.
Exposure to both Bitcoin
All they
and
give a shit
Robinhood,
about is
which is why she
green
joins us
candle.
now. It's good to see you. Let's take Robinhood first.
Red candle.
What are your expectations? I mean, the stock's come back to earth. What does that do for your expectations going in?
Yeah, I think Kate summed it up. Just to start with earnings, the street is expecting a 32% revenue growth. But as Kate mentioned, they're actually expecting a 34% decline in earnings. The Q4 2024 comps, I think, are incredibly hard. Obviously, why you see that. I think crypto trading will be down. And from a technical perspective, the stock is under the 200-day.
I know for a fact when I send the videos I send in the WhatsApp group, there's only like 5 people out of the maybe 110 people, 55 people that actually hits them in the heart. But like, seriously, that's the shit it takes. I don't know what the fuck to say. Like, doesn't matter what age. It really doesn't matter. That's what people don't realize. They're like, oh, this shit is, I'm too fucking old, or I'm too young for this shit. But like, it's really none of that. It's actually just your mentality. It always has been, always will be in life. Nothing will fucking ever change about that. So if that's nothing going to ever change about the laws of the natures of the law, then why fucking fight the laws of the nature? Might as well join it.
The Treasury is still figuring out who's going to be the trustee, custodian. Vlad spent a ton of time in Washington with Gershner on these Trump accounts, so likely they would be one of the choices. And then finally, the SpaceX IPO, if it happens, there's likely to be a large
It's a statistical data. Like, it's not even like I'm making fucking saying, oh, 90% of traders lose 90% in 90 days. Like, it's literally the fucking data online. It's literally what's going on in life. Margin is going up. It's literally what's going on. Like, I'm not fucking just saying this shit. Like, it's literally what's going on. I'm just reading and seeing and just saying, oh, it's what's going on. But like, dude,
what do you think of the prediction markets move?
I mean, we saw what happened with Kalshi. I heard them on CNBC this morning. The numbers were just incredible. I'm sure Robinhood will have similar type numbers, not maybe the amount of Kalshi, but really incredible. I think this is where people like to go have fun. Whether it's gambling or not, somebody else can decide. But I think kudos to Robinhood. They continue to pull ahead of Coinbase, pull ahead of just like the legacy custodians, and create a very sticky platform.
This might be the 0.5 fib from the bottom
bounce. They don't want you to leave, and they do a very good job of keeping you there.
What about on Bitcoin before I let you run? You own the IBIT, right?
Yeah. I mean, yikes, what a drawdown. I mean, I still think we've had just like such damage in the name. I know a lot of the Bitcoin enthusiasts think we're going to get a V-shaped recovery because we've had that before. I think there has been some damage done. As I said,
Justin
on
said
halftime, I
midpoint
added to
of
the
the
position
midpoint.
last week, but I definitely still think like 56,000
Is that what
to
it is, you
60
think?
right here is like the
Why did it
2021
not fall
highs
through
to
at
the
115
2024
yet
lows
again?
is in that range where it needs to settle. I'm not sure about a V-shape, but I do think you can add to the position here.
What is this? 115 coming in crazy into 130. 15 minutes. 115 coming into 130 fucking crazy into 330. It's something different is happening. It looks different on the video, but I mean QQQ SPY and IWM is somehow trying to bounce from 115 into 130. That is a fact. Man, the news keeps talking about Iran. There's a lot of poly market shit going on.
On this trip, we will discuss a number of issues. Gaza, the region, but of course, first and foremost, the negotiations with Iran. I'll present to the President our ideas about the principles in the negotiations.
Literally, everything popping,
and
looking like except in the video almost.
Not only for Israel, but for everyone in the world who wants peace and security in the Middle East.
QQQ.
That's Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu departing for his meeting today at the White House. President Trump remaining optimistic on talks with Iran, but still considering sending a second aircraft carrier to strike Iran if negotiations
1 minute
fail.
volume coming in and out of fucking
expected
nowhere.
to push
5
for
minute volume
Tehran
is
to
slightly
stop its
pulling back
uranium
from trying to be
enrichment program,
bearish
scale
on
back
SPX.
ballistic
The
missile
video
development,
is
and
still
cut
bearish
ties
though
with
for
terrorist
some
proxies
reason.
across the Middle East. Joining me now is Fox News senior strategic analyst
Little
and chairman of
divergence
the Institute for
difference
the Study of
happening
War,
between
General
the
Jack King.
video
General,
and
good morning to
SPY,
you.
QQQ,
Thanks so
and
much for
IWM,
being
I
here.
guess,
It doesn't
is what
seem
I
like a
see here
stretch
too.
to just
Well,
have
not
a
really.
commitment
It's not too
not
strong in
to
the video,
support
so.
terrorist proxies
Still
across
0
the Middle East.
DT
Your reaction
above
to this?
190. I don't know. Still bullish, I guess, on the video.
Yeah, well, certainly the
Question
meeting
mark?
between these two leaders is certainly, it's quite amazing. President Trump's been in power for 13 months, and this is his 7th meeting
And it is
with Prime
quite
Minister
fucking.
Netanyahu.
It's like beautiful and
And
also
so you
surprising
gotta
to
look
see
at
though,
what he
because
is. He's
sometimes
really a
I look at
wartime
the,
commander,
main
and
stocks like
President
this
Trump
when I'm
certainly
on
is
the
full
video or
throttle in
Tesla, and
support
then
of
I
this
see
wartime
SPY and
commander
QQQ
because
side
obviously they're
next
our
to it, and
closest
then like
ally in the Middle
I see
East.
it, I see it
And
do
he
its
is
thing and
fighting
like set up, I
Iran
guess,
its
and make its
proxies,
like
trying
cycles
to
and do its
literally
thing,
destroy
while
the
the
state
market
of
does
Israel.
its
This
thing
is
in
what
the
this
day,
has
and
been
like
about.
it's like
it's remarkable in a sense
surprising
because
and
it
also
reminds me of
beautiful at the same
Roosevelt and
time to
Churchill,
see and also
when
to
Churchill was dealing
experience.
with the Nazis and
Because
we hadn't been in the war yet, and Roosevelt was supporting him and talking to him
I
on
used
a
to not do
regular
that
basis,
back in the
not
day.
just providing physical
I used to
and
not do
material
that 2 years
support,
ago. When I
but
used to do
obviously also
something
moral
right on big
support
name,
and
I would just
intellectual
look at
support for
straight
the
at
endeavor that they're
that.
doing.
That
So
was
the
such a
two of them
mistake.
seem to be
I would
married
look
at the
straight
hip
at
here,
Google,
and I
or
think
I
it's
would look straight
absolutely
at
the right approach.
Palantir
Coming
only,
into
or I
this,
would look
I
straight
think
at
where we are
Tesla
is
only.
certainly
And I
President
realized
Trump is
that I'm
falling
not
to the
looking at the
pattern that
market,
he's had
and
in
I
the past.
realized
Before he
that
uses military
I'm getting my
force,
ass whooped
he
because
tries
I'm
to
not caring
establish a
about the cycles
relationship
of the
and
market
get a
and the cycles
diplomatic
of where
solution.
this shit is
He
compared
has
to where the
tried that
cycles of
before
our
with
year
Iran,
and the cycles of our
before
compared to
the
QQ and
Midnight
the cycles
Hammer
of our
attack on their nuclear
compared to
facilities, and he certainly
semis
tried it
and
with
shit.
the Maduro regime.
And this is what,
And this is where
smart
we
money
are. And
means by understanding cycles, because cycle isn't just one thing. It's like everything is connected. So, when spies pop in and doing this, you see this on NVIDIA, and when NVIDIA does this, and you see this on SPY, and when Tesla does this on earnings day or something, or delivery numbers, you see this on this, and that's the type of shit I mean. Like, the majority of the people in the world, not like they don't do that, nor do they care about that, but like people that have been dedicated their lives, or dedicating their lives on whatever they've been doing for 20, 50, 15, 20, like 40 years of their lives, whether this is what I think personally. I don't even know if it's true, but I honestly think that there's like everyone like dedicates whatever into whatever they've done, whether it's bonds or stocks or options, and like it's just there are people that are way better because they just have been doing it for so damn long, and they've been practicing and trying and like just knowing it for so long. Like, even though it changes every day and there's more to learn, but like, yeah. All right, video on.
Prime Minister Netanyahu coming in certainly has some concerns about what the end state of negotiations would be. You mentioned the three major ingredients.
I used to not do that though. I swear.
Nuclear,
like,
ballistic missiles, and no support
not
for
just
proxies.
Fucking look at
Those
anything
are
else but the
likely
shit I was
the objectives.
doing.
Iran is
I would
unlikely
not even
to
look.
agree
I
to
wasn't even
all
looking
of
at the
that.
1 minute and
Maybe
5 minute
just
back in the day.
some
But like,
of
I
it,
would just literally be
to
like, oh, this is,
stall.
this is this because
Why
of
do I
this,
say
in my
stall?
opinion, and
Because
my
that's one of their
thoughts and my
tactics. They want to
blah
put
blah blah.
off a
Fuck the
military
cycle. Blah blah blah
operation.
blah. Fuck the setup.
Also,
Blah
if they
blah
could
blah.
get
It's none
some
of that.
kind
It's
of a
actually,
deal,
if
the
you do
second
that, it's you get
objective the
fucked.
Iranians have is to get
Because
sanction relief.
everything
We
except
know for a
setup
fact
and
that
cycle
they
is just
cannot
candle.
change the
It's
dimension of the frustration of the people in
Oh
Iran who now
my
want
God.
regime
Not
change.
testing the
Why?
floor.
Because their
We are.
economy is in the tank and the quality of
135
life that they have
Spy
is in
is
the tank
somehow
as
at
well.
the fucking
And they
roof
know
right now
full
in the
well
video.
that this regime does not have the capability
Maybe purple
to
box.
recover their
Oh, no, range
society
breaking lower.
economically.
QQQ is still
And
bullish.
that being the case, they want
IWM.
sanction relief so they can get the revenues to do just that. That is their objective here. I think the likelihood is we will use military
Inside the
action
cornucopia,
here. I think
like,
that is the preferred option.
does this shit even
and
look
I think
bullish
that
or bearish?
is likely the path we'll be on after these negotiations do not achieve their objectives.
Wow, though that's quite significant. So Iran was in a weakened spot the last time we spoke in terms of the impact of the U.S. and Israeli strike on their infrastructure. And yet they come out swinging, continuing to come up with hostilities against the United States. How do you read the Iranians right now?
I don't know what that yellow line is. No care to that.
Yeah, well, what the Iranians have, their priority after the
tested, I guess.
12-day June war, certainly that nuclear program was, a sense, dismembered and mostly destroyed. They want to recover that, but they haven't taken significant action to do that. Where they put all their effort into, Maria, was their ballistic missile program. The Israelis took down about 50% of it, of the missiles and storage capability and scores of launchers, but they worked earnestly to recover it. And they have recovered not all of it, but they have recovered much of it. And that is the Israelis' concern. They believe that the near-term threat to them is not a nuclear program, long-term threat for sure. Near-term threat is the ballistic missiles. They also have thousands
everything's
of drones.
good, bro.
Unlikely they would shoot them in Israel.
Can we like stop talking about non-market related things?
They would use those against
I don't want
our
people
bases
that are
in the
coming
region,
into the
or
live stream to
maybe
see like kind of
some of
things
the
like that and
allies
just
in the
leave.
region, to include
I honestly think some
short-range
people that
rockets.
like do
So
weird things like
Iran
that want
does
the
have a
channel to die or
retaliation
like use to die, so they're
capability,
doing it on
but
purpose.
that is why the buildup is taking place, Maria, in the region, as you identified, and
time
even
is
the potential of
1:35.
bringing more
There
is
is
to make certain that retaliation capability that they have in terms of a military strike is destroyed comprehensively very early in any operation that the Israelis and the United States combined would likely
thing going on at 4
them.
p.m.
All right, we'll be watching this active situation, tension spiking once again. General, always a pleasure. Thanks so much, sir.
Yeah, great talking to you, Maria, and your audience.
General Jack Keane. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
The fuck did we even listen to?
Bear leg to the four-year cycle. We've experienced several four-year cycles since Bitcoin has launched, and this is no different than any other. The peak was in October when Bitcoin hit $126,000, and I expect Bitcoin to go all the way down to the $50,000 to $60,000 range this summer before things turn around in the fall.
And why do you expect a trough around mid-2026?
Well, first of all, the four-year cycle is really governed by the mining companies, and due to the last halving, mining companies had to start selling their Bitcoin in order to pay for new infrastructure, new software, and of course energy prices. So one of the reasons why 2025 was a little bit lackluster is energy prices were very high due to AI data center build-outs. So Bitcoin mining companies had to sell early, and that selling pressure is going to continue all the way through the summer.
Yeah, and with AI infrastructure spend, it's something the U.S. is doubling down on. So we could expect to see that more this year as well. And so will how will electricity costs, energy
is this
costs
data burning,
this year
or is this
continue
no
to
direction, or is
impact
this
crypto
burning
then?
bulls and bears?
Well, already in 2025, energy costs have in some cases doubled and even tripled.
I mean,
megawatt
I'm
per
speechless
hour.
on SPY
And
because
I do
they're fucking
expect
doing
it to
like
continue
no
to creep up,
direction, nothing.
because where AI is today,
Is this in a
it
wedge?
takes a lot
Is
more
this...
energy and a lot more infrastructure
I'm not even
to
saying
get
it's in a wedge,
a
but I just saw a
nominal
wedge,
amount
so I'm just saying
of
that.
increase.
It looks like it is in a
the
wedge, to be
actual
honest.
data itself.
The biggest wedge,
it's going to cost
like an
a lot
intraday
more
wedge.
in energy. So I expect energy prices to maybe double again.
And what do you think, or how will rate cuts
looks like there's a
across
wedge,
the
like
world impact
somehow,
prices,
some fucking
prices
way.
as well?
Well, I think when central banks globally begin to
out
cut
of
rates,
nowhere, like,
we will see an increase of monetary
crazy.
supply and
But it's
resumed
perfectly in
buying
line.
in crypto and all risk assets. So I don't expect central banks to begin cutting, though, until the summer or the end of the summer, maybe even into the fall, particularly in the U.S. The Fed still has Jerome Powell at the helm. Even though Trump has named his nominee, it still has to get past the Senate. And I expect the Senate to delay that for many months. And then even when he gets into place, he has to wait until the next Fed meeting to start cutting rates. So I do expect a delay in rate cuts.
In a bear flag? Yeah. NVIDIA in a wedge. SPX also in a wedge. Someone could argue. Well, it ain't looking the best because they're giving both sides hope at this point now. Cycling up and down. I don't know if this is part of the trap cycle and confusion before something, but for now. Anthropic.
Naturally, people will be concerned given the market volatility and movement, but several data points are important, right? So I just came back from Davos, meeting with the financial institutions, corporate leaders. So if you look at the momentum, the resilience, and the support for crypto and blockchain industry is very real. There's huge support. And if you look at different data points, right? So if you look at institutional holding, roughly 1.3 million Bitcoins holding, and that remains very stable. So the institutions are deploying. In January alone, we saw another 43,000 added by the institutional pool globally on that front. So there's faith on that front, and actually, a lot of them are looking at, this situation and buying for the future and deploying for the future. So I think that's one data point. If you look at all the strong use cases, utility, stablecoin usage, triple last year.
Doesn't this mentally feel just like I don't know about yesterday, or actually midday yesterday and the day before that, it's like unfucking bearable. Until they do something. Remember when things started happening yesterday and somebody, I think it was, I think it was Justin, I don't know, somebody was like, oh, this is why we stay. I was like, dude, it's so fucking crazy how once everybody in the majority of the fucking people just tired it out, and they fucking literally in something, and they are taking this,
how do we support a lot more products to be traded on chain on that front. So the momentum is good, is strong.
Just the question is when.
A lot of times is not only useful to look at
it's just so fucking frustrating
take
until
a 3 months time frame, that's very short term focus.
Yeah.
If you take a longer time frame, right? So compared to
are obnoxious.
4 years back, crypto,
I don't even know if that's the
probably
word, but annoying.
Increased
annoyingly,
on that front.
childishly
So if you look
obnoxious.
at all these data points, we are ripe for very strong momentum into the future.
Yeah, and I want to ask about the leadership
So much
changes,
there's
the
so much
shake-up at
liquidity
Binance
here,
as well.
right?
Of course, you have a co-CEO now as the
Even
exchange
if not move
grows
fucking
into
today, there's
different
so
markets.
much liquidity here,
She
I
is now
think.
the co-CEO, and she's the co-founder herself, her, and she also has children with ZZ as well. So
this is like the range they made yesterday before they went lower, but like fucking times 3 just the entire thing. So whether this goes higher or lower, there's a ton of liquidity here.
When I first took over as CEO. So if you look at beginning of 2024, we started with 170 million users. By end of last year, we have 300 million users. So we added 130 million users.
Contracts coming
we
up
have
early.
A global license now. We are regulated by Abu Dhabi global markets. We are deployed in so many other places
this
around
week.
the world. So as we increase our deployment globally and we become a multifaceted organization, it's very important that we become ambidextrous. And E is
it's already mid-February, folks. Mid-February. Right, by next month, it'll be February 20th. Next month after that, end of March. Yes, sir. February, March is here.
To helping users to come up with products that meet user needs, right? So we have complementary strength. And we work together very closely, even before her appointment as co-CEO. And you know, the leadership is really looking forward to embracing the next billion users onto Binance. We reached 300 billion now, financial super app. So we're introducing a lot more product classes and product suite. We have started trading precious metals on perpetuals, and the volume has grown very, very well in the last few weeks where we first traded it. So we're looking to introduce a lot more product class, and we are doing a lot more global deployment. So, you know, we are working very closely together as a team.
So she perhaps more on the user front, you said?
I look at, you know, product deployment, I look at all the licenses that we have, and global deployment.
Need some water.
Yeah, and last time we chatted too, we talked a bit about ZZ, and because he's still the majority shareholder of Binance as well, and he's now more back in the fold too. So how involved is he in Binance's strategy or direction?
Well, ZZ is a giant in the industry, right? So if you look at what he has built in terms of Binance and how he has contributed to the crypto industry, it's just massive, right? He has outside influence, right? So of course, obviously, as with any company, the controlling shareholder will have say over major corporate decisions, and that's how the company is being structured. On a day-to-day basis, the management team, myself included, the rest of the senior leaders, we work very closely with the board of directors. So we have 7 members, 3 independent directors, including
them Asian bosses.
To map out
he
our
said,
strategy,
that's
our
how it's
future deployment
structured.
for the future, our product offerings. So we continue to deploy, working now very closely with not only the Web3 space, but all the financial institutions. We just introduced and announced Franklin Templeton. At any point in time, we have so many institutions engaging us on different product offerings they want to do, and being the leader in the Web3 space, we can really support them. And many countries are also talking to us, right, on how to support them, not only in terms of crypto regulation formulation, but also helping them to tokenize assets globally, unlock value for those countries, right? So we have so many different engagements. So we have plenty to do, and CZ is always a driving force behind the entire industry growth on that front. Yes, yeah.
And I want to touch on also, there has been more media reports lately in recent days, including from the New York Times, about the ties that President Trump's company, World Liberty Financial, has with Binance and how it has grown perhaps with USD1. Their
USD, I hope you know I like you, bro. It's just I am the way I am because I have been
and I
affected and I've
understand that
seen what I've
Binance
seen.
is, of course,
If you
large
understand what I
exchanges
mean.
hold various tokens. They promote various tokens. But I was wondering if you think Binance should do more to avoid at least the appearance and suggestions about the conflict of interest, given all the scrutiny from ethic experts.
Yeah, so if you look at it, all this mischaracterization is most unfortunate, right? I mean, people read just the sexy story, but it's not the full story, it's not the data, right? So if you look at, even in terms of USD1, right? So you have so many mischaracterized reporting. But USD1 itself, if you look at what has happened, MGX, when they invested in Binance as a strategic investor, they were the ones that decided to use USD1 as a stable coin in terms of payment consideration, and we accepted that, right? And the fact is, USD1 was listed on other exchanges first, even before Binance listed it, right? And you mentioned it, we are the largest crypto exchanges. Our volume is 5 times that bigger than the second largest one in the industry, right? So any projects that wants to, gain traction will have conversation with us, and we'll try to support them We have supported more than 15 stablecoin trading pairs on the exchange now, right? And we run different promotions. Recently, we run a promotion on Ripple USD stablecoin. Right? So we do all
anyone
these
likes choppy charts.
So if you look at just the stablecoin space, Binance as a centralized exchange, we hold more than 50%
Just watch it in the 5 minutes. So
among the centralized exchange, right? So the figure that you mentioned is not, unusually high because we are just that volume at that size, right? And people just have to take all those reports with a pinch of salt on that front because it doesn't say the full story, and there are so many mischaracterizations happening.
The doomers are wrong again. The U.S. economy added 130,000 jobs in January. That was double Wall Street expectations. The unemployment rate ticked down to 4.3%. That is the best monthly gain since December of 2024. Is the Trump economy finally taking off? Welcome to the Big Money Show, everyone. I'm Jackie DeAngelis, along with my co-hosts Taylor Riggs, David Asman, Brian Brenberg, and with us for the hour, Michael Lee, strategy founder. Michael Lee, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
This wasn't a close call either. The forecast beat 79 out of 80 estimates. Strong jobs numbers also mean that the Fed stays in its holding pattern, though, which is why we're seeing some of the red that we see on the screen today. President Trump telling Larry Kudlow that investment equals growth, growth equals jobs.
There's no way $18 trillion.
We have $18 trillion invested in this country. Nobody's ever had anything like it. We haven't. When I say nobody, it's not even close. Not even close. I think the record is $3 trillion. We're at $18 trillion. And, they talk about construction jobs are way up, right? Well, they're up because they're building all these factories all over the country.
Some sort of fucking
so is
sick
this
box
a
from that
resilient
fucking power hour
economy
shit
or
yesterday.
a labor
Looks
market
like
that's strong on the surface but tightening underneath?
Why can't we see the
And it's
POC?
really funny, Mike, because I was talking to a couple of experts who said they were expecting this jobs report to buck sort of the trend that we've seen and be stronger, and that labor might not really be the place that the Fed can hang its hat if it wants to lower rates. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so this was an excellent report. And so,
this shit makes a lot of sense now, looking at like
take
this.
a step back, though.
Look at NVIDIA and SPY at the same time.
I don't trust the BLS labor report, right? We've had
This is the
24 of the last 26
shit
months
from
have been revised
yesterday.
lower. And we had these series of, during the previous administration, where you would have a headline number that beats estimates only to be revised by the third revision to be lower than the initial estimate. Something like a 11 or 12 standard deviation when that happens 10 times in a row. So I don't know what's going on in the Bureau of Labor Statistics. I don't really trust a lot of the
probably should have had
data.
that marked a long time ago, but that's disgusting.
With the way the economy is changing and the way they collect this data, it's survey data, right? So you're using the phone to call employers of 50 or more people, and you have a rolling sample of 50,000 people throughout the year to judge a labor force of 165 million. Okay. That being said, if you look at the ADP and all the other and the JOLTS, this kind of jobs. So you get a little bit of a spike here, and I'd say the ADP probably looks a little bit dour to what we're seeing in the GDP reports. And I don't see a labor market that's exploding the upside, but I clearly don't see one that's falling off. I think the good thing here, though, is the wage growth.
This shit is way too fucking stupid
3.7% year-over-year growth.
Oh my God.
And so you compare
0.4, excuse me. It was expected to be 0.3. It came in at 0.4.
But if you look at that year over year, where inflation was like 2.6, 2.7%, you're gotten like a 1% real wage growth. That's the type of numbers that we need to see over and over. And I tend to think that with this AI, you're going to start to see a labor force reorganization. You're going to start to see a lot of job tightness.
That's crazy how that candle came in after we drew the box perfectly to the fucking bottom.
And then manufacturing really starts to kick into gear with the effects of the Big Beautiful Bill. Engagement findings going away yesterday. So I'd expect this labor force, this labor numbers to get much better. And then as you tie that back to the Fed, short-term rates are coming down. If you follow Truflation, EJ Antoni, who should be running the BLS, is a big component of it. Scott Besser was discussing it this weekend with Maria. Okay, they track track 1 million real-time data points. They're tracking year-over-year inflation around 1%, not this 2.6, 2.7. Okay, so inflation and the government, historically with the way Trueflation tax and the government data, they're 6 to 9 months ahead of it. So we should see a material tick down in government inflation numbers. So I think that's going to clear the way for much lower rates over the course of next year.
It's kind of crazy.
We have talked about the labor BLS, the reliability.
Probably the POC is right here,
but the truth is, Brian, this is the only data that we have. And the market does react to it. It not only reacted to the upside when the numbers seem, is strong, but then Mr. Market always processes everything. It thinks about what the Fed will do with this, and it says, oh, this isn't going to make the Fed enthusiastic about cutting. We love our sugar high. Keep that punch bowl spiked. So here we are right now. If the labor numbers continue to bounce along the way Mike is saying, maybe they're not home runs every time, but maybe they're not terrible either. We stay in a holding pattern.
This is why we got to fix the Fed. I totally agree with your analysis. Like they're hanging on this number, and markets are moving, and maybe the Fed minds are changing. But I'm totally with Mike on this one. I don't know what to make of this number. I really don't. Like 130 is a good number. Beat expectations.
I'll leave it like this. I don't piss him off.
Zero confidence it's going to be anywhere near 130 3 months from now. I just don't. It's going to get revised. Last year's 2025 numbers. We had 584,000 jobs created last year, okay? That number got revised down to 181.
The Bears are...
That's a wipeout of the jobs we thought
crying on SPX, maybe?
Then you go to the household survey, which we're not even talking about, different survey. That showed the number of employed increased by 528,000. And the number of unemployed decreased by 141,000. So you tell me what those numbers mean. So what I'm saying is, we've got a Fed right now. I think that they do hang on this stuff. This is what Kevin Warsh has to fix. And Larry will probably talk about this in the second hour. They got to have a different set of metrics to look at if they're going to figure out where monetary policy should go. Because I don't think these jobs numbers tell us the story. And if you just went by this number, 130, you'd say, oh, rate cuts totally unnecessary in 2026. I do not think I agree with that, in part because of what you just said about the Trueflation number, which is not BLS data. That's somebody else doing that number crunching.
Okay, well, let's assume we stay where we are. Let's assume we don't see, significant rate cuts, but the market is looking at maybe 2. Taylor, you've been talking about wage growth. The wage numbers are good.
Yes.
Even if we stay where we are, people are seeing an improvement. So if you start to get some kickback into your household from the big, beautiful law, and your wages are going up, inflation has steadied, tariffs haven't been a huge impact, then it's not so bad.
I totally agree with you. And for that point, Jackie, I'm going to disagree a little bit with Brian that with all of these payrolls, you could put a little bit in a revision and pull some of it down. But this was double the estimates of some people. Listen to a note that I had this morning before the numbers came out. With immigration trends shifting dramatically, a 75,000 payrolls print, if we get that, should be viewed far more positively than in the past. And we got double that. So can we take a little bit away from some of the revisions that we'll get a couple months from now, Brian?
So maybe we'll find out
but I am not going to dismiss
it's just like
all
yesterday.
of these
They're like
numbers
showing
that
bullish
look
and bearish
so
and
good that
not
are
going and not doing, and then
so
they're
with
just
the
like
170,000 in payrolls in January, Jackie, the momentum in employment, even with benchmark revisions factored in, now shows no deceleration in the labor market. The 12-month average private payrolls is 51,000, 6 months 62,000. The 3-month change 103,000. And the Fed just took out a 75 basis points insurance cut. All of that factored in. So some of the notes that I'm reading this morning that I really like show that there is no real basis for a rate cut in March. And actually, maybe there's more upside risk to inflation than there are to a slowing labor market if we are thinking about wage gains and how that really sets the consumer up for success. We also talked about the retail report yesterday, and I think those are so volatile that I'm just not quick to believe that either. I was reading another report this morning from Bank of America, and I've cited this report because in your checking account, they're able to track whose money's coming in and what they're spending on within the credit cards. Total credit card spending is still up 2.6% year over year, showing massive, solid resilience in January.
Okay. David, you were shaking your head at something.
No,
but
I just don't buy the fact that we're going to have this uptick in inflation. I mean, we heard all of the phantom stories about inflation and tariffs, and they never came to be true. Even
true.
Powell
a lot of
admitted
temptations
that in his last statement.
A lot of
his last presser
temptations
after the
in
numbers
life
came out, and he said, no, I don't think that it's going to be a problem. So if even Powell is admitting to that, I just don't buy the inflation.
And I don't think, let me correct, there's massive inflation coming. But if we're balancing the risks, the risk is more about inflation than it is about a slowing labor market.
I disagree. I disagree entirely because of the fact that the economy is growing so strong. And that and the productivity is through the roof, our increase in productivity. And the one thing that all economists agree on is you increase productivity and you'll have lower inflation.
But then there's the labor market problem.
But I want to talk about another phantom, which besides the phantom of inflation and tariffs, which is the phantom jobs, which is what, again, we are trying to work through. Mike, I think that's part of what you are seeing in the dysfunction of some of these labor statistics. The last 2 years of the Biden administration, we had 1.5 million phantom jobs. In 2 years, 1.5 million, because there were so many things going wrong. Part of it might have been the pandemic that led to a lot of dysfunction. Michael Faulkner's talk about that. But again, there was a lot. These are slipdash figures. The one thing I think we can rely on, first of all, the wage increase is tremendous. Workers are finally getting ahead of inflation. That's a trend that we notice now, that workers are in 2026 getting ahead of inflation, and that's a great thing. That's something the president should mention at his State of the Union, by the way. I think definitely. The other thing is we're moving away from government jobs into private jobs. We were expecting, about 47,000 we had 100,000 more private sector jobs than we were expecting. I think we got a total of 170,000 private sector jobs. We were expecting about 70,000. The government jobs went down about 47,000. We're moving in the right direction as far as that's concerned. We want more people working in the private sector and fewer people working in the public sector, and that's another good thing that I think is reported.
I just want to jump on your phantom jobs thing, though, and this is kind of pushing back against you a little bit, Taylor. Just to be clear, yes, under Biden, tons of phantom jobs, but the BLS today said last year they recorded 528,000 jobs. When they did the revision, that became 141,000, which means 75% of the jobs we talked about last year were phantom jobs, according to the BLS.
I know, I'm just not going to dismiss 170,000 private payrolls.
But here's my thing. But here's why I would be careful about that. Because if the Fed looks at that and says that's our key for interest rate policy, that would be a huge mistake, in my view, given how unreliable that data is.
So this wasn't a good jobs day?
It was a great jobs day.
Taylor,
it was a great job.
All right, 2 hours left until market close.
I look at the data these guys put together, and it is like horseshoes, and they're not even getting close to the stake right now.
There are things we can double check, like wage growth, and that are not subject to some of the skepticism. And I think your skepticism is well placed. So here's my view. I think there are some things about this
what has happened
can be clearly celebrated by all of us.
Not at this rate, but like it is historically what's happened, right? Maybe 20 more people, maybe 10 more people. I don't know, but it's literally what has happened every single time. Every single time something has happened.
Yes, Bitcoin, and I'm going to tie that in with shares of Robinhood.
Oh, I guess something's going to happen.
Is all the way down to 66,000. Remember, Jackie, I think last week I said if we break through 76,000, you were going to start to head south to 45,000 on key technical issues and a lot of deleveraging that's going on in the sector. That's what technical strategists are saying. So that's Bitcoin. That also folds into Robinhood earnings that we got as well, because a chunk of their revenue comes from crypto trading. So the shares are down 12% because basically the brutal sell-off in crypto was hurting the top line of this company.
If it dropped to 45,000, Mike, I would be buying.
I'm a buyer here.
Okay.
I think if we enter, so if you look at the historical trading patterns, this should, like, in theory, we have entered a crypto winter. And in that crypto winter, like, your near-term low.
How the fuck is Robinhood down because of Bitcoin? Does that shit make any sense? No. Hell no. Excuse me.
Swap Network. I'm Diane King Hall alongside Kevin Hinks, who's over at the SIBO. It's time now for our Cash Tag segment. Taking a look at App Lovin' today. For that, we want to bring in our next guest, and that's Andy Swan, co-founder of Alikfolio. All right, Andy, I know you've got a couple charts for us. One of those I see, where the sentiment is leading and price, and they seem to be moving almost in lockstep, and it seems like sentiment is leading. Tell me if that's how I should be reading that chart.
Yeah, it's a good way to read it. I think, we've seen declines in App Lovin' web visits over time. Now, I have to put a little caveat on that. A lot of that was due to, people searching for SEC investigations, short selling topics, et cetera, going to App Lovin's news pages.
Someone here.
Whereas on the internal views that we see, the people actually using the product, the B2B products, the sales that are occurring there look extremely strong.
I don't know. That's what they did 2 days ago.
When the stock has fallen, and caught up with our data as much as it has, we put ourselves in a position where it's pretty heavy short interest on this. And there's the real possibility that the business economics will finally win through for the first time in a little while, and the story that the company can tell. I mean, this is a company that is, absolutely crushing it. They've basically got a
that piece of shit, dude. They got crushed. Take the L, lol.
That one of the things we're trying to square is Kevin Hassett, the NEC director, saying to expect weaker jobs. And then we get this blowout report. How do you reconcile the two?
Great. Thanks so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. You're absolutely right. It's a blowout report. It exceeded almost every single forecaster out there, I think, except for two. And not only is it total jobs that are up above expectations, it's also private sector jobs that are at 170,000, so more than, or 160,000, which are more than double expectations. I think the way to think about, the way we were thinking about it is if you look at demographic changes as well as the big reduction in immigration relative to, in particular, illegal immigration relative to what was happening under the Biden administration, those two factors should lead you to lower break-evens, and that's consistent with what a lot of forecasters have put out there. So given that you anticipate lower break-evens, it's even more remarkable to get a job number that is that strong.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we are looking at unemployment at 4.3% and, adding double the amount of jobs that Wall Street had anticipated makes me wonder about rate cuts. I mean, are they really necessary here when the labor market seems to be doing fairly well and inflation is still a huge problem for consumers?
Well, listen, when you look at inflation, inflation has been trending down. It can be volatile for months.
But it's still high on top of already high numbers. I mean, we're adding insult to injury here, so...
If you look at 3-month inflation rates, it's very low. It's within the normal ranges. So, and if you look at the trend lines, it's been low. Now, I don't know where it's going to come out on Friday. It could be that there's some seasonal adjustments because of a very cold January. But overall, you see inflation trending down. The Fed does have to balance its dual mandate, and it's got to be consistent with what its strategy review instructed it to do, which is to focus on the type of job growth and the type of labor market that's consistent with.
Pierre, I think part of the concern, and Matt was getting at this too, is that we clearly have a strong jobs market. And even if inflation is trending down, it's not at target. And then you have the President of the United States saying that if the new Fed chair does his job, we'd have growth at 15%. All of that...
It seems like we got everybody in chat fucking speculating on fucking everything. Seems about time. Seems about time to do jack shit and all shit at the same time. They could be doing it now. I don't fucking know. They could be doing it 3. I don't fucking know. They could be doing it after hours. I don't fucking know. They could be doing it 4. I don't fucking know. I don't know. there is at this point. They did a lot in the morning. They did a lot midday, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down too, since about 11:40, 12:25 too. After it went bullish, after it went bearish. So, man, there's no point in thinking the MACD volume's gonna do anything unless it does anything. It hasn't been doing anything. We're still in the algo range.
Feels like a recipe for inflation. So is it a mistake then to be pressuring this Fed to move away from a focus on inflation?
But this candle coming in
the Fed should be the forward-looking, not backward-looking. So when you're looking at inflation, you shouldn't just be responding, or jobs, you shouldn't be responding to what's happened in the past. You should be looking at what's going on in the future. So if you look at what's going on in the future, it does look like we have significant productivity growth. So in the face of significant productivity growth, that puts downward pressure on inflation. The president's supply-side policies, deregulation, tax incentives for investment, all of those factors lead to significant productivity growth, not to mention the big explosion in AI. So in the face of productivity growth, which we haven't, this type of productivity growth may be reminiscent of the type that we saw in the 90s. That would be disinflationary growth that's consistent with a healthy labor market. And so that's what the Fed should be thinking about.
All right. I mean, the prices consumers are paying are still a problem. Affordability is still a problem. But let's put that aside if you don't recognize it and focus on the labor market. The labor force grew by 387,000 in January. And I thought we would see the labor force shrinking because of immigration policy, mass deportations. What do you attribute that growth to?
If you want to look at the labor force over time, I think the best way to look at it would be in terms of the census, because month to month it's going to be a little bit difficult to assess this using the household survey. So over the past year, what we do see is that relative to trend, labor force growth or the population growth has declined, and that's consistent with the evidence that we got from the census. So according to the census, we had relative to trend something like 300,000 fewer lower population, and so in light of that, you would anticipate that should continue into the next year.
Gary, if you look at where the job growth came from, 82,000 jobs from healthcare, social assistance increases 42,000. That's 95% of the jobs that were added in the past month. This is a non-farm payrolls that was virtually all growth coming from healthcare and social assistance. It's a trend that we've continued to see because of demographic changes. But does that mean that this growth is less healthy if it's really only being held up by one industry?
You have to consider the base when you do that kind of analysis. Most of the jobs that we have in this economy are services. So on a proportional basis, that's the right way to think about it. So on a proportional basis, those are growing, but you would anticipate larger absolute values given that it's a larger portion of the economy. And as you mentioned, if you have an aging society, it would be natural that we would get a little bit more employment growth in healthcare.
By the way, manufacturing added jobs. We got 5,000 new manufacturing jobs in January. After a string of losses, fair to say last year wasn't great for manufacturing. Are we going to start adding more manufacturing jobs to this economy as the president's policies take hold?
Let me talk about construction, then I'll talk about manufacturing. In terms of construction, we saw significant increases in construction over the past month, especially if you look at non-residential construction. That's consistent with the president's economic policies. So because of these economic policies that are there to drive investment and factories in the economy, you saw an increase in construction jobs. If you look at what we should anticipate more manufacturing jobs as a consequence. But if you look at manufacturing holistically, you can see that manufacturing value added, the growth in manufacturing has been very strong. In addition, if you look at manufacturing productivity, that's been very strong this year, and then that's been reflected in significant growth in manufacturing wages. I mean, one thing about the report, of course, is that the report showed
everyone in the world
down,
so it's not even
weekly
good.
Earnings, those are up, and they're up across the board, and they're up in manufacturing.
They can trap everybody down.
Yeah, we also had government jobs falling again. How many more do you anticipate? Do you think that this trend will continue of government jobs coming off?
689 if they truly do go down.
I think what the administration wants to do is to ensure that the government is right-sized.
They ain't showing bullish either.
Government is right now. We're at the lowest level of federal government workers since 1966, which is quite remarkable. And what's true is that there's significant waste, fraud, and abuse, and we need to right-size the government and ensure that all of our workers in the economy are put to their most efficient use. So when you have government workers that lose their jobs, they're reallocated towards the private sector. And what's been remarkable is that even after the QCW revisions, you see that you've got 615,000 private sector jobs in the economy, and that's the way to grow the economy, to ensure that everybody is put to their best use.
But I mean, what? Humanly, how does this shit make sense? All right, I only found out about 95% being healthcare shit when we were at the bottom. What the fuck is that massive fucking rip down at open with the Dow? Man, the guy that said, dude, 95% is healthcare. What time did you find out? That's what I'm wondering too. What time did you find out? In the morning or like a little bit later? It's the 4 p.m. close, and this is the 4 p.m. not like 3:40 to 4 p.m. thing from yesterday. Before the big push up into open. I guess this is what they have to do because this is what they did yesterday to today or something, but I don't want to like make up excuses, but like that's literally what the fuck is going on right now. It's like a battery and it's a battery that's been used and it's just holding here. And it's this yellow box. This little 3:40, 3:50 to 4 p.m. pushed up, went lower, and then it's like we're stuck in it. Like, what the it's like a battery cell. With all these bulls trapped, with all these bears trapped that got confused, and then all these bulls trapped, and then all these bears trapped. QQQ is now breaking up. IWM is also breaking up. Everything is showing bullish control now. Does this really fly up though? Fly up where? Here maybe. It's possible. 6:59 would be the ultimate fucking be like, ah, haha, end of day bullshit, but I don't even want to think about it to be honest. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
A few questions. One, Jeffrey Epstein was charged in July 2019 for sex trafficking under the Trump administration in his first term. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman.
And that Ghislaine Maxwell was charged in 2020 also under the Trump administration, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
So it is safe to say that the administration led on that issue and that there was silence in the previous administration. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman. Almost complete silence from everyone who's been trying to still talk about Epstein.
What a nasty fucking cycle from the bottom of the yellow box, though.
I want to make one other point and then another question, though, that is important. I want to make one observation.
That's crazy.
That is that we've heard
never flipped that shit confidently.
Today, which is troubling. That Jane Doe's, that victims' information was made public and was unredacted in the files that were released on Friday.
Man, that's some bullshit.
So
they did it twice.
Argued
they did it once here, and they did it again. That's some fucking crazy bullshit because they did it here, and they did it the same thing again. So that's data fucking burned to the fucking double max.
So a question that is both, I just want to make that clear that some of us were fighting for that here, and we didn't get a chance to amend it or change it. So that was concerning. But a question a little more pointed, I have to say, is why
what the fuck is this double V? Oh my god.
That shouldn't have been. That there were names in the files that these Jane Doe's, that their names shouldn't have been made public when there were some accusers whose names were redacted. That's question one. And question two was that Ghislaine Maxwell was put in jail for trafficking minors. Rightly so, and you properly said here at this table, you hope she dies in jail. Well, I want to know, will anyone besides her or Epstein, which I congratulate President Trump's previous administration and this Department of Justice for
look at the volume.
They were
oh
indicted,
my god.
But will anyone else be indicted
volume
and prosecuted under this, given the information that's in front of us. So 2 questions.
Back the
Thank you for
RSI.
letting me answer that. They didn't want to hear my answer on the other side. Yes, given the tight time frame of 30 days, I believe we got everything released within a little over 60 days. I'm talking as fast as I can. My time is up. We did the best we could immediately. If everyone's been coming to view the documents, if someone's name should not have been redacted, we're releasing it. If someone's name was redacted, we said right away, was not redacted and should have been, meaning a victim. We went back and redacted it. We're doing everything we can based on the tight time frame and over 3 million pages that we released that Donald Trump signed for pure transparency. Second, what was your second question?
About whether another individual will be indicted.
Absolutely. Thank you for asking that. And they never wanted to hear the answer to that. We have pending investigations in our office.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Unanimous consent request from the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you. I have several UCs as receipts. I'd like to have unanimous consent to introduce the National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, dated September 25th, 25.
Without objection.
The Bondi Department of Justice memo dated December 4th, 2025.
Without objection.
An article from Newsweek entitled DOJ Deletes Study Alleging Rise in Far-Right Terrorism, dated September 18th, 2025.
Without objection.
Notice article from October 3rd, 2025. Trump's directive on organized political violence could lead to increased surveillance of his critics.
Without objection.
Washington Post article, September 25th, 2025.
What are those 2 candles?
Terrorists, but only mentions
150 and
left.
205.
Without objection.
Idaho Capital Sun, October 18th, 2025. Rest easy, Idahoans. The No King demonstrators are American patriots.
Without objection.
Attacks on freedom of
Crazy.
speech. What
There's an
nonprofits
algo
need
range
to
here.
know, published
But,
by the National Council of Nonprofits, the largest network of nonprofits
it's just
in
great.
America.
That's 210 actually. That's great.
The Freedom from Religious Foundation warns that Bondi
Man,
memo
I wanna go eat
weaponizes federal
some
law enforcement
good.
against
What should I go
non-Christians
eat?
and dissenting viewpoints.
Without objection.
A Ken Klipperstein
hungry.
blog from January 28th, 26, ICE's secret watch lists of Americans.
Without objection.
And an Intercept article from February 2nd, 26, Trump calls his enemies terrorists. Does that mean he can kill them?
Without objection. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi.
Good afternoon.
Oh, you're right. Good afternoon. It's been a long day. I wrote this morning. We've known each other a long time, and I'll always be appreciative for your assistance when you were Attorney General in Florida after the shooting at my high school at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, in my hometown of Parkland when we passed a bipartisan bill, the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas School Safety Act, which was the largest policy response to a school shooting in American history. Your department also prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law a constituent of mine and former felon that had plans to kill me when he was picked up by law enforcement after he was target practicing in his backyard with 2 rifles, a scope, a silencer, 3,000 rounds of ammunition, an anti-Semitic manifesto. My name was the only name on their target list, and my kids found out about this from their friends at school. So thank you. However, the most transparent administration in American history. Before Trump, we didn't know the word transparency, apparently. It's been 12 months since you gave Republican influencers part 1 of the Epstein files. You said the list was on your desk. Then a memo came out and said that there was no list. Phase 2 of the binders never happened. The President of the United States says the Epstein thing is a hoax. He blasts his own base for wanting the release of the files. He blamed Barack Obama. Republicans voted against the release of the files in the Rules Committee. Then they refused to even return to the Rules Committee until they could be protected from future votes on the release. Speaker Johnson sends Congress home a day early before break. They sent the Deputy Attorney General to meet with Maxwell. She says something favorable about the president. Miraculously, she gets transferred to a minimum security facility. No one can explain why. Miraculously, the leaks to the Wall Street Journal stop. We come back from break. We have the Massey discharge petition. Republicans drop a rule, a non-binding resolution trying to kill the Massey discharge petition. The White House says passing the Massey discharge petition is a hostile act. Trying to stop the necessary 218 signatures, according to Republican members that signed it, the White House brought them into the Situation Room, you know, the place where the president goes for time of war. promising things like appropriations or maybe even to primary them. People in the room say you were there. It didn't work. We get the 218 signatures. We eventually passed the massive petition. You guys didn't release the files. You were forced by Congress, every member of the House except one, and the entire Senate. The reason the president signed it is because it was a veto-proof majority. We can't agree on anything, and yet the entire House but one member and the whole Senate forced the administration to release the files. Kash Patel under oath said to Senator Kennedy, the FBI is not in possession of any credible evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone but himself. We know now that's not true. According to documents, Epstein had a worldwide sex trafficking ring. Girls from Poland, Czechoslovakia, Russia, Paris, modeling agencies sending him girls. He even had a relationship with a summer camp where he groomed girls at a picnic table. Ghislaine Maxwell says 29 Epstein associates cut secret DOJ deals. Turns out there isn't.
Today is a very,
Six
very
names
technical
readily
day.
available if you unredact them. Co-conspirators named,
There are
but we
things
got
on
them
SPX
when you
and there are
unredact
things
them.
on SPY.
Maxwell recently tells a House Oversight Committee that she wants clemency to release more names. Kash Patel under oath said Trump's name appears less than 100 times in the files.
There's a
We now know
lot
that's
of
not
fucking
true.
things going
Trump's
on
name
today.
appears more times in the Epstein files than God's name appears in the book about God. Okay, by the way, this is the Trump Bible. Move over, King James. Trump's name also appears more times in the Epstein file
You guys
than
just have
Harry
a mental
Potter's name
image of where
appears
things
in
are.
the 7 books about Harry
If that
Potter.
makes sense.
Lutnick says that in
got
2008
this
he
going
went
on.
to Epstein's home, says he had a massage table in the living room. That Epstein said he got one every
Got
day,
this
that it
going
was
on.
the right type of massage. He and his wife decide to leave and say they'll never be in a room with him again. Howard then says, I'm sure the Epstein stuff is all on video. He was the greatest blackmailer of all time. Well, how would Howard know that? But now the files are public, and in 2012 we find out that he and his family are on Epstein Island after Epstein pled guilty to state charges. I'm from Florida. I take my family to Disney World, not to Epstein Island. There are documents in the files that dispute the president's claim that he kicked Epstein out of his club. Allegedly, the president said that he asked Epstein to leave. Supported now, that's disputed, though, statements from the manager of the club. Now, Madam Attorney General, I have like 25 seconds left. So because I'm curious, and I'd like to see, flip to the Jared Moskowitz section of the binder. I'm interested to see what staff provided on the oppo on me, and because we're in the Olympics, I'm going to give it a grade. I just want to see how good it is. So give me your best one.
So first of all, nothing is funny about mocking the Bible and holding up a Trump Bible. That's what you did. You made a joke, and I find offense to that. That's all I have to say.
I want it from the burn book.
Shame.
I want it from the burn book, which is the best one. What you got?
Has expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to clear something up that was said earlier and is frequently said and is manifestly not true. And that is the supposed small number of crimes committed
coming
by
up.
immigrants or illegal immigrants in the country.
I'm going to go get a.
That has been based on a poorly done study by the Cato Institute, and I believe the Cato Institute itself has even updated that study. The reason that we know that study is not true is that those statistics are not out there. For whatever reason, when somebody is arrested, even for very serious crimes, we do not have on the paperwork whether that person is a legal or illegal immigrant. Okay? If I go to one of my local sheriffs in Wisconsin and ask them how many illegal immigrants in your jail, they will say, I have no idea. We don't keep track of that. When I tour the federal prison right outside of my district, and I ask them, in this federal prison, how many of your inmates are illegal aliens, they will tell me, we have no idea. We don't keep track of that. So whenever you hear a Democrat or anybody, or a pundit, say that, oh, there's so few illegals committing crimes, it is based on nothing, because those statistics are not available anywhere. What I would offer in the next round of appropriation bills, if one of my Democrat colleagues wants to help me out, perhaps in appropriations we can get funds to add to all the paperwork whenever anybody is convicted of crime as to whether or not they are citizen or non-citizen. And then we will have the statistics. But otherwise, whenever you hear somebody say on MSNBC or wherever, oh, so few crimes are committed by illegal immigrants, they don't know what they're talking about because nobody has those numbers. Okay, there's the first thing. Now, the next thing I want to point out, we have had what I think is an unprecedented situation in Minnesota in which they are not assisting ICE in dealing with
I got some
crimes
yogurt.
that are going on up there. In other words, ICE is left
tangerines.
to its own devices. When I talk to my local sheriffs, they tell me that whenever a federal agency is engaged in work in Wisconsin, they always make themselves available in case that federal agency needs
BESTSPY
assistance.
candle.
This could be something like ICE under DEI.
I guess
DEI.
real
It could
shit
be
today.
drug enforcement. It could be ATF. It could be FBI. It could be Secret Service. It could be the U.S. Marshal. Nobody that I have been able to find, any sheriff in the state of Wisconsin, is aware of any circumstances in which they did not make themselves available to federal law enforcement, either if they need somebody extra to do surveillance, to just park a marked car outside the area, to assist in apprehension of a criminal, if they need assistance with an additional SWAT team, if they need to transport somebody. Local law enforcement is always there. Now, you are not in charge of ICE, but you're in charge of several other agencies. Have you ever heard of anything like what's going on in Minnesota, where the governor or the local mayor refuses to give assistance to federal law enforcement?
Trying to break out of the purple
I have
box.
in Portland and some other cities where they weren't cooperating. But as I said, I spent about 4 days. I did spend 4 days in Minnesota, and I believe many of the local law enforcement wish they could work with us to make their city safe.
Okay, now we'll switch to something else. First of all, I'd like to thank you for doing this today. You're obviously very bright, obviously very confident, and something I love. You tolerate fools gladly, so I appreciate that trait. You suffer fools gladly. In hearings like this, we often focus on new initiatives undertaken by the department. Today, I'd like to give you an opportunity to discuss actions implemented under the Biden administration's Department of Justice, such as the Foreign Influence Task Force that you have since terminated. And it's always rare to see anything in the government terminated. But could you elaborate on those decisions and highlight the accomplishments of your tenure at Justice?
Thank you for asking that. We are out of time, but may I answer? Thank you. The Biden administration weaponized the Foreign Corruption Practices Act. And on February 10th, President Trump issued an executive order pausing that for a DOJ review. Under Deputy Attorney General Blanche's supervision, a comprehensive review was led, and the department issued new guidelines protecting all Americans and protecting against the weaponization that happened under the Biden administration.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I went over to the department yesterday for a couple of hours to review some of the unredacted materials. And I am looking forward to your detailed explanation for why you have withheld almost half of the documents, which is required by the bill. Now, obviously, there are 3 million documents, so I didn't get through much. But one thing I didn't see was the client list that you said you had on your desk a year ago.
There may be a small cycle confirmation building.
Documents. An 86-page prosecution memo from the Southern
box.
District of New York and a draft indictment from Florida against Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators.
On SPX.
For reasons that I cannot understand, nor are permitted by the bill, they were still redacted even for members of Congress. So, Ms. Bondi, will you commit right here to immediately providing those 2 documents in unredacted form to members of Congress?
What a fucking ending, too.
Not a complicated question.
Well, I guess it is for you because you have a law degree and those are privileged.
Okay. They're not privileged, but we will discuss that later. I also found an email that I have right here.
For another
from Jeffrey
minute.
Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell.
40
that was unredacted.
seconds.
And it included notes of statements that Donald Trump made about his prior relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, there is no reason for this to be hidden from the American people. There is no privilege, there is no attorney-client privilege, and I see you're checking with your staff, and I can assure you, staff, this is not under attorney-client privilege because it was sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. Will you commit to publicly providing the unredacted version of this so that the American people can understand the extent of Donald Trump's lies about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
You're about as good of a lawyer today as you were when you tried to impeach President Trump in 2016. Have you apologized for that in 2019?
So will you unredact this? Will you
were
unredact
lead
this?
counsel on that. Privileged.
I'm asking you, will you unredact this?
Privileged.
Privileged, of course. I look forward to discussing this more. Now, these are obviously improper redactions.
And let me stop for a minute.
I'm talking.
If they're not privileged,
quiet.
Don't yell at me. If they're not
Mr. Chairman, would you stop the clock? This is on your time. It's not on Mr. Goldman.
If they're not
Even though
privileged,
you used your
improper
redactions,
you'll like my answer.
to
If we
continue
review them
to
and they're not
protect
privileged,
Donald
Time belongs to the
we
member.
will be happy to release them.
We'll stop the clock. We'll stop the clock. Time belongs to the member. Go ahead.
even though you used improper redactions to protect Donald Trump and other predators associated with Jeffrey Epstein, you did the exact opposite thing with the survivors and victims of this scheme. So their identification information was really the only thing required to be redacted, and it was not. And it's clear this was not a mistake. This was not by accident. This was not because you only had 30 days when you really used 75, and that doesn't include all the hours last March that you were redacting it.
Sir.
But I'll tell you why it's clear it wasn't a mistake. There is an email entitled Epstein Victim List. There are 32 names. One is redacted. 31 are not. So someone looked at it and decided to redact something. And I will tell you that that is clearly intentional to intimidate these survivors and victims. Now, in an interview last week...
How will you tell me that's intentional?
In an interview last week, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche...
You can't go off script.
...said that any victim that wants to speak with the department has done so, hopefully. Well, thanks to the incredibly brave people sitting here behind you, we can actually ask them if that's true. Now, would the survivors and victims who are here please stand up one more time? Just by show of hands, how many of you or your loved ones actually have met with the Department of Justice and provided testimony and evidence? None. And of those of you who have not met, which is everyone, how many of you have reached out either individually or through a lawyer or representative to offer to provide testimony and evidence? All of them. And of those of you, all of you, who have reached out, how many of you were denied or ignored by the Department of Justice? All of them. And despite the shameful and despicable efforts by Ms. Bondi and her department to intimidate you, how many of you are still willing to speak to the Department of Justice? All of them. Well, Ms. Bondi, it looks like you have some more witnesses to talk to.
Gentleman's time has expired.
And I yield back.
We will go to the good gentleman from North Carolina, Congressman Knott. Thank you.
May I have a moment, Congressman?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Here we go. Here's the photograph. This is why he wanted to repeat everything that had been said previously.
Where the big boys at, Morgan?
On Epstein.
All right, where the big boys at?
This is his state, New York. You probably don't even know who this is. Wahid Mohammed from Afghanistan.
Yes, because I'm no longer a prosecutor.
Convicted of assault. Wow, he represents New York. Wow, yet he doesn't care about the illegal aliens convicted of crimes. Assault and homicide. No longer a prosecutor, so he doesn't care about his constituents. Here we go. Arson, El Salvador, Miguel Palacios. Fermin Flores Ramales, Mexico, rape.
Let's talk about the 70% of immigrants who are detained without a criminal conviction or arrest.
This shit brain dead. I don't know how there's 2,000 fucking people watching it, but it's brainless. Talking about AI rattlesnake. AI stock rattlesnake.
Growing fears about AI disruption. And today, a new
AI
warning is
disruption fears rattlesnake. All right, AI disruption feels
viral on X,
rattlesnake.
suggesting that the market may still be underestimating the scale of the upheaval ahead. Deirdre Bosa explains in today's Tech Check. I saw this one, Deirdre. You know I did.
I know you did. Your algorithm is feeding you all of this AI content. But you know, this actually went beyond tech circles too, Kelly. And what it's essentially saying is that the gap between possible and here, it is collapsing faster than anyone outside of AI understands. And so this post from Matt Schumer, he's an AI startup CEO, it really hit a nerve. So his honest version of what's happening in AI essentially comes down to this. AI doesn't just help him do his job anymore. It actually replaces the technical work. And he's warning that what is happening to tech workers is coming for everyone else. Now, critics are calling this a 5,000 word from a guy whose startup hyper right depends on you believing the hype. But love or hate the message, the market itself is backing him up by selling the stocks
Are you
that
serious?
AI progress is coming for. Beyond stock moves, too, the job story, it may be next. Salesforce just cut 1,000 jobs. Workday cut 2% of its workforce. These are the companies that are being disrupted, and they're already shrinking headcount.
Are you guys being serious right now?
The AI companies replacing them are running with just a
Oh
fraction
my,
of
we're
the
back
people
at
take
660.
Anthropic, Kelly. It is a 4,000-person team that is disrupting companies that still
There's
have tens
no
of
way.
thousands of people on
What
the payroll.
are we doing today?
I hadn't seen that about the layoffs at Salesforce. And where did you say?
Workday. Workday was about 2 weeks ago. Salesforce was it was very quiet, right? But you have Benioff saying big things like he could replace, lots of people with AI.
Huh.
Amazon has said the same.
Yeah, and look, at some point those numbers will flip, and the disruptors will have more. I mean, I firmly believe they will have more employees. The fact that Anthropic already has 4,000, I mean, that's actually a pretty high number.
Yeah, but will they have 70,000 like Salesforce does? I actually don't know if that's going to happen because they're starting, they're AI native. They're starting with these tools, which is essentially what the Post is arguing. And yeah, that's going to be different from company to company, but that's why we're talking about software. Do you need a 70,000 person workforce for some of the software that's happening? I don't know.
Yeah.
It said back to Bondi. Okay. Pam, they want to see ya. Get on, Pam.
Violent crime is down almost
Let's get on with that,
15%
Pam.
over the past year.
Yes.
There's
True or
2,000
false, right
people
here in
watching
Washington,
Pam.
D.C., violent crime is down almost
Everybody wants to watch
30%
Pam.
since President Trump took office.
We will watch
yes,
Pam.
The number may be even better than that, but yes.
Good.
Yes.
True or false? the
I
DEA
am
has seized
frying
over
my French fries,
200,000
so
kilograms
give
of
me 5
cocaine since
minutes.
President Trump took
I want
office.
to listen to Pam too, but I am hungry.
I believe so. And 270
Power hour starts in
kilos of meth and
20
more than
minutes.
260,000 kilos of cocaine.
Unbelievable.
That's lives saved every day
Unbelievable.
for all of us, for
Absolutely.
families, for children.
And then true or false, the Department of Justice under your leadership has a 92% success rate at the Supreme Court,
I believe so.
or ballpark.
Ballpark.
And then true or false, this administration is attacking the waste, fraud, and abuse that we have seen in places like Minnesota that is removing billions
shit is
of hard-earned tax dollars from this country.
Absolutely. And President Trump is committed to doing that in every city in this country.
And Madam Attorney
It's
General, just to be
absolutely
very
chopping
brief
in
here, I want to
every
be sure that you
single
know that
cycle.
many on this committee made very serious efforts to try to amend the Epstein petition to give you the resources and the time to protect victims, to go through and to have the necessary runway to thoroughly go through that file. Unfortunately, those requests were met with refusal, and we were unable to make the necessary amendments. But thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
The good gentleman yields back. We turn to the good lady from California, Congresswoman Kamlager Dove.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney General, for being here today. I want to talk with you about an issue on which there is broad bipartisan agreement: the importance of ensuring trust between the American public and those government officials who wield powerful law enforcement responsibilities. So, Attorney General, would you agree that it is important for law enforcement leaders to be honest?
Of course, as well as members of Congress.
Thank you. And would you include yourself as a law enforcement leader?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You know, President Trump has also, he has referred to himself as the chief law enforcement officer of this country. So do you believe that President Trump is honest?
He is the commander-in-chief of the United States of America, and not only is he keeping this country safe, he is keeping this world safe.
It's a simple question,
of
which
course
you didn't
I do.
answer.
He is
Okay,
the
thank you.
commander-in-chief.
Last June, Minnesota lawmaker Melissa Hortman, her husband Mark, and their dog were brutally murdered in their home. And your USA's office in Minnesota investigated this crime and obtained a 6-count indictment of the murder suspect, stating that he had intent to kill, injury, harass, and intimidate Minnesota legislators. And I have the copy right here. I read through it. Yet a few weeks ago, President Trump suggested publicly that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz was behind these murders, posting on his Truth Social account a video raising this conspiracy theory. And it wasn't true. And you know it wasn't true, or else you would not have brought an indictment against the subject. Do you know what else Trump has said? He has said he has cut gas prices by 1,400%. False. That he won the 2020 election.
Actually,
False.
gas is down to $1.99 a gallon, thanks to
that
President
he didn't
Trump.
know Epstein.
Maybe $5
False.
in
That
California.
It's my time, Mr. Chair. That he sent water to LA during the wildfires. False. That Governor Westmore of Maryland called him the greatest president of his lifetime. False. So many tales, too many to keep up. But I want to go back to what he said about Tim Walz. Do you agree that President Trump undermined public trust in law enforcement by suggesting that Governor Walz was involved in the Hortman murders?
I am not familiar with that statement.
Well, that is a disappointing response, and it is also why your office and Donald Trump have zero credibility, because I know, and you know, it was a right-wing extremist.
What are these
who
moves
and you
contained
and the
inside the
president are being
box?
dishonest with the American people. Last fall, after the horrific shooting of Charlie Kirk, President Trump was asked if there were extremists on both the left and the right. And his exact words were, "I'll tell you
Contained
something that's
inside
going to get me
the
in trouble,
purple.
but I couldn't care less." The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy. Do you agree with this statement? You're taking too long, Madam Attorney General. But you know the answer, because your own department has addressed the question. In 24, the DOJ's research arm issued a report on domestic terrorism, stating that the far number of far-right attacks continues to outpace all other types of terrorism and domestic violence extremists. The DOJ published the report, and after the president made those comments, the DOJ took the report down. And I sent you a letter asking you a simple question. Why did the Justice Department remove the data that shows right-wing extremists have killed more innocent people than left-wing extremists?
Did you refer to immigration enforcement as domestic terrorism?
You should answer my question. Yes. You're on my time, but you won't. And what I am asking you to do is put the report back. Restore the data. Stop scrubbing important data from your website. Stop taking down reports that you know the American people need to know about. There are violent, dangerous people out here with real threats, and the dishonesty from your agency comes from the covering up of these threats that could hurt American people and put our lives at rest. Do better. And with that, I yield back, Mr.
The lady yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
May I have 1 moment?
You may.
Her district includes Culver City, and she's not talking about any crime in her districts. Nothing about helping crime in her district. She's not even worth getting into the details.
Well, thank you, Madam Attorney General, and we are grateful to have you here today. And let me just say that you've shown great perseverance today, and I think you're coming to the last lap here of those of us that are left. But I applaud your strength, and I applaud your resolve. Madam Attorney General, as a pastor for over 37 years now, I take serious issue with any attempts by agitators to disrupt church services or activities at houses of worship. And I just want to take a moment to clarify some things. I realize you can't talk about pending cases per se, but I do want to ask some very general questions for clarification. Does the DOJ consider unauthorized entry into a house of worship to be protected activity under the First Amendment when undertaken by a member of the press?
Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Unauthorized with the intent of disrupting, yes.
Okay.
Even if it's a blogger like Don Lemon.
Correct. How does the DOJ distinguish between news
Showing
gathering
way too much
activity
power, zero
and
DT, or what the
expressive
fuck
or
is this?
protest conduct when a press defense is asserted?
One single candle to just fucking bring the MACD down, and then one single candle to ruin it all.
I met with the pastor of that church, and what happened there was horrific. Of course, the press is welcome, and I would hope all houses of worship, whether it's a synagogue, whether it's a church, any house of worship. However, what happened here is a pending case again, but within the four corners of the indictment, they were, quote, gearing up for a resistance. They entered a house of worship, and I think the video speaks for itself. What happened in there, what the video doesn't show, is there were approximately 400 parishioners in there on a Sunday morning, families, grandparents with canes, children upstairs in Sunday school their parents were blocked from getting to them once this resistance took place, and they had named it Operation Pull-Up. It was heartbreaking for those families. They were terrified. I think they've all said that. And nothing like that should happen in this country, and under my watch, it won't.
Thank you. And just to clarify,
Man, this is an epic way to make it feel like market's so cooked, because when market goes or went in the morning, it's so fucking one directional so fast.
Would not be protected.
And now they're just showing like, oh,
absolutely not in a grand jury.
can't even go anywhere, nowhere. But like,
over that.
Thank you. One other question, just shifting a little bit. You know, my home state
this is
of
the
North
exact way
Carolina
to
has been
get
making
people
national
thinking market does not do
headlines
things when
at
they
times,
want it to
particularly
do,
in the
because it
city of
doesn't. But
Charlotte.
like, it's actually
We've made
just,
pleas at times for our governor to get involved, bring in the
how the
National
fuck does it just go
Guard.
straight down in the morning?
Fraternal Order of Police had pointed out that we
One
were
time.
270 local cops
Or
below
they haven't even
what
ran
we
up or
needed
down.
in order to adequately police the city, and yet the governor's declined to offer to partner
I mean,
with
we
the
did
federal
run up
government to bring
$6
in
actually.
reinforcements
So,
to Charlotte. I want to give you just a few moments
since
throughout
about
the
here,
balance of my time
this is the
to
2/3,
explain the
1/3,
impact
2/3.
that
So it is
Memphis
bullish
Safe
fucking
Task
cycle
Force
control, but yeah,
has
it's insane.
had on
This is
crime
bullish
and
cycle control
safety
from the
in
fort.
Memphis, because
Yeah,
I
some
know
bullshit.
there was a place we saw that cooperation has tended to breed great results, and I would love to hear a little more about that.
Thank you. And I have numbers for you, too. Well, and we're all right here in D.C. We're all living right here in D.C., and I think we've seen the remarkable impact that it has working with members of the Democrat Party on this, with law enforcement, with the mayor, with the police chief, doing everything we can to make D.C. safe. As of February 9th, there were nearly 10,000 arrests. This is D.C. 1,000
Bears are coming back.
guns seized since the operation began, with carjackings down
I need more water.
81%
Fuck.
from this time last year, and violent crime down 42%. D.C. is safer because of it. We know we had a National Guardsman shot, and we had a beautiful young woman killed. I went to her funeral, and I keep in touch with the National Guardsman who was shot, his parents. He's doing great. He's a miracle. Please continue to pray for him. I know my time is up, but same results I spoke about earlier in Memphis, and we're still working on that with the help of make Memphis safe again.
Well, again, I think it just draws an incredible contrast between what we've seen happening in Minneapolis versus what we've seen happen in D.C., what we saw happen in Memphis, and what I would love to see in some ways, if we could ever get our governor to work with us in North Carolina, to happen in Charlotte. But with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Gentleman is recognized.
If IWM turns down, IWM's still up
Thank you.
there.
I seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record the research that Representative Kamlager-Dove and I
IWM's still up there.
concerning the threat of right-wing domestic terrorism, which the Department of Justice scrubbed from its website in September.
Without objection, the gentlelady from
Thank
Texas
you.
is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children.
Wrong.
Right or wrong, killing random citizens.
Definitely wrong.
Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States.
Definitely wrong.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness. Our witness who somehow is a lawyer but does not understand how it works with witnesses. I'm not really sure what law school she went to and what all kind of cases she tried, but typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions instead of asking questions. And then we also have this objection that we use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails to actually answer the question. But nevertheless, let me address the survivors, because that's exactly
Someone
who they
said
are. They
Apple
are not
News.
victims, they are survivors. Let me say thank you for having more
What
courage
news?
and moral clarity in your pinky fingers than the entire Department of Justice. We are currently the laughing stock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ, as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country, because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massey, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption. But nevertheless, let me keep going. My Democratic colleagues have been attacked.
Someone's
This
mad
entire
happy on Apple.
committee hearing. They have been
Happened on
lied
Apple.
on. And frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from this administration.
Someone said,
In the
"Oh my
writ-
God, I'm
in the
freaking
written
fidget
testimony
right
of this
now."
witness, of
Oh my
this
fucking
particular
God,
witness,
I'm
she stated
freaking
that when she took
king
office, she had two
fidget
main
right
goals.
now.
The first was to end the weaponization of justice, and
And that
second,
guy's
to
feeling
return
it.
the
You're
department
feeling
to
it.
its core mission. Not only have you lied about both, you've intentionally done the exact opposite. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles.
Man, I wish I
and
was
creeps.
fidgeting
In
lit
fact,
right
your
now,
boss,
too.
The President of the United States stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech
I
away.
would be if
And
Nvidia
at
fucking
your
fell down
direction,
$5
DOJ
into
has
close.
arrested dozens of Georgia
Nah.
Ford. And I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like a grand
chart
jury
freeze?
rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just
Why my
like
chart
the case
freeze?
against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ, because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting these journalists. In fact, we know after Georgia Fort and Don Lemon were arrested, we know that there were homes of journalists that were raided. We know that threatened prosecution against students protesting your actions and forced tech companies to remove apps used to track ISIS activities. But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles.
That would be
and
fidgeting
creeps,
lit.
because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know
Oh
what the
shit,
president
we back.
might have done
We
with
back.
Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this
Just back to the good
administration, I
parts.
believe that facts matter. So let's talk about the facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump is one of the most
Fact
named
number one.
people in the Epstein files. At least 5,000 files
God.
contains more than 38,000 references to
God,
Trump.
don't
his
say
wife,
that about my
or
president.
Mar-a-Lago. Fact number two,
Mar-a-Lago.
Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example,
What?
according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented a young girl to President Trump who spent more than 20 minutes apparently flirting with her.
Oh, hell
Here's
nah.
another example. This
Don't
shows
say that
notes
about my
from
man.
FBI investigators that
Don't
describe
say that about
Jeffrey
my
Epstein
man.
transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, this is a good one. Now, I'm not saying that the president is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files that suggests that he's very close friends with a lot of men who are pedophiles. What's crazy about all of this is just that this is a big cover-up. And this administration is engaged in it. In fact, this administration is complicit. But there are numerous others, like how the DOJ is attempting to obstruct justice in the investigation of the rogue agents who have murdered American citizens, or how the DOJ seized voter data from Fulton County in an attempt to steal the 2026 midterm elections, or how federal agents have Tom Homan on tape accepting a bribe and your agency killed the investigation, or how your agency is ready to give the president a $230 million payday, which is unconstitutional. The Constitution is clear. The president shall not receive any payment except his salary while in office. The fact of the matter is that you will be remembered as one of the worst attorney generals in history. An attorney general who has prioritized obstruction over justice, corruption over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
Man, the last 2 days, I've literally had about 55 freeloaders leave my WhatsApp group, and I'm glad. A guy named Pavan just left too, because he's apparently not getting, you know, the happiness he got in the past.
I do. Thank you, Congressman. Thank
Stay
you,
away
my
from me,
friend,
man.
for
Please,
many
people.
years.
What is
I
going
find
on
it interesting
in
that
life?
she didn't even want to try Congresswoman Crockett to ask any questions.
Stay out of my group.
Because she
It ain't that hard.
did not condemn her leader, Hakeem Jeffries, for taking money from Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein was convicted. And I will be brief to give you your time, Congressman. This is what she didn't want to talk about. Texas, from Cuba, convicted, homicide, arson, weapon offense.
Convicted. So what we talking about? Convict some of these perpetrators that rape these women that are sitting behind you that you refuse to even acknowledge they are here.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, could I have a few seconds back to make up for the yelling? Thank you. General, did you have anything further to say?
Texas, convicted of homicide.
Market anticipation
Cecil
for
Joseph
Friday.
From Dominican Republic. Texas, convicted for kidnapping, rape.
She pulling out Snapchat photos, bro. What the fuck?
And not what's happening
She taking out fucking Snapchat photos.
Thank you, General, and thank you for being here. And this has been quite a spectacle to observe today. I think it's sad. I ran for Congress because I thought we had serious problems in this country we wanted to try to fix together. And this performance today, not yours, General, but some of my colleagues, has not shored up my confidence that we are up to the task. You and I served together for 8 years when you were Attorney General of Florida and I in Kansas.
He pointed out the obvious, so that shit was on purpose.
With you in these new roles, and I'm glad you're there, both generally and today. Part of the reason I ran for Congress is because in my former role, I saw in the real world, in my state, the consequences of failed U.S. immigration and border security policy. And I'll spare you the lengthy recitation, but let me give you the short version. I sit here and think about a fellow who was running, I believe it was drugs for the cartels, and shot a police officer in Oklahoma.
Bearish control, power hours now, 2:59. Let's see what happens.
Neutralized.
2:45 breaks.
The rest of his life. I'm thinking about a drunk driver who was illegally, never should have been here, and one night killed a young deputy on southern Johnson County, Kansas, who was making a traffic stop on another individual. Drunk driver ran into him, never should have been here, shouldn't have happened. Thinking about a guy who was deported repeatedly, came back and ultimately murdered, I believe it was 4 people in Kansas City, Kansas, and then fled to Missouri and killed a 5th guy. He died in prison. I'm thinking about a guy we prosecuted who wasn't supposed to be in this country, who raped a child in a little rural
Tanya said
county up
men
north on the
can't
Nebraska
get
border.
pregnant. What's up? What was that? Where is that
Who
from?
wasn't supposed to be here at all.
Who said men can't get pregnant? What happened?
Thinking about another guy who
That was
here
so
and
out of
joined up with some
nowhere.
folks who were citizens and committed a crime spree and then thought he
Wait,
might have partially killed one of his accomplices.
What
He
is
sent him to
going
prison
on
for the rest
right
of his life. And that's just the
now?
ones I'm thinking about sitting right here.
What?
And you know what's common in all of those? They all committed violations of my state's law. They were caught by my state's law enforcement. They were prosecuted by my state's prosecutors. They are serving time in my state's prisons. And if and when they ever get out, the United States has said they need to be sent out of this country because of what they did.
Hey, don't
There's a
talk
list,
bad
you're looking at
about
photos,
Tanya.
General.
I
There's a
know
list from the
Tanya.
Department of
Tanya's
Homeland
been here for a
Security's
long
website. It has
time, right?
280, 290 people like that. In my state,
Tanya,
and
he's
you know
calling
what?
you
We
a
haven't
butt.
made headlines like
Reply back to
Minneapolis.
Negator.
We haven't made headlines
Go,
like
Tanya.
We haven't made headlines like Los Angeles. And you know why?
Fight back
Because
and
our cops
defend
are
your honor.
professionals, And our politicians, by law, allow them to do their job and to work with federal agents for safe handoffs in order to do everything that's supposed to be done.
Pokemon name. I'm not
Justice
gonna
under
lie. I'm
state
sorry to
law
call you a
and the
Pokemon
justice
man,
of
but the Gator
deportation
XX.
on the back end.
It's a fire
So I'm going to do
estimate.
something that's been rare here today, General. I want to ask you
Like
about
I said,
public
robots
policy.
can't get
Donald
pregnant.
Trump won't be president forever. I would like to lock in
All right,
some
time
of
is
these
3
gains we have
p.m.
made in public safety. Should we
Let's
be
see what the video
exploring
does.
the idea, for example,
Ain't doing
of
much yet.
beefing up 287G partnerships, or maybe replicating that so that state prosecutors can work more closely with federal prosecutors to get deportation orders as well as state convictions?
Broke out above the range. Wedge.
In terms of sanctuary jurisdictions, when a sanctuary
So
jurisdiction
honestly,
says
there's
as a
only
matter
one
of
good
politics,
move,
go pound
one
sand to
good
the
move
feds.
up
We
to,
won't
and
honor
it
your
trapped
detainers, so they release
everything.
those
Not
people
gonna
I'm
lie,
talking about
trapped
into the
here,
communities.
trapped here
And those
too.
people commit
So
another crime of property or violence against
cycle
citizens.
catching.
Should those citizens have some type of civil redress against the jurisdiction?
What
that
is
as a
this
matter of
boomerang?
public policy turned those people loose who created the new victims?
What is this yin and yang boomerang?
Insane
Insane fucking morning dump though. Let's not lie. 6,980 to 6,913. That was 79 points or something in this fucking move.
Isn't it the case that the law says under Rule 65 that when you win those and there's a wrongfully entered injunction that there's supposed to be a monetary remedy for that, so there's a cost? And didn't the president direct you and other agency heads to start seeking bonds in those cases?
Yes.
And should we beef up the law in that area by codifying that requirement going forward?
I would love to discuss that with you.
Thank you, General. Thank you for being here.
Gentleman yields back. Well done. Some of the questions he raised.
What is
markup in a couple of weeks on the whole sanctuary jurisdiction issue.
What is
That I
going
recognize
on,
the
man?
gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Attorney General, for taking the time to speak with us. We certainly really appreciate it. I've got a series of questions for you that we can
there's
get
a
through
huge
pretty
range that's
quickly,
playing with
I think.
249.
Can you tell me, is it true that
245.
the Biden-Harris DOJ raided President Trump's home?
They did.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ allow Jack Smith to spy on over a dozen Republican members of Congress?
Absolutely.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ seize
Why are you
the phone
looking
of a
into our
sitting
account though?
Republican
That's fucking
congressman?
weird.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and Jack Smith raise $20,000 to confidential sources to provide information on President Trump?
All right, come on now.
Did the Biden-Harris
You guys are
DOJ
both
and
hilarious.
FBI
All right, you guys
fail to
friendly fire,
apprehend the
friendly fire.
suspect who placed pipe bombs near the Capitol ahead of January 6th?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ target parents as domestic terrorists?
Absolutely.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ target pro-life Catholics, going so far as to interview a priest and a choir director?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ send FBI SWAT teams to arrest pro-life advocates with no criminal histories?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ use the FACE Act to
Biden-Harris.
target pro-life advocates
Biden-Harris.
while it allowed anti-life agitators to vandalize,
Biden-Harris.
destroy, and firebomb pregnancy resource centers and churches?
Multiple times, I believe.
Multiple times. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ ever determine who leaked the Dobbs decision?
I can't discuss that. No, under Biden-Harris.
Got it.
No.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and FBI target whistleblowers for revealing waste, fraud, and abuse within the department to Congress?
Not to my knowledge.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ refuse to say whether it coordinated with Alvin Bragg, Fani Willis, and Letitia James in their lawfare against President Trump?
They refused.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ slow-walk the criminal investigation and prosecution of Hunter Biden?
That's an understatement, in my opinion.
Yep. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ determine who brought cocaine into the Biden White House?
They did not.
They did not. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ cover up the extent?
As far as we know, they did not.
Right, that's right. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ cover up the extent of the Russia collusion?
It's data burning.
Absolutely, in my opinion. Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ seek leniency from a federal court for an IRS contractor who leaked sensitive tax information on over 7,600 Americans, including President Trump?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ sue Texas because the state wanted to secure its own southern border?
Yes.
And finally, did the Biden-Harris DOJ attack SpaceX for hiring too many Americans?
I believe they did.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
It is unbelievable, and I appreciate that a lot of this is being cleaned up under your leadership. So thank you for returning the DOJ back to its core focus, which is on the rule of law and I think that we see the results of that. I've got a few more similar questions for you. How have, over the past year since President Trump has been in office, how have murders...
All right, you guys are getting like... You guys are going like overboard, upset about shit that doesn't exist because everybody was joking, bro. That's what's really going on. Y'all need to move on.
Lowest since 1900.
20% drop in 1 year. That's incredible, isn't it?
And that's thanks to the incredible men and women of law enforcement, FBI, DEA, ATF, everyone working together to solve violent crime, along with our sheriffs, our local law enforcement, working as a team throughout this country, and our great state and federal prosecutors.
Yep. And how have robberies trended? Have they gone, even if they've just gone down?
Justice said, sir, ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
All violent crime has decreased as well as robberies.
So murders, violent crime, the country is more safe now, it's fair to say, would you agree, than it was a year and a half
Look at the
ago
video right now and spy. This shit is not bulls coming, right? It's bears coming. Time is 3:05, maybe. Power hour started. They're going now. Maybe.
He and Deputy Director Bongino from day one said, we're going to get the most wanted list. And that's what's been happening, working hand in hand with all of our agencies.
Yep. And I want to thank you for that. Thank you for the work you've been doing to refocus the DOJ again on doing your core job. We're very happy with it. And I'll yield the remainder of my time to the chairman.
I appreciate it, gentlemen. I would just say, earlier one of the Democrats said that they said, who
Someone just called Pam Bondi a man. Bro, what is going on right now in chat, bro? Control yourselves. What the fuck is going on?
Rescinded the memo that required spying on parents that Mr. Garland had issued and stood up the weaponization working group. I think he did that all on day one. Not to mention, you're the first Justice Department that's put in place, as we've talked about earlier, this Deputy Attorney General for combating fraud. So we appreciate that, and of course, all the things that Mr. Gill pointed out with the crime stats that have went down. So our last question of the day, but not the least, the gentleman, I'm sorry, we're going to have two more. We got Mr. Onder and then Mr. Baumgartner. So Mr. Baumgartner, let's go that way since you're here. You're ready to go. Mr. Baumgartner, and then we'll come back to Mr. Onder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and
Insane
thank you,
bull flag.
Bondi. Being a freshman on this committee, you always get a bit surprised, I guess, even
insane bull flag consolidation.
Days like this can be.
After the pop up to 193.
I think you performed well today and answered the questions
3 days ago in the video.
And appreciated by the American people. The Epstein issue is certainly important and is important for the victims. I think both I and the American people have a little bit of trouble taking the Democrats super seriously on this issue when they have been so uncurious about
what the fuck is up with the half a cow? How much is half a cow financially?
Even myself, I had no idea that
talking like 20,000 here.
Congresswoman,
how much is half a cow?
Substantial campaign donations for Mr. Epstein.
I don't know the financial calculations of half a cow, guys. What the fuck does that
outrage on those types of things if they were going to be.
What does that mean? I don't know meat prices.
We do know the performance value of what goes on in this committee. I want to talk about the big things that Department of Justice is doing.
2,000.
When I look at
for half a cow,
dramatic decrease in crime
that's pretty cheap.
This country in the last year.
What the? I thought a cow was like okay, 5K for a cow. All right.
Violent crime plummets across
farmers gotta live.
And I guess so. My first question would be, and when it comes to the big stuff, how are you
10
guys
cows,
doing this
50K.
stuff so
Oh.
What is the
10 cows?
From your perspective to this dramatic decrease in crime?
Literally half a cow.
When I first took office, I met with all of our agencies. And the one thing that
man said, I bought half a cow from Dollar Store for 50% off.
To me, one of the law enforcement department heads, President Trump has taken the handcuffs off us so we can keep the people of America safe. And that's what he's done. He has given our law enforcement officers the tools that they need and the backing that they need, the support that they need to combat violent crime and all crime throughout this country. And, I'd be remiss, we've talked about the FBI, we've talked about DEA a bit, but can I please brag about ATF? Rob Cicada and Dan Driscoll, of course, who's been our acting head of ATF, have done a remarkable job stopping guns from flowing into Mexico, not harassing gun owners. 26,965 violent crime cases have been initiated, including more than 4,300
Let me ask you guys,
firearms trafficking cases.
what kind of bacon
More than
is the best bacon?
of those
Thick
are
cut
tied to
bacon?
gun trafficking in
Original
Mexico.
bacon?
I talk to them all
I don't know
daily,
jack shit about
and
meat.
they're working so hard.
Well, thank
There's
you,
so many
Attorney General.
goddamn
Again,
bacons when I go to the
look
shop,
back
right?
at this last year, and
Stop
we've
and
had
shop.
this historic tax.
What's the best bacon?
Yesterday,
Thick
in the
cut?
Wall Street Journal,
Original?
the National Council, or
Oscar
National
Myers? Like,
Research
what brand?
Foundation ran full-page ads thanking Congress and administration for doing more for cancer research than has ever been done before. I was just meeting with Habitat for Humanity out in the hallway, and they came and thanked us for doing more than's ever been done for Habitat for Humanity. So there's been so many accomplishments, but I really think this crime is the biggest deal of all. But I do have some concerns on this issue, and those also are respect how we keep people safe with sanctuary
bacon
cities
is purple
and
and
sanctuary
epic.
states.
What the fuck is
And I
what
remind
does that
everyone,
mean?
and I'm just
Purple
sure you know,
bacon?
Madam Attorney General, that when we had the terrible terrorist attacks of 9/11, the number one recommendation of the 9/11 Commission was to reduce barriers between all levels of law enforcement. They specifically pointed to things like fusion centers, Joint Terrorism Task Force.
That's 50 minutes.
Getting local law enforcement and federal law enforcement to work together and communicate on a regular basis. And I would just like your perspective, because we have a more complex global threat than any time since World War II. We still have Islamic terrorism. We have spies from China, Iran, Russia, all these things. And what does
Wild
sanctuary
boar
cities and states
bacon is
do for
pure
communication
purple.
law enforcement? How does it make us less safe?
Sanctuary cities and states are attempting to prevent communication among all the law enforcement agencies. And of course, that's keeping all of America less safe, especially when the violent criminals are fleeing
it broke the trend line.
those jurisdictions because they believe they're protected. But with all of our joint task
Only
forces,
one
I see it
direction
every day,
at the trend
Congressman,
line break is
how well, despite
not down.
what these liberals are trying to do, Donald Trump's administration is working tirelessly to protect all of Americans, and all of our agencies working hand in hand to keep America safe.
You guys are getting the big stuff right. You look at that decrease in crime across the country, you ought to take a victory lap. Well done.
Gentleman yields back.
Wait, half a pig is more expensive?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here on this long day. And I want to thank you most of all for your leadership in your whole career defending victims. And now I want to take a moment to talk about you protecting victims from a different kind of child abuse, that medicalized child abuse that goes under the banner of gender-affirming care. That far too many
the
of
video is
our
the only thing that's trying to
enthusiastically
head
support
slightly
and
lower.
unapologetically support. Shortly after
Not even that
returning
much.
to office, President Trump
Just
signed
190
an executive
maybe
order
by close.
directing HHS to review the clinical evidence and determine whether sex-rejecting interventions caused more harm than good. HHS reached the same conclusion that the UK and Finland and Sweden reached, that the risks are serious and that imposing this so-called care on minors was not appropriate.
What a bullish open
this
today.
executive
What
order
a
also
fucking
directed
bearish
you as Attorney
10:25
General
moment.
to,
And what a
quote,
neutralized
work to
midday
draft,
to
propose,
close
and
moment.
promote
What a
legislation to
fucking
enact
day.
a
Tomorrow,
private
I
right
guarantee you,
action for
tomorrow,
children and
they're
the
going to make
parents
this look like everybody
children
forgot it
whose
today.
healthy body
And they're
parts
going to
have
make
been
it look like
damaged by medical
all this shit that
professionals
happened today is
practicing
basically
chemical
forgotten.
and surgical
But man, I will
mutilation,
never forget.
which should include a
I will never
lengthy
forget what happened
statute of
today.
limitations.
Every fucking day I
Last
do this shit, but
last
never
September,
will I
you
ever forget, man.
transmitted that bill to Congress. It has been my honor.
I guarantee you,
to
tomorrow we
introduce
will
that
see.
bill as the Chloe Cole Act. We named the bill after Chloe Cole, who sat where you're sitting
This fucking week,
just a few years ago
Friday
on her
is
19th
CPI day too, so
During a hearing chaired
best
by
believe
House Speaker
8:30 in the
Mike
morning we're
Johnson,
gonna
I'd
get
like
some
to play a
wad candle
clip
as
of her
well. But
testimony that day
Friday is
to
basically
remind
a
us
deductor's
of our
day,
story.
CPI day, 8:30 candle, and also tomorrow
The
is
on puberty
pre-data
blockers
day.
and then
So
testosterone. The resulting menopausal like
Important
hot
day.
flashes made focusing on school impossible. I still get joint pains and weird pops in my back, but they were far worse when I was on the blockers. A month later, when I was 13, I had my first testosterone injection. This caused permanent changes to my body. My voice will forever be deeper, my jawline sharper, my nose longer, my bone structure permanently masculinized, my Adam's apple more prominent, my fertility unknown. I look in the mirror sometimes and I feel like a monster.
What
I did a
the hell?
mastectomy at 15. They tested my amputated breast for cancer. And I was cancer-free, of course. I was perfectly healthy. There was nothing wrong with my still developing body or my breasts, other than that, as an insecure teenage girl, I felt awkward about it.
VIX is at 17.5
After my breasts were
still.
taken away from me, the tissue was incinerated. Before I was able to legally drive, I had a huge part of my future womanhood taken from me. I will never be able to breastfeed. I struggle to look at myself in the mirror at times. I still struggle to this day with sexual dysfunction. And I have massive scars across my chest. And the skin grafts that they took of my nipples are weeping fluid today. And they were grafted into a more masculine positioning, they said.
Chloe testified that day that what she needed was mental health therapy, but she never received it. And she was not suicidal.
Oh my God, what the fuck?
She pleaded with Congress to act so that future children did not suffer what she did. Last week was a major turning point in for these medical malpractice claims when a detransitioner was the first to successfully hold doctors liable with a $2 million settlement for what they did to that poor girl. Just days later, the American Society of Plastic Surgeons announced that they would no longer do transgender surgeries on minors in the AMA followed suit. This proves that if the bill your DOJ drafted were passed into law, these barbaric
what is this
practices
candle
would
and
end
spy?
immediately, because all victims would be able to hold those who harm them accountable. Could you share with us a little bit about your work in advocating for victims like Chloe and what a private right of action would mean for victims like her and their families?
Yes, and first, Congressman, thank you for championing this bill. And also to Chloe, what a brave young woman.
Time is 3:20.
Before this body.
Yes.
And
at age 19.
At age 19. And
no
talk
movement
about
candles yet.
What happened to her. It's not about just giving relief to children who have been harmed. It allows victims whose healthy body parts have been damaged to seek relief and obtain relief. And thanks to you, and we are proud to work hand in hand with you on this issue. And I think it's pretty sad none of your colleagues on the other side of the aisle even brought that up. But I hope they support this to protect all children throughout this country.
Well, General Bondi, thank you so much to you, to your department, to President Trump. I yield back.
What a weird-ass day.
I just saved some UC requests for the end, Mr. Chairman.
Candles like this coming in on
Thank you
everything.
kindly. Record low crime during the Biden-Harris administration.
IWMQQQ,
Crime down
NVIDIA.
in every category in 2024 under Biden. FBI report says Trump takes credit for violent crime drop where rates were already falling. From NPR, Trump administration targets ATF with plans to cut jobs and ease gun restrictions. And then a few oldies but goodies, I've introduced these before about the claim that we didn't have anything to say about Epstein before the Trump administration. Baskin joins call for Attorney General to reopen Epstein case.
Last poll of the day.
Costa misconduct investigation.
In your opinion, at 350, you think the market is going to push up or down into close?
10, 2019.
Okay.
And finally,
personal
68
opinion
House
based on
members call for
candles alone,
resignation
nothing else.
of Labor
It means
Secretary
jack shit.
Acosta, July 10,
Right, let's see.
Without objection, Attorney General Bondi, thank you for your service to the country. And thank you for being here for a long day. We appreciate your willingness to come and answer our questions and the great job you're doing for our country. And I got one thing I got to say. This concludes today's hearing. We thank our witnesses for appearing before the committee. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative
I think
bills
it's gonna
to submit
something's gonna
additional
give
written questions for the
350.
witness or additional
Some weird
materials
thing
for the
cooking
record.
again. Some
Without
weird shit
objection,
like yesterday
hearing is
maybe.
adjourned.
They're gonna be like 350 to 4, some weird shit again. I think so. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe I am completely wrong. The thing stopped. Stream finally stopped.
Stocks after that better-than-expected jobs report. Yields are higher, rate cut hopes are lower. We'll trade all of it with the investment committee. Joining me for the hour today, Joe Terry, Robert Terry, Firestone, Jenny Harrington, and Brian Belsky. All right, so we've been around the way a little bit in the markets, but we are settled lower across the board here. Slightly for the S&P, slightly for the Dow, a little bit more for the Russell, again, on that rate move higher. So, you know, are stocks lower because you put the rate cut hopes on the back burner, or
we have 4 people voting higher,
rates go up? I mean,
5 people voting lower.
Yesterday, the Cleveland
at 3:50 end of day candles will push, in your opinion, below
a bit.
candle
we need
color.
To be patient on rates. Don't expect much
Nothing
anytime
else,
soon.
just candle
I
color.
think that's a question that gets answered on a secular perspective, not really on a cyclical perspective. I think what today's jobs report did is it validates what I said yesterday. Bond market volatility is calm. That's good for risk assets. As far as what's troubling the market today, I think it's a little bit of a rollover in crypto.
Troubling in quotes, obviously, right?
Yeah.
I mean, S&P's flat.
Right, exactly. A little bit of a pullback from where we were yesterday, the enthusiasm we had for it. But you got a little bit of a rollover in crypto, the momentum names, and software. So software had a nice run the last couple of days, and it looks like software is kind of rolling over a little bit. We'll see.
Software.
So puts out this
software.
Note, for the first time in its history. The S&P 500 went from overbought to oversold and back to overbought
on Apple too.
In a week or less. It speaks to kind of how frazzled the last week of trading has felt.
Yeah, and I think the only way you can contend with that and stay sane is to push out your time.
Software.
If you're an investor who's investing for 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, the frazzle and the insanity of last week
1 minute
has
gap
a
on
lot
SPY.
less negative impact
Going
on
down
you,
with the
because
1 minute
weeks
gap
like
here.
last week, they can make you behave very poorly. They can make you make very stupid, panic-stricken decisions that have long-term negative impacts on your portfolio. But if you take the approach that I do, where you say I tune out the short-term noise, I focus on the horizon, I know where this company's going, I'm going to focus on valuation, even if for, say, 3 years or 5 years, valuations don't matter, ultimately they do, then if you can focus that way, it helps you keep your wits about you. So maybe if you are a shorter-term oriented investor or a trader, maybe when you see it get this crazy, just pretend to be long-term for that week or two.
Software.
Or maybe even longer than that. You know, Carrie, Tony Pescarello over at Goldman Sachs today says, I can't recall a time that was this noisy, this high velocity, this wide open. Others say they can't recall a time that was this expensive. David Einhorn was just on, says, I think this is the most expensive market that we've been in. Says the Fed is going to cut, quote, a whole bunch of times, many, many more than is currently priced into the market. What do you make of both of those?
Software.
On where we are.
Software.
Well, David Einhorn is a very smart guy, and he doesn't speak
Damn.
So is Pescarello.
Someone's a very smart guy, it seems like.
I would say there's pieces of what the book said that are true.
Software.
Yes, the market is expensive. You can't deny that fact. There are many reasons that it's expensive. One of them is because there aren't as many stocks to buy. I mean, we're talking about shrinking market cap, and that inflates the value of everything. And earnings have been good.
Software.
Coming out of COVID, we're still having the post-COVID high to some extent. Is there a reason to be particularly concerned? I would say that's a more important factor. What should we be most concerned about? Well, if we're not going to have the kind of slowdown or softish growth period, and employment is strong, and inflation is also hot, I think.
But it isn't, right? But
well,
it isn't.
We don't.
But
we
it
don't know
isn't.
For sure.
But
I mean, the market
it
is
isn't.
skittish
Well, we
about
know
that
now.
fact.
We do know now.
But
I mean,
now
if you say,
we
well,
know.
Well, we don't
but
know.
we
if
do
it's
know
gonna start
now.
ticking higher,
But we do
again.
know now.
I mean, that's
but
fair, but we don't know. You know what the weather's going to be a week from now.
But we have earnings that are growing nicely, but not.
We don't
great.
know what the weather is going to be in like a week or now.
They're way exceeding expectations. Ed Yardeni says the earnings season is among the best ever.
Ed Yardeni.
Relative to
Ed Yardeni.
They're ahead of expectations.
aggregate.
6 months.
Right,
Yeah.
but it's only great in aggregate. And this has been my beef all year. Like, and we both know this, you know, as portfolio managers. You take it in aggregate, there's a few big things that
1
blew
minute
the whole
gap
thing
down
up.
and 1 minute
You
gap filled on
disaggregate it, you look at the other
QQQ.
493, it's not as rosy a picture.
No, I don't know. Earnings have been pretty darn good. We're not. You're talking like
We are green by 0.07% on SPX.
You're saying everything outside of the mega caps in terms of earnings. You just said
that's not what I said.
You said look at the other 493 and
Only
this
because
been
that's a lot of stocks. I'm not saying the mega caps are the only ones bringing it up, but I'm saying in aggregate, growth is there. Once you start to disaggregate, it's not, you know, it's not as good a picture.
What do you think? You warm enough over there?
You know, I am. It's you know, it's all about layers. Quite frankly, it is.
Everybody loves layers, though.
There's a lot of layers to this conversation already.
You know, I'm a big red onion. Okay.
Haven't earnings. I mean, if Einhorn says, I think this is the most expensive market that we've been in, someone like Ed Yardeni would say, that may be true, but justifiably so. Look at where earnings are.
Yeah, I love Ed's comments. We can, not just because we agree, but we kind of come from the same vintage, and he's talking about some of the same things that. Yeah, we do.
No, you don't.
Go ahead.
Okay, just continue. We're in the process of transitioning in this fourth year of the bull market from a momentum, multiple-driven market to an earnings-driven market. When we wrote our year-ahead piece for 2026, we talked about traditionally and historically over the last 80 years when the S&P 500 moves into more of an earnings-driven market, the returns are roughly half what a momentum and multiple-driven market. Doesn't mean it's not going to be positive. It's still positive. That, to me, is a much more fundamentally driven market. And what's happening with the market and with the participants with these binary moves, buy, sell, there's a big disruption between short-term, intermediate-term, and long-term. And I think at the end of the day, what the market's showing you is that other areas of the market are working. Dividend growth, value, small cap. And the more that they work, the more credibility they have. The more credibility they have, the better performance. So performance begets performance, and we continue to think that those areas will continue to lead in this broadening out.
Barclays today upgrades value, downgrades momentum.
Yeah, somebody take a screenshot of what Buddha said
and cautions
make that into
small caps.
a screenshot on their phone.
The gates like a Ferrari this year, and then that's obviously
it's a hard statement. So
there is the rates question. You know, there was a bit of is the economy slowing question, but then you get this hot jobs thing today, and you know, who knows, but. Upgrade value, downgrade momentum. You say
Justin
what?
said, guys, tomorrow is Thursday. You know what that means. One day before Friday. Bro, what kind of simple ass statement is that?
Markets. It is in areas like industrials and financials, and it's in small caps too. Small caps finally are seeing on an annualized basis positive earnings. Momentum can go to different places. Momentum can reside itself in high beta. Momentum can reside itself in low quality, and what momentum is currently doing is it's pivoting more towards quality and more towards value. So there are names that we identify as value. There are names we identify as quality that have established momentum. That is what the momentum factor ultimately does. Now, is the momentum factor outperforming the rest of the market like it has since the first rate cut in September of 24? No, it is not. And I would argue that's a healthy condition for investors.
Okay.
Oh, baby, like, oh my God, so many highs.
It's time to look beyond the Mag 7. You're well advanced in this, right?
Oh,
AI is not just the Mag 7. Daniel Newman, CEO of Futrum, is with me. And I know you have the Futrum AI 15, and you probably have another 150 in your brain. You know, what's the Futrum AI 15?
Oh my God.
Basically, it started as exactly how you set this up, Nicole.
There's control.
The companies that we see
since
as the
225
biggest
time
winners
is
in AI that
330
aren't in the Mag 7. And we think that's a really important category because so many people basically put all their focus into Mag 7 names, and they're not really looking beyond it where there might be value. You know, you just talked about Cloudflare, for instance, and Cloudflare is one of our AI 15 names. It's because security is going to be so important during this transformation. So
Can
we
we
really
sing?
look at it in three layers. We look at it from the, the control layer, which is basically the infrastructure. And everything in this infrastructure layer is constrained right now. But people always think about just maybe NVIDIA. But there's other companies in that space. It's Micron, it's AMD, it's going to be Intel, TSMC. And then, of course, you've got operating, which is the software. And I just mentioned Cloudflare, but it could be Snowflake, it could be Palantir. It's the companies that we think are bigger than AI eats software. And then we've got this other area called the utility layer, and this is all about energy and capacity. How do we add more capacity? And in that category, we have names like Iron, Nebius, and then power generation like Oklo.
Oh my God.
So I think I saw you had capacity wars, compute, memory, energy.
All right, 20 minutes left until
This is where you can be in all of these, I guess. I see Amacor, Pure Storage, Intel. I also saw that you had ASML, Palantir, Broadcom, Taiwan Semi. How often are you changing the names in the future of AI 15?
Yeah, we look at this and rebalance this every quarter.
Oh my
And
God.
there's 15 names that make our main 15, and then we have a series of honorable mentions. These are companies that typically we think have the potential to join the AI 15 list in the near future, but maybe haven't necessarily met the criteria. We're very focused on a combination of course, market performance, but we at Futurum also focus very much on the fundamental technology. We do believe over time, the voting machine and the weighing machine, eventually the market will get it right. Right now we're seeing a lot of repricing in different categories that's kind of category in entirety, meaning all software is going to be eaten by AI. And that's not necessarily the case. So we're trying to separate the wheat from the chaff on what are the companies that will survive and possibly even thrive in the future as AI and software collaborates. And then what are the companies that, for instance, really won't survive? And there's a number of those in software. We call them features. That ended up becoming publicly traded companies. And some of those might end up disappearing, or at the very least, they'll be consolidated.
Now, you're not saying no Mag 7, because in fact, your compute pick is NVIDIA, right? Just a quick thought, because I also want to get to Micron in your memory pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, NVIDIA has been trading sideways for almost 2 quarters now. It's got a nice little boost over the last week, but I mean, it's still trading in the low 20s forward multiple. And this is a company that is the largest single-handed beneficiary of the $700 billion of CapEx commit. Something like 40 to 50% of that CapEx goes straight to NVIDIA. And while there's a lot of kind of FUD out there,
191.78, we're at 191.13, daddy, NVIDIA,
Google's
191, let's see what happens, daddy, NVIDIA,
so much of that market
granddaddy
share,
of all fucking godfathers, as I like to fucking put it, man. Dan Ives said the best, godfather of all godfather AIs.
We see a lot of upside there.
Right, just when they thought they had
Let's
me.
talk about the
They got me right back in, right? The godfather of all godfathers.
Well, let's start with that, because I know you have Meta as your best idea.
Yeah, so Micron, this is a company that's going to quadruple its earnings this year. It's going to double 100% growth of revenue. It's in a cycle now where memory
if there's Jensen Huang news tomorrow,
or
the day after tomorrow,
they're going to be able to build and sell everything they can. And at the same time, they're going to have this asymmetric pricing power.
I will just say godfather.
Memory hasn't seen in a long
the
time.
live stream will literally be called the godfather of all godfathers.
We've never had a super cycle like AI where Jensen saying it's going to be 8 or 9 years. We think it could be even a multi-decade build-out. So where memory would have a boom with a new iPhone, or would have a boom with a cycle of new PC archetypes, or a boom with data center infrastructure, and then all of a sudden it would crash. And
probably either that or level 500
Jensen. No one wanted to take risk. They lost all their pricing powers. That's why Micron still trades at like 12 forward. And with its growth this year, I think it's really cheap, and it's a part of the technology stack that absolutely is essential. You can't build AI without memory.
What do you think about the administration being so supportive of the spending? They started a long time ago bringing in those tech CEOs, and then we have all this circular spending. Your noise is slightly annoying. When people are worried about the AI bubble and maybe something being too overconcentrated in a portfolio, not all these AI names are going to survive. I mean, I can't imagine they would.
Or better yet,
are there winners and losers? How can you expand on that other than saying, sure, there's going to be winners and losers?
Yeah, I mean,
everything will be okay, brother.
It is important to understand that there are companies that are trying to attach themselves to the AI wave that don't necessarily have a path to monetize AI. And then there's companies that are really doing something with AI. You mentioned Meta as my best idea. The reason I like Meta so much is they're actually not only building and spending all that CapEx, that's near-term
Nothing
downside
lasts
for
forever.
long-term upside, but they're also generating, well over $100 billion because of AI. And so the companies that can put AI to use, they can
Thank you all
gain
very much,
productivity,
the
grow
88 of you
revenue,
that have hit
improve
the like button
profitability,
today.
find
I
efficiencies
hope
in
you
the
all have a
organization.
beautiful, beautiful
Those are
day.
really attractive, and those are the companies that should be looked at. There are a few of those out there, and I think that's where that bubble talk continues. But here's one thing I'll say about the bubble talk is I just don't believe it can
It's
be two
literally
things
your
at the same
first
time.
comment
This
on
week's
this
headlines
channel.
have been all
Like I
about
ever give a
AI
fuck
is eating
about
everything,
somebody that's
eating
here
every
for
industry,
the first
eating
time talking some
software,
schmick.
legal services,
You ain't the
financial
first,
data.
nor will
It's
you
like
be the
if it's
last,
this
Reservoir
powerful,
Thug.
then maybe all that investment
Whatever
isn't
your name
imperative.
was,
I
sir.
believe these Mag 7
Reservoir
companies and
Thor.
some of the other large
You
companies
can come
with these
back
big
in
CapEx
24
bets,
hours if you want,
they're
but
all
if
betting
not,
big on being able to protect their
adios.
moats long term. If they don't make these investments
do.
now, they may make more cash flow this year, but over a
I
period of time,
wish you love.
they will fall behind. And that's why they do it, and they know it, and they're willing to take this risk.
No hard
If they aren't
vibes, man.
investing
Good
right now,
vibes
I would be
only.
much more worried than
Happy
these
birthday,
big
Donnie said.
spends that we're hearing from these
Is
Mag
it
7
every
CEOs.
birthday my
They
birthday?
need to build the
Happy
future.
birthday too. Thank you,
Yeah.
Donnie. Happy birthday yourself,
Just
sir.
very fast.
Happy birthday.
There was a lot of concern about
Happy
Microsoft,
birthday, everybody.
but you still
Happy
like
birthday,
it,
everyone.
I'm sure. I
Have
mean, there
a
were some
amazing,
concerns about the
amazing
CapEx
Wednesday.
spend.
Enjoy your
Tesla, there's a call
February
for Elon
11th,
Musk to even step
Wednesday,
down. I
right?
heard at
Live
least
life.
a
It's
few
your birthday.
people
Live
saying
life
that.
like it's your
But
birthday
this
today,
should trade
right?
as a tech stock,
Enjoy
not as
every
car
day
stock.
like it's your
And
birthday.
Palantir, which had some great numbers,
Every day is a good
still
day.
took a pretty hard hit. Maybe can you give me
just
a few seconds
perception.
on Microsoft, and then Tesla, and then Palantir?
I think the Microsoft sell-off was more based on OpenAI, and pretty much everything attached to OpenAI has been a bit toxic in recent periods.
The purple box is
OpenAI
holding.
was such a large part of that,
To be fair,
they
did reject the gray
backlog
box
that
or
Microsoft
the purple
announced.
box up
But their
top and
backlog
then
was about the same size
lower.
as Amazon's and Google's. So I think it was a little bit
says they have
overblown.
to
But
go
of course,
today.
I also believe the capacity of OpenAI did fail, which I don't
they are
believe it will,
crazy.
because I think the investor interest is
at
significant.
345,
But if it did
350,
fail, I
maybe
believe
we'll
the
see
capacity
something
would
again.
go elsewhere, meaning other labs, other hyperscalers
The
would pick all that
SPX
up.
1 minute
So I don't
gap,
think the
it looks
build-out
like
would be
it
in
filled.
vain.
I don't know.
When it comes to
the one
Tesla,
from
I
up
think
here,
there's just
down
this
there.
bifurcation of its shareholder base. There's the shareholders that see it as
Time
as the
is
analog for
3:35.
access to physical AI and robotics and the future of autonomy. And
3:40.
then there's the people that are like, well, what about the car company? And what about the
Yeah, I thought
the
it was someone
declining
here that's been
sales,
watching
the
for a
margin
long
pressure,
time, but
the
it's
use of
literally his
cash?
first time here.
And of
I don't
course,
really care
how
that
he's
much.
all putting all of his different companies together. I still think that
No disrespect.
any call for Musk to resign is going to fall on deaf ears.
You ain't
I
the
don't
first.
think there's any
You're
chance
like
that happens.
the
And
25th
Palantir,
person.
just an amazing company. I mean, it's priced, it's
Been there, done
expensive,
that.
and so it's had an incredible run. It's it's had a rule of 100 plus in terms of its growth. But at the same time, it is very expensive, and as all of software has been repriced, it has too. But its multiple is still
I think I'm gonna not
anything else in
smoke
its
cigs
class,
because
and
cigs
that's
are
by orders
giving
of
me
magnitude at this
nose
point.
problems.
All right. Well, I'll tell you, Daniel Newman, it's great to see
No
you,
cigs.
CEO of Future.
Cigs are bad.
Thank you so much for being with us. Really appreciate it.
Give me nasal problems.
Today, Bitcoin is on pace for its fourth negative week in a row. We take a look at highlights from the CNBC Digital Finance Forum that took place yesterday and was sponsored by MoonPay. And Robinhood's Johan Kerbrot introduces the launch of a public testnet for its own blockchain platform. Welcome to CNBC's Crypto World. I'm Brandon Gomez. Crypto markets continue to face serious pressure this week. As of noon Eastern, Bitcoin lost more than 10% from the same time last week and is on pace for its fourth negative week in a row. Meanwhile, Ether sank nearly 12% and Solana by more than 15%. Now, all these tokens far underperforming traditional markets. The S&P 500 index rose nearly 1% in the same time as Bitcoin fluctuated from as high as $73,968 and all the way as low as $60,062. Strategy's Michael Saylor joined CNBC yesterday, offering his usual bullish outlook. He's still convinced Bitcoin will move significantly higher in the years to come.
I think the Bitcoin is going to double to triple the performance of the S&P over the next 4 to 8 years, and I think that's the only thing we need to know.
Still, some guests warn there could be more losses ahead. Stifel chief equity strategist Barry Bannister believes Bitcoin may struggle without rate cuts from the Fed.
It's not behaving as a hedge against dollar oblivion. It's behaving more like an overextended tech stock that's worried about whether the Fed will cut rates more. And I don't think the Fed's going to cut too much.
Okay, let's catch you up on what happened so far this week. Yesterday, CNBC hosted the 2026 Digital Finance Forum sponsored by crypto payments firm MoonPay. The lineup of speakers included industry leaders and policymakers who gathered to discuss topics in the DeFi space like asset interoperability and the evolving regulatory landscape. On regulation, newly appointed CFTC Chair Michael Selig discussed legislation working its way in Congress that would give the agency more of a say in regulating digital assets, an area the SEC mostly took under its purview, especially under previous leadership.
The idea of having legislation here takes a little bit away from the SEC in determining what's a security, because it does codify a test for what's a security and what's not. I do think that the SEC has subject matter expertise in the area of securities.
Is this trying to show bullish into close or bearish into close?
The problem is when you have this ambiguous Howey doctrine that's developed by the courts,
showing a little bit
and
bullish
it leads
into close.
to confusion as to what's a security and what's not.
Also joining the event was Galaxy Digital's Mike Novogratz, who called this market downturn more distressing than the last bear market given the uncertainty around recent performance.
The last one sucked, to be clear. It was horrible, but we kind of knew what happened. Like the last 30% of it was the wild deleveraging from, first Luna and then Sam Bankman-Fried and that whole breakdown of trust.
We're popping 9 times on the floor, so I think psychologically, to be honest, we're showing a little bit of a
Novogratz also
bullishness into tomorrow, but like that could be used, I think, in some way.
They expressed optimism in passing the Clarity Act. That's a crypto market structure bill which has recently stalled after Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong argued the Senate Banking Committee's draft had too many issues. The event also welcomed a panel with representatives from tokenization platform Superstate.
I don't know, maybe I'm thinking differently.
For a discussion on developments in the space outside of markets, including tokenization, stablecoins, and payments. MoonPay founder and CEO Ivan Soto Wright.
What do you guys think? Does anyone have thoughts? Does anyone have thoughts on what I just said? What do they think? Are they showing bearish right now?
Ecosystem. All right, jumping to our main story, Robinhood yesterday announced a public testnet for its own blockchain, dubbed Robinhood Chain, an Ethereum Layer 2 built on Arbitrum. Crypto World's Talia Kaplan spoke with Johan Kerbrat, general manager at Robinhood Crypto, about this effort to bring more trading activity on chain, beginning with tokenized real-world assets and digital assets.
So you're launching a public testnet for Robinhood Chain, which is an Ethereum Layer 2 built on Arbitrum. The goal, to amp up development of on-chain financial services, and it all kicks off with tokenized real-world assets.
We're talking like we're in football,
Can you break down
bro.
why this was a priority for Robinhood and how it will all work?
You just said some Madden,
I mean, it's something that we
Madden
announced
high
last
school
year
football
where
play.
we started our development around tokenization by launching public stocks and ETF tokenized in the EU. And it was very important for us to continue our advancement in the technology. So we launched in June with 200 assets. Now we have more than 2,000. And our goal is to really build on top of this chain so that we can really allow every developer and customer to access it.
I mean, I guess if you ask a permabull, this could be like they're showing bearish into market close.
Merge together.
But
yeah, and you mentioned
they're showing
that right
somehow
now
both.
Tokenized stock trading is for customers in the
It
EU.
looks
But when do you
bullish
think
in a
that
way.
could potentially be available for US customers?
And it was bearish, so it looks bearish in a way.
Quickly. There's a lot of discussion
I
on
think
the regulation.
I think they're trying to show
Clarity
bullish.
Act right now
Maybe
in
they
DC
pull
on
back
the
into
Hill.
end of the day.
And so
Maybe they
I
pull
think
back tomorrow.
once this is
But
done, you will see a lot more innovation also happening directly in the US and
sort
not
of
just outside of
liquidity
the
building.
US. But for us, it's been also very
there's a
interesting.
lot of
because
liquidity at
during this period of time, we've been able to test the products, we've been able to get feedback from customers and see that there is the advantage of tokenization that we've been thinking about, and now they're actually real. So we're pretty excited about how we can bring it to more and more customers.
694, 691.5. We went up and down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8,
Yeah, there was a
9,
few reasons
10,
that
11,
we
12.
mentioned sometimes where really our goal
this
for
is a
us was to
huge
create
fucking
a chain
game.
that is working for all the traditional assets. Like one of
this
our
is a
vision
part of
would
the
be that
fucking big-ass
Robinhood
move
could
from
work
today, so it's
completely on chain, on the Robinhood chain, instead of using all the traditional system that we currently connect to. And for us, creating a chain means that it needs to be decentralized, it needs to be secure, there needs to be a liquidity already there. And so by building on top of Ethereum, you're getting a lot of this for free that is already happening because Ethereum is spending a lot of their time on security and on decentralization. And using the Arbitrum stack, we're able to really customize a chain to our needs and to focus on this traditional asset that we're bringing on chain and tokenizing. And then we are able to build, all the application that we are really excited to give to our customers. So
15
for us,
minutes
it was
left.
more a question of prioritization and making sure that our resources are spent into bringing this vision instead of doing things that are already done by other chains.
Uno, cinco
I
minutos,
understand that now
señoritas,
developers will
señors.
be able to start building and verifying
Uno,
apps on
cinco
Robinhood chain.
minutos,
Can you elaborate
señoritas.
on what happens next with the launch of the public testnet and how many infrastructure providers are already getting involved?
Yeah, we already have contracts and people starting to build on the chain. We have companies like Alchemy, Layer Zero, Chainlink, and others that are really already starting to build and working with us. And the goal of this public testnet is really to open the doors, have an official documentation that people can look into and start connecting to. And that way we can test it with our other system. And so it's really a first step towards the final launch, the mainnet launch. But it's something that is really exciting because for the first time, people can start interacting with the Robinhood ecosystem directly on chain.
And when can we expect that mainnet launch, roughly speaking?
Yeah, I think it will really depend on the feedback that we're getting from developer and customers. But right now, the focus for us is on this testnet and making sure that developer can build on top of it. But we'll have a few more announcements to make in the future for that.
And as you noted, Robinhood has been focused on tokenization in recent months, and we have been seeing a lot of announcements tied to tokenization recently. In fact, last month, the New York Stock Exchange announced its development of a platform for trading tokenized securities. And last year, NASDAQ filed a first-of-its-kind application with the SEC to amend its rules to allow for trading listed stocks and ETPs in tokenized
3 minutes,
form.
time is 3:50.
What do you think about all this interest
That shit's from yesterday is going to happen again. The trade imbalance thing.
From major Wall Street players?
Maybe.
I think it's great.
That does not mean bullish or bearish.
The goal of
literally
think
about what they did
yesterday.
yesterday.
The fact that Vlad
think about what they did yesterday. They inversed that shit.
That was really the goal. So. We wanted to start this dialogue saying that the traditional system,
whatever this is, they're about to show, even if it's 3/3 bullish, or even if it's 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 bearish, it's 12:50.
Business day to do settlement. The fact that the market is still not open 24/7.
It does not mean it's the real direction. It just means it could be a part of a setup. It could be a part of a cycle. That's all it really means.
Really shows that it's stuck a bit in the past, and so we think tokenization is going to be a game changer for a lot of these assets.
In 2 minutes.
We saw it with stablecoin, for example, where we've got instant transfer 24/7, way faster than any ACH system that are already existing. And we think we can bring that to more assets.
Insane
but for that, we will also need the
One
entire
straight move down,
group of institutions
off the gap,
to also
up,
connect to provide
beautiful.
liquidity to
One
more
straight
assets.
move
So
up.
we think it's a great things. We work with a lot of the partners that you mentioned to make sure that we're part of the discussion and we can help them understand the new technology. And we think in the future, any world asset will basically be tradable on chain in a tokenized form.
Everything had a nice little morning down to just like NVIDIA,
as it relates
Tesla.
to tokenized stock trading. One example, over the summer, another retail trading platform, eToro, shared its plans to tokenize U.S.-listed equities on the Ethereum blockchain.
That's what it's showing. Look at the downward candle on NVIDIA. Like, what is this?
Yeah,
There's probably
I think
a
at the
fuck
end
ton
of
of
the day,
bulls
it's
and
not
a
just
fuck ton
about
of bears on
being
NVIDIA.
the only one.
They're closing
If
right
you
in
were
the
the only
middle
one,
of
it
it
would
all.
actually probably mean that the project is maybe not the most exciting for people. I think Robinhood has been pretty good at setting up the trend in a lot of ways. A lot of time people are trying to copy Robinhood. And so I think for us, it's a great signal saying that we're going in the right direction and that people are excited about this technology. And for us to differentiate ourselves, we're just going to do the same thing as usual, a better UI, better UX, better accessibility. and passing most of the value back to the customer and making sure that we can cut fees where it's possible. So,
Cycle shows
overall,
us 1/3,
I will
2/3,
say that
3/3.
it's exciting to see more and more company embracing the technology that will help the adoption and that will help also
1/3,
the
2/3,
discussion to
3/3.
get into a bit of a cultural shift that we need to start thinking
1/3,
about
2/3,
traditional
3/3.
equities and tokenized equities and just equities in the best format that you can exchange with.
Okay, that's all for Crypto World this
1/3,
week. We'll be back
2/3,
again
3/3.
next Wednesday, the 18th, and we look forward to seeing you then.
Cycle shows us 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Oh shh! I might get copyrighted from that. Whatever. Oh, señor. Oh, señor. Big pequeño, big candle pequeño. Oh, mucho grande candle. Oh, real direction candle, señor. 350, 350, 350, real direction, 350. Same shit yesterday. Oh my god. Same shit, 350. 350 power imbalance. Same shit. 350, same shit. That's crazy. Oh, señor. 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 Mucho candle. Oh, señor. Señor. Sí, señor. Ay, muy mucho. Oh my, look at the video. Oh my god, it's power hours, power imbalance time, 350. Look at the picture we sent yesterday. Look, 350. What does it say, right? What does it say? 350 is power imbalance time of the power hour. The power hour of the power hour. This one big boys coming, and that's what happened yesterday. And that's what happened today at 350. It's not going really nowhere on SPY, but look at the video right now. It's going everywhere on the video. It's going everywhere on the video. Sí, señor. Sí, señor. Yes. Sí, señor.
Check that big board. We're down 182 points, barely above the 50,000 level. So we've got the market that is down this morning. All right.
Fox
now
News.
this. I'm sure this scene has been played out in homes across the country. Maybe your home. You're watching TV, President Trump comes on the screen, your romantic interest who is sitting next to you jumps up, shouts abuse, demands that the channel be changed, leaves the room in a huff. Does that ring a bell? Or this. You're watching
Market
TV,
is bouncing.
President Biden
Nvidia
comes on the
is
screen.
not.
Your romantic interest,
Something
who is sitting
is
next to you,
cooking.
pours scorn on the president,
Something
mocks
is
him,
cooking.
and demands that you mock him too. Oh, it's an ugly scene. With this in mind, Fox did a poll. Good timing, because Saturday is Valentine's Day. Is it possible to fall in love with someone whose political views are opposite your own? These days, that's a very tricky question, isn't it? Here's what the poll found. Yes, it's possible, said 59%.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, it has happened, said 11%.
See?
No, it's not possible, said 28%. Okay, where do you stand on this?
What?
I bet you're thinking about it right now, aren't you?
Senor.
I am in the yes camp. It is possible. I think love is the most powerful
Love.
emotion.
All you
When it
need
hits,
is
it overrides
love.
everything, doesn't it?
Ba,
However,
ba, ba, ba,
let's be honest,
all you
disagreement over
need
politics,
is
especially
love.
in the Trump era, can
Love.
make life difficult. It's hard
Love
to
is
escape
all you
politics.
need.
Highly opinionated social media is everywhere. You know, it's not like the good old days when network news dominated and it was on TV for just a half hour a day. You could put aside your differences for 30 minutes, surely. Today, contentious news content comes at you 24/7. Let's put this in a little perspective. Fox asked another question. What is more important than choosing a Valentine?
Love.
77% said a sense of humor.
Love is all you
Only
need.
22% thought political views were more important. In other words,
Love is all
politics
you
for most
need.
people takes a back seat.
Love is all you need. Oh my God, look at the video.
I'll leave it at that.
All
However,
you
maybe
need
a more
is
useful
love.
opinion is required. So for that, we bring in the very
Love
useful
is all
Brian
you
Grunberg.
need.
Best introduction I've ever had, Stu.
Well, wait, I'm not finished.
Okay, let's go.
My conclusion is that love transcends all, at least at first. I'm not being terribly silly.
At least at
The video is
first a
waving
very
goodbye to
tricky
all those calls up
qualification.
there
Can you
above
fall
190.
for somebody with different
All you
political
need
views?
is
Probably
love.
because it's not the first thing you talk about. But when you've gotten to the point where you're sitting on the couch and they jump up and throw their soda pop at the screen because Trump came on, I think you may not be able to stay in love. Here's the difference
That's
to
a
me.
fucking beautiful.
There's politics
Beautiful.
and then there's the worship
Beautiful.
of politics.
Art piece.
If you participate, if you vote, if you have opinions, fine, you can get along. If you worship
Love is all
politics,
you
in other words,
need.
if the political figures are your deity, so Donald Trump is the devil to you, or Joe Biden is the savior of America, you've gone from politics to religion. And in that instance, I don't think you can get
Went
along
jack
with
shit
the person
nowhere.
who disagrees with you.
Bravo,
If you love
Spy.
them, can you handle that kind of
Cute,
political
cute.
attitude?
Went
If
jack
you,
shit nowhere. Bravo.
Love them,
IWM
it's a
went higher.
rightly ordered
Bravo.
love, Stu, but we live in a
Nvidia.
world today where people are like, Donald Trump is Satan. He's the root of all evil. I'm sorry, but if you voted for Donald Trump and your spouse thinks that, it ain't gonna work, Stu. Love's not overcoming that because your love is for politics, not for the person sitting next to you.
I'm not sure I should ever have done this editorial, but I'm going to
folks.
transfer
Remember
it.
that.
So, Lydia, can you fall in love with someone who has the opposite political view?
Yes, I absolutely think so. Especially, well,
That is
only
some
if you're
nice
able to
singing.
talk
Thank
about
you.
it. If you were going to
Yep.
have a type of relationship
I know it's some
where
nice singing. Appreciate
politics
you,
now
brother.
cannot be discussed because you don't want to have a fight,
Time
I
is
think that's a recipe for
3:55 and
disaster. But
3
as long
minutes,
as you're able to
just like
communicate about it,
yesterday.
have a healthy
Time is
dialogue, I think you can
3:55
actually have a
and
very
3 minutes.
interesting relationship. Maybe it makes it a little bit more spicy.
I think the fact that 59% spicy. What do you mean by that? The fact that 59% said yes, you can fall in love with someone of the opposite opinion. That's very positive about love, isn't it? That's very
agree.
positive. Ryan Payne, you just happen to be sitting here. I'll rope you into the discussion.
I was dying to get in. Thank you. I just said, as long as you love Kid Rock as much as me, we can get along.
In other words, it's not going to work for Ryan Payne. That's what he's saying, actually. Stu, I love that you're the fifth Beatle. All you need is love. Nobody knew that about
I'm
you.
the fifth Beatle.
Fifth Beatle really was.
Oh, I'm the fifth Beatle.
You know this stuff.
Call
You
me
best
the
not.
fifth
Original
Beatle.
drummer, then they
Yes,
dropped him when
sir.
Ringo came
Call
in.
me the fifth.
They should have had you,
But
though.
you weren't even born back then, were
I
you?
know, but I read books.
Call me the fifth Beatle.
Okay. Let's wrap it up and get me out of it, boys. Let's go back to the markets where we see, I'm afraid, a large amount of red ink. The Dow's down 220, the Nasdaq's down, the S&P is down as well. So red across the board this morning. Ryan Payne, come back into this. A serious discussion of the market now.
Yes, sir.
130,000 jobs added in January. What does that tell you?
It tells me this economy is very, very strong. And look, I always say what economists think in unison is never right, Stu. All we've heard about is how this labor market is about to fall off a cliff. And we have seen the exact opposite here. And my belief is, look, you see, stronger GDP growth, right?
Belief.
It's tracking at like
What
3,
is your
4%.
belief exactly?
Eventually, what's
Belief.
going to happen is people are going to hire more people.
That's a
or
strong
companies are going to hire
word.
more people.
Belief.
So I think we're going to see a strong job market this year. That's one of the big surprises that most people aren't talking about. Stu, I am.
You can't get lower interest rates if you've got a job market this strong and an economy expanding at 5%, can you?
I think it's a fair point, but I think if you look at it from this perspective,
193
is
open
we're
today
tracking
again.
at close to 4% GDP
That's a
growth
lot.
with rates where they are
All right,
today.
open
Do we
that
really need those
193,
rate cuts? I would argue we probably don't.
192.83 again.
And it's kind of a, it's really a toss of a coin right now because remember, you have 12 voting FOMC members, and we don't know how they're going to vote, even though Kevin Warsh, we know, probably sides with cutting rates here. So I wouldn't bet on it as an investor right now.
Okay, let's talk about what the president was saying. The Dow has crossed 50,000.
Why is my Robinhood fucking so
just the
slow
other day.
frozen right now?
It doubled in less
not
than
even
a
like my
decade.
internet's bad.
I think I'm right in saying in less than a decade
8 years.
it doubled. 8 years to double it, right? The president thinks it's going to double again to 100,000 on the Dow.
4
Can
p.m.
it double
close.
again in the next 3 years?
The next 2 years,
That's
okay,
a stretch.
That's probably a little ambitious, right? But over the next decade, stocks, typically double every 7 to 10 years, so that's accurate. Thank God I've been bullish on your show for 8 years, because now I feel kind of smart. But yeah, absolutely. I think if you look at the Dow, 100,000, probably
What
not,
up, Pop?
not far off in the distant future. 7, 8 years. What's 7, 8 years in the scheme of things? Not that long.
Now, you say the market's moving away from companies that specialize in information and moving towards companies that build things.
Rejected the roof at least, but
that's why you like
does not mean 188 will break. But if 188,
which is driving the Dow right now, those
breaks
good old
and
boring industrial stocks. And you made a
188.15
good point in your
breaks,
show
and
earlier
this shit
today. It's like, okay,
lower.
these hyperscalers are spending $600
All you
billion.
need is
How does that turn
love,
out? And they only have to spend that just
love.
to compete. And
Love
look,
is all
I'm
you need.
I'm from Philadelphia.
Feel
I
like
keep
a
it really
fucking
simple. I think it's
beautiful
very hard
artist
to
singer,
figure
man.
out how that's actually going to turn out long term. But meantime, we have an industrial revolution going on right now.
All
If you
you
look
need
at the
is
fact that we have
love.
electrification, we
Love.
have AI infrastructure. If you look
Love
at
is
the
all you
energy
need.
transition,
Market
you look
close,
at defense
folks.
budgets going
Have
up.
a good day.
We need minerals to do that, right? We need base metals, and we're completely undermined globally for all of that. So it doesn't take a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. These are really good places to put your money into the industrial revolution that's happening, commodity boom that's happening, emerging markets where a lot of these deposits are. So I just think that as an investor right now, there's a lot easier theses than us just like trying to use all this brain damage to figure out which AI stock or which Magnificent Seven stock is going to be the best. There's just easier places to allocate your capital right now. In my
crazy at
humble
the top.
opinion.
Broaden it out. It seems
Yeah,
like
that's it.
successful too. Ryan, thanks very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Stuart, great to see you.
When does this madness? Tuesday, Wednesday, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, bye-bye. When does this madness? I'm gonna get a cup of water. All you need is love, love. Love is all you need. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Yeah, I'm going green into close because in the video, wild. Do, 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 do. All you need is love. Do, 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 do. All you need is love. Love. Love is all you need. Does this shit move after 4? Like, why is my fucking shit moving after 4 when it's 4:02? Wild. Huh. At 2:30, right, the video went from $1,120 per contract to at 4 p.m. it closed at $1,300. Right below the 8 showed the high of the day at $1,400 a contract. So this shit, damn man, if tonight turns bloody, the video wants to fucking drop down to 184 and it wakes up tomorrow, I will be up so fucking crazy. Sheesh! Fuck, I don't even want to fucking turn the screen off, man. Oh my god, hold up. I don't even want to turn the screen off right now. Something's happening. Oh my god. Oh my baby, like, oh my god. Oh my god, dude, actually, what the fuck is going on? Is this actually a fucking hope or is this gonna drop down? Alright, this is basically a checkpoint. Today's 4 p.m.'s close. 189.97. So, yo, what is this? What are they doing? It's 2:30. This is. This is the power of the 0DTs now on the video, man. The thing moves literally $6, $5 every day. 193. 188, 192, 189. Jeez. Yo. Man, alright, well. We have the president coming live in about 5-10 minutes. I will watch it and I will go. IWM pretty wild too, huh? That thing went from 168 to 162, 161, and then it closed at 165. Damn. This is the craziest candle. This little squeeze down at 350 into close. It's only $1.50, but still right at the 0.5 fib with today's entire liquidity. So that is stupidity and a half. Like, do they bear trap the shit? The fuck is this? There's only God knows if we wake up at 190 or not tomorrow. What is this for? What a beautiful ending to the day, folks. Can we get some guitars in the chat? Like, what a beautiful ending to the day, folks. Just enjoy the classical music, enjoy a cup of nice cold water, and let's listen to our president talk. QQQ ripped out $10 and came back up 6 or 7. Oh, nuts. After hours bugging out. Guys, who is still here? Who is still here? Alright. Someone said another participation trophy. Alright, I guess that's it, folks. He ain't coming on. They just feeding us music. I guess us common folks need to go to sleep and let the market open tomorrow. Man, it says SPY is 0% today, if you can believe it or not. They popped the market up 0.62% with news to 696, and they deleted it to 689, and they deleted that too. And it says we are, I don't even fucking know, it says we're down intraday 0.003%, and after hours we're up 0.008%. So I guess we close red with this good CPI or good labor news day. It's very fascinating. Or did it close red? I don't even know. Does this count as closing red? No, QQQ closed green. IWM closed red. Yeah. Everywhere, all mixed. All around. The video closed out 190, showing bullish power in today too. Showing bullishness February 9th, February 10th, pullback 11th. No, so showing bullish for 2 days, but wow. I hope this beep opens at 184 tomorrow so I can fucking leave, man. Oh my god, that's all I want one fucking time. Shit. Beep. Shit. 202.5 calls. What did they do to them today? 200 calls February 20th. Went up 6% today. Interesting. So the 200 NVIDIA calls that expire into February 20th, which there's a lot of too, they're keeping alive, not gonna lie, after the push up. At $1.10. That's so crazy. What the fuck are they cooking, man? What are they cooking? $190 calls are alive too. February 13th. The puts are what they destroyed on NVIDIA. Close dated looks like. Close dated 192 calls. 190, 185. 195 point, yeah, 195 NVIDIA calls. Little bit pullback, so yeah, they are still showing bullish on NVIDIA slash burning bears slash pulling back into close, showing bearish slash all of the above slash all that. Cool. SMH Van Eck Semiconductors ETF 414 up 2.5% today. So bear burning people from February 10th, yesterday. Alright, so SMH did end up going higher, and they're burning the bears on SMH for now. Insane. SMH pushed up 3% and pulled back 2.4 and then pushed back up to 2.5. Damn. Wild. Wild. SOXO. SOXO up 7% today. Wow. 68. Pushing higher since yesterday close. 4 p.m. 63. We're at 68. AMD. Damn, what the fuck is up on fucking XOXO so goddamn high? Yo, you guys, what the fuck? SMH is up to memory chips. Okay. What is a memory chips? Man, let's see NVIDIA sub fucking 180 in 2 days, man. She 191 to 181 and then pop back up. Shit. My Micron SanDisk. Oh my god, please don't tell me SanDisk is at like fucking 4,000. What's SanDisk at? 600? Oh my god, okay, up 10%, but still it was at 696 for style, son. Damn, son, are you winning? I can't believe a fucking SanDisk put a $6,000-7,000. What the fuck? Who the fuck has the money for that? That's some big ass whale money. Oh my god, that's some ballsy ass shit. I mean, it looks like from 696 it went from something like 3 or 4K to like 6K, but like that's some ballsy ass shit. It's like in its own way, gold, right? Gold doing shit. Market doing its own shit. Tesla doing its own shit. Nvidia too doing its own shit, so. But that's like really some different Alright, guys, I think we will call it because everyone is trolling and saying this is a cool participation. So, on that note, everybody have a beautiful day. Let's see if there's any major news or things coming. Don't think so. That's it.
Much indeed. White House National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett joins me now. Kevin, welcome back. That was a strong jobs report. How does a strong labor market translate into lower interest rates?
Right. Well, first of all, I got to say that Ed did a great job summarizing the headlines. I would just add a couple more, and then I'll go into the interest rate story. The first is that there's been the story that everybody's been worried about that AI is going to make it so that nobody can get a job. Obviously, the top line job
No,
number
I think that's what you want to do.
True. But the
It's
more
not what I
interesting
want to
thing
do.
to me is that labor force participation, the percentage of Americans that are looking for a job or have a job, it actually went to its highest level since 2001. So actually people are coming back off the sidelines into the labor market because they see the high wage growth, all the factory starts and so on. And so that's thing one. Thing two is that because we've been reducing government workers, federal government workers so much, about 360,000 this year, that the jobs numbers actually kind of understate how wonderful the economy is doing because the government worker employment has been a drag. And to put it in perspective, that we've got the lowest government worker number since 1966 and the lowest share of government workers in the labor force in all of history. And so we have done something really, really dramatic in downsizing government. And what that does is it helps us be fiscally responsible and get interest rates lower. Now, the bottom line is that I've been saying on your show really since we started over a year ago, Stu, that I think that we're going to have a big positive supply shock and that we could have high growth and low inflation. Right now, we've got high growth and low inflation.
Such
and I
a
think there's plenty of room
50-50
for the Fed to
coin
cut
flip
rates,
on the market
because
overnight, but man,
this theory about why
what a
you
day.
would lift rates right now because of high growth is an old-fashioned Phillips curve story that doesn't really apply when you get a big positive supply shock from AI or the internet. Alan Greenspan understood that back in the 90s, and let's hope that some people at the Fed understand it now.
So do you believe that the next move by the Federal Reserve
All-time
will
highs
be
of
down and
volatility.
that move will come fairly soon?
I believe
Holding
that
the
what's going to
roof.
happen is that when we look at the inflation numbers, that it's
694
going to be
playground
inconsistent with what
with
the Fed's been
so
thinking about. It's going to happen because of the Phillips curve, and
And
it's
the
going to make
playground.
them scratch their heads and wonder what they're doing with the
We'll
highest
see if
interest
we
rate
play
on
here
earth.
tomorrow.
Okay, we shall see. Next one. President Trump says the economy is about to boom. Watch this.
We should grow 15 or 20%. We should be at 15%. I'll tell you, if our new head of the Fed, who I think is going to be great, and he's a really high quality person. He was and your friend Kevin was great, but I want to keep him with us too. I said to King, look, I had the two Kevins, right? But I wanted to keep him with us. He's doing great. But if he does the job that he's capable, we can grow at 15%. I think more than that.
The president is saying, yeah, we can get 15% if Kevin Warsh lowers interest rates at the Fed. That's going to take some time, isn't it?
You know, that's aspirational 15%, but I can tell you that you can get a really high number if you figure that productivity is growing maybe 3.5%, that capital spending is adding like capital stock growth of maybe 1.5%, and whatever we get out of labor is going to be, say another percent. So you could really easily see a 4 to 5% year this year just because of the AI boom and how it's affecting the productivity of firms all around the country. if 15 were to happen, I mean, there are some countries like Ireland that have 15, so the president's not wrong to hope that we have the best number in the world. He's a very aspirational guy who tends to get things right, but I'm happy to say that I'm comfortable thinking that we could have a 4 or 5 year.
Okay, we shall see. Kevin Hassett, it was a pleasure. Thanks very much for.
All right, bye-bye.
When we consider the first